to
How
see.
would you collect the snot from a sneezing humpback?
Is mucus our word of the day?
No, no, no. It's
They
just
sneeze
linked.
through their blowhole.
They don't sneeze, actually. They can't sneeze. But they breathe out. It's actually, when you see a humpback
So
whale
where's the snot come from?
breathing out, it is breath. It contains mucus.
So who collects it?
sneeze. Well, they're a scientist interested in monitoring the health of a humpback. Why is it important to see whether humpbacks have got colds or flu?
Because a sick one, you can push it towards the Japanese.
No, because...
No, because then they go, oh, we'll have that one knock off her.
No, because, like birds, like pigs, they get flu that jumps species to man. And if that flu jumps to us, which is possible...
That'd be a nightmare, because...
It's a whole new genetic code for us to...
Whale flu.
Well, not just that. Think of the waiting room at the doctor's. You'd be squashed against the wall like that, and he'd be there.
When you get bird flu, you don't get all small and grow wings. It's not... To get a flu is not the same as to turn into the animal.
No, but what I'm saying is, if that humpback whale has got the flu and he's taken up all the chairs...
Oh, is he right?
All the pensioners and me are pressed against the wall...
Well, we're going to have to encourage the whales to ring NHS Direct and not...
Yes, that's right.
The only trouble with that is NHS Direct pick up the phone and they think it's a fax machine. It's true. Wrong number again, and he's there just going, I'm really ill, and they won't let me come down the doctors because they take up too much room. And I keep knocking the posters off the wall with me barnacle arse.
But... If I can just guide you away for a moment towards the snot, how do you collect it?
With a bag over its head, like an ordinary bag from Greggs or any...
It's quite...
In fact, it has to be
You put
from
pepper
Greggs.
in it.
It has to be.
You put pepper in the hole.
It started... Aceveda Whitehouse, her name was, Karina Aceveda Whitehouse, who was a researcher who's very much a specialist. And she used to have a petri dish on the end of a long stick and try and get it through the plume, but it's just too difficult. There's too much turbulent water. She couldn't get
She swims next to it and waits for it to sneeze?
That's what she originally did, but what does she do now? She's got a really good system.
Big condom over the top of the hole.
A remote control toy helicopter that flies there.
Oh, my God.
There it is, collecting. Isn't that perfect?
Collecting it.
I mean, if you're going to be a scientist specialising in collecting snot, at least...
Has she come up with anything? I mean, you know, now that she has the collection...
Good data on the transmission of flu between humpback whales, which is jolly difficult because they travel more than any other, 5,000 miles a year, routinely.
Trying to get away from the remote control helicopter.
Yeah, probably.
Terrifying.
I wouldn't fancy being the bloke that works in her local toy shop either. Oh, it's broken again, is it? Yeah, I've got all mucus in there.
So, people who do research into whale flu collect snot using remote-controlled toy helicopters. Why are there so many lavatories in the Pentagon?
One each.
One each. Do you know how many people work in the Pentagon?
Thousands.
23,000. Whoa! There aren't 23,000 lavatories, so... No, I'm afraid it's a really ghastly reason. Where is it?
Virginia.
Virginia. Virginia was a southern state, and it had laws. And those laws...
racial segregation.
Segregation. It was a law that you had to have one lavatory for white people and one for black people. So there were double the number. I'm afraid it's true. It's a horrible truth. It shouldn't have happened because it was built in the 40s under the presidency of FDR, who had specifically outlawed racial segregation in federal, because he couldn't legislate for the states, but he could at least say that no federal building. And so when he arrived for his first inspection, was told he was furious that there were all these lavatories.
Well, it's not very PC, that's true, but have you ever been for a queue in the ladies' loo?
So it's nice for you that there are so many...
Yes, in a way.
You
but
racist.
No.
No. They didn't actually go through with it. I mean, although they built them all for that reason, they were banned from using it and they were never racially...
And look at all the tennis courts they've got as well.
Well, it's vast. That centre bit alone, just to give you a sense of the scale, is 5 acres. Just the middle bit. 17.5 miles of corridor and these 284 lavatories. 6 separate zip codes. Just the Pentagon. But apparently it takes only 7 minutes to walk from one place to another.
Only one cleaner they have.
Yes, poor darling. Who succeeded Harold as King of England in 1066?
Is there a trick to it?
No, it's just you need to name the person who succeeded Harold as king. 1966.
Well, was it the
Don't
bastard?
trust him.
The trick is
No,
to
I know.
the trick is to know the answer.
I don't trust you at all.
Is it the bastard then?
Who's the bastard? Oh dear.
See?
It was not a
Well,
trick.
did England cease to exist in some way, or was it changed in name?
There was another Saxon claimant who was nominally king for 45 seconds or something.
Well, for a few months.
Right.
Yes. Edgar Atheling. And he was 15 years old. But Saxon kings were... How did you become a king if you were Saxon?
Did you have to be sort of
You had to be from
nominated?
one of the 5 or 6 families, and then you'd be elected. Yeah.
It's like the
By what? By votes? They
Yes.
would vote for you.
Yes. Edgar the Atheling. He was 15 years old, but of course William had won the battle, and so he came after him, and he tried to fight. He couldn't raise an army. He went abroad. Didn't really live
Well,
a
he's
very
15,
successful life.
so he wouldn't have been able to do anything, would he, really?
Edgar the Atheling was proclaimed king by the English after the death of Harold and reigned for 2 months before William was crowned.
Which of these men here, 2 men you see, well, 3 in fact, which one just held up a stagecoach, used bad language in front of a lady, drinks whiskey, and chases people from right to left?
The one with the black hat.
Is the right answer. So what is the history of this? Why do you think?
I don't know. Is that it then? Black hats for bad guys
Yeah.
and white hats for good.
And unshaven, and there's even a direction they cross the
I
street.
just remember being a kid, and every Saturday night, usually there'd be a Western on BBC.
Yeah.
And my dad would helpfully point out, that's the bad guy. The one who's going,
In the 50s, it was 8 out of 10 of the top 10 programmes on prime time national American television were Westerns. The only 2 that weren't were comedies. It's just extraordinary.
It carried
It
on. We
ruled.
grew up with Alias Smith and Jones and Champion the Wonder Horse.
Yes.
It was a bit of a letdown, Champion the Wonder Horse, because it was a great title sequence.
Champion the Wonder Horse.
Whee! That's kind of all he did, really,
In
wasn't
the
it?
end, you know, he's a
Like,
horse.
if it cut to Champion bringing a blind person shopping, that was a significantly better show than what he did.
He never used it in much more than knock a door down by kicking
Yeah.
it. That was sort of his.
That was kind of his thing,
shtick.
like,
yeah.
Had they known that just put one of these on his top lip and he's useless. Come on, Champion! Oh, no.
But it's really practical, partly because you've got a small black and white television in those days, with not necessarily the high res that we expect in our digital age. And so you can just see the black hat and the white hat, and you know and there are lots of chases, who's riding after whom. You instantly know which is the goodie and the baddie. And also, the right to left business is quite crucial, that the baddie goes this way, which in screen terms is right to left, right? And the goodie goes left to right, which means his gun is favoured, is facing the camera. Well, this is useless for anybody under the age of 50 who has no idea what we're talking about. It's a peculiar, elderly nostalgia show on
Why
Westerns.
don't any of these surely have all the plethora of channels? There could just be one Western channel just with these old programmes going on all day.
That's true.
Casey Jones I'd like to have on, Champion the Wonder Horse,
Yep.
Alias Smith and Jones. Just on a loop.
You
Is
could
that
just
too
call
much
it...
to ask?
Be a channel called Alan.
Alan, there's Dave, why not Alan?
It's perfect.
That's a much better channel.
Just all the things that
And it wouldn't have bloody QI on all
you like.
of
Yeah.
Horse operas, they're sometimes called, aren't they, Westerns? But do you know what insiders call them in Hollywood?
No.
Oters.
Oat.
Oters, as in horses eating oats, I guess. They're known as oters. Yeah. So, yes, horse operas come and go. They may be simple, but at least you know where you stand. Who might use a left-handed motorbike? Oh.
Funny outfit I've got on.
Yeah, do you remember wearing that?
No. I remember that motorbike ride, though. It was exhilarating.
Is it one-armed men?
No. I guess they would have a use for it. But there was a real market for
By
left-handed.
which you mean throttle on the left.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Was it something to do with needing your right hand free for holding a gun, or...?
Yes.
I don't know, guess.
Spot on, holding a gun.
Yeah.
Like,
Where can I get one of these motorbikes?
They turned the company that made them, the Indian Motorcycle Company, Motocycle, in fact, they call themselves. There they are, the Indians. It's an American motorcycle company. Between the wars, they were the largest motorcycle company in the world. And part of it was because they sold so many of these left-handed bikes to
Cowboy.
Cowboys? Was
the
it?
police.
Oh, the police.
Police all over America. So the police could drive and accelerate and decelerate and kill people with guns at the same time.
Why didn't they just fix a bayonet on the front?
That would be...
In fact, I'm thinking of getting one of those for my motorbikes for cyclists.
Really?
Yeah.
Bayonet.
Not to stab them or anything, just to go, cheeky. Just a cheeky little...
It may not need to be a bayonet, then.
Well, if you can use a bayonet, then use a bayonet.
I mean,
That's what I think.
It could be something else, like a
broom handle.
Cucumber or something. You don't need a right... If you've just got a bloke in your
Well,
sidecar with a Tommy gun, you're fine.
I know, unfortunately, that was the only photograph we could find. I've got some left-handed things here, some of which you can see the point of. This is a left-handed sort of biro or pen. It's a rather peculiar, it's shape, though.
It makes me feel slightly sick looking at it.
It's strange. I think the idea is you don't...
But don't they
so you
say
don't
that-
smudge.
Like, left-handed people are, like, naturally evil. That's what they say, isn't it? That's a well-known fact. Those pens do all they write, just like, I will kill again, I will kill again. That's all you can write with it.
Possessed pen, the left-handed pen, is it?
It's really hard to write with.
This is a left-handed... Do you want to try that? Try it with your right-handed...
It's just going to drive me crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if any left-handed people in the audience have ever found that pencil sharpeners are a real bore for in a right-handed world.
That has already annoyed me.
Well, that's how a left-handed person would feel.
Last thing you want to do.
With ours, then.
Well, they should have just adapted when they were younger. What's wrong with having a stutter?
It's not a condition, being left-handed. It's not an illness.
Well, you say that.
No, left-handed scissors, of course, are quite well known.
Oh, don't give a left-hander scissors.
They
They'll
used to
stab you in the face. Stab you in the face as soon as look at you.
It's where the word sinister comes from, isn't it? Isn't that right?
Sinister, indeed, is the Latin for left, yeah. If you're ambisinistrous, what does that mean?
Left-handed and left-footed.
It kind of means you're crap with both hands. Ambidextrous is you're good with both hands. Ambisinistrous are people just can't write with either hand. But this will annoy you then. A left-handed can opener. There you see. But then, just assume that all left-handed people are just as annoyed by right-handed things.
But just
they're a minority,
assume-
so they should be punished.
At least they're warned, you see. One of those could turn up in your kitchen with no warning.
Yeah, you would
turn up in the morning.
The only thing that could annoy Jack more now is if he opens that can and it's all left-handed peaches.
Just imagine. Well, thank you. You can give them back there, because I can see they've upset you.
There is a left-handed shop where you can buy all these things, and my sister is left-handed, and I actually thought one Christmas I will buy her something, you know, there'll be a thoughtful thing. And there's a shot, goes straight, bang, right into it, and of course the door opened on the other side.
1 million British horses were sent to the First World War front. What happened to the ones that survived?
They settled in the south of France, opened a caravan park.
Of course, they couldn't learn the language, ended up moving back.
Well, that's what they didn't do, is move back.
Did the French eat them?
Well, lots of people ate them. Probably they were turned into food or they were rendered into products. Yeah, the point is, 1 million horses is a heck of a lot, but almost none got made it back home. They thought...
some did, because in Warhorse he did.
Yes.
He came back.
He did come back. 1 million horses went to the First World War?
From Britain, yeah.
That's extraordinary. I mean, if you think about just the logistics of getting 1 million horses across the Channel, I mean, they're not all David Williams.
No, exactly. According to Michael Morpurgo, who wrote that book, Warhorse, you just mentioned, 8 to 10 million horses died in the First World War. And they didn't have a nice time of it, even if they did survive, because they were just... They thought they'd be diseased when they came back as well, so they just didn't want them. So it was a very sad chapter in our story.
Yeah.
It's a bummer, isn't it? I've silenced you.
It's like when they play the Black Beauty music, I just start crying. Well, you know the bit where Ginger dies? It's really, really sad.
You know what? They call him Ginger.
So I would have that music at my funeral, definitely. Black Beauty music.
It's a deal.
With you.
I'll arrange it.
It's a deal with you.
Thanks.
We'll make sure it happens.
Good.
So how fast is that coffin going to be moving? Quite a lick by the sounds of things.
One of the most popular ones to have now with the coffin going on is the countdown theme. Like that.
It is bizarre the way people go crazy for horses, though. I remember being, like, in primary school. It was the first time I saw anyone... And it did a really weird thing. It really stuck in my head. And there was a little girl in our primary school class. We were, like, 6 years old. And she was just in floods of tears. Just crying, bawling her eyes out. And we kind of went, what's the matter? And she went, I just love horses so much.
Is that how you were?
I don't don't see why that's strange. I had to write one of those, you know, they sometimes ask you to write things for, you know, your first love. Genuinely, my first love was Frank, and he was a pony. Who wasn't very handsome. He had brown ears and a spotty neck and a really bad sweet itch, so his mane just kind of stood up in sections. And my mother always said, if you could love Frank, then everything in the world would always be beautiful, because you thought he was beautiful. And I did.
Oh, that's so touching.
He was lovely. He understood me.
There's a whole...
He did understand me.
Why little girls, little boys don't care about ponies? I know families who move because the girl, you know, for the sake of, you know, having more space so that maybe they can get a horse.
Well, we were emotionally mature a little earlier.
Yeah.
About 50 years earlier.
Well, I would never move for a child's hobby. You know, I can see it like child go, but I love ponies. Yeah, well, I like this house, my own house. But you pay for the mortgage, you can stick a pony in every room, right?
Thanks, Dad.
Yeah.
All right, what are you asking?
Not your dad, all right?
All right. Thank you. So, yes, the fact is very few horses sadly made it home from the front. If they weren't killed in action, they were likely to be fed to prisoners or turned into fertilizer. What animals did the Carthaginian general Hannibal use to defeat King Eumenes of Pergamon in 184 BC?
Elephant.
No.
No. He used to defeat who?
King Eumenes of Pergamon.
Right. Him.
Him, there he is.
Is he defeated?
Horses,
Not
tigers,
horses.
Lions, leopards, mice.
Bacteria.
Snakes.
Snakes.
Put lots of snakes
Not
in earthenware
really.
jars.
I don't think of that as an animal, really.
Well, put them in earthenware pots, threw them at the enemy onto their ships.
Really?
Yeah.
What a great idea.
Snakes on a plane was almost the first example of it. How did Snakes on a Plane come about? Do you know?
Snakes on a plane.
Yes, the film.
People had more money than sense, and
Maybe. No, supposedly it was a group of scriptwriters sitting around trying to think up the stupidest name, really? like a pub game, and someone said, Snakes on a Plane, and they said, you know, that's so crap, it's good.
It would be scary to be on a plane with lots of snakes, though. I mean...
yes, it would.
I like the film.
Is
It's
it
quite
good?
scary.
The key would be whether the mechanism, the plot that leads to the snakes being on the plane is believable or not.
Well, they get out of a thing in a hole.
Oh, well, that sounds all right to me.
Yes.
And they're snakes, so they can get through tiny
They come up
gaps.
the loo.
Whoa!
Might well do.
Ooh. Anyway, yes. Hannibal defeated the Pergamese by bombing them with pots full of snakes. How would you use a Monopoly set to escape from a prison camp?
I could see how you might use a buckaroo.
Just fly out over the fence.
I mean, you'd probably just keep ending up on the barbed wire. Again,
Try it with the bucket. Is it the covering up the hole with it?
Well...
Like in Shawshank?
No, there was a man whose nickname was Clutty Hutton, who in Britain bought up lots of Monopoly boards and turned them into escape kits that he then set up through MI9 with these pretend charities.
So that you'd get a get out of jail free card. That's a very good idea.
It was. No, what was brilliant was
the secret
that hidden in the Monopoly board were incredibly useful things.
A file.
like a small dog, tiny hat, and a little ship.
There would be real money interspersed with the Monopoly money. There would be maps on silk, because they obviously tried it on paper. It's too bulky and rustly, but on silk, on parachute silk, you get an enormous amount of detail and tiny. That's an example of his earlier work, putting a compass in a military tunic button. The Germans got wise to this. They'd unscrew them, eat the buttons, and they'd see it. So then they reversed the thread. So when the Germans unscrewed it, they in fact tightened the button. Then they got wise to that. So then he used razor blades, which were magnetised at one end, so that when they were attached to something metal, they would spin round with the G of Gillette would point north, which was very good. So they were well disguised.
They said, now look, we put the normal thread on.
Yeah.
Old Kraut, he's unscrewing it.
Yeah.
Then what we've done is we've put it the other way. So when he's unscrewing it,
Yes.
he's actually tightening it.
That's right.
Now we've got a step further. We've done one here. You can't get the top off.
Isn't there a flaw in that, sir?
Don't complicate it. Don't complicate it, Perkins. No one's going to see this bloody compass, that's for sure. Give it a try. You won't get it off.
Oh, very good, sir.
In many ways, it's become what I call a button.
If I was the German camp commandant, I'd have made them all wear duffel coats.
If it was me, if I was in charge, I would have started shipping out giant Jengas.
Would you?
Well, then you just build them up. You know the Jengas you get in pub gardens?
Yes,
Just massive one, just hop over the fence.
Brilliant. If only you'd been in charge then.
Or snakes and ladders, but with actual ladders.
Yes.
And real snakes that scare the Germans. Good British snakes who didn't like the look of a German soldier and would go up to them and go...
What about if they gave them toy tanks, but really big ones? Then they could turn around and go, take this, Jerry. The best place in the world to discover an entirely new species.
The National Geographic Channel.
Maybe.
They're at the forefront.
Do you think you might spot something on the edge of shot? The documentary makers see, they're going on about that monkey or whatever, but that's a totally new sort of caterpillar.
What about the Amazon rainforest, where they're discovering new things all the time?
No.
Kent.
Yes, that would do.
Kent?
Kent would do. Basically, your own garden. You may say, no, how? There won't be anything in my garden that hasn't been discovered. You would be amazed. In 1971, Jennifer Owen, a biologist, did a very long-term study of her ordinary garden in a suburban house in Leicester. She discovered 533 species of ichneumon wasp. Just that family of parasitic wasps. 15 of these had never been recorded in Britain. 4 of them were completely new to science in a suburban garden. So in your garden, if you have a garden, there will be things. Gilbert White, the naturalist, said, nature is so full and so varied that if you want to find the place with the most variety, it's the place you most study. It almost doesn't matter. Just take a piece of land and look at it hard enough, you will see things that...
You're still going rainforest, I'm sorry.
Yes, but you'd have to travel thousands of miles, you'd have to park there, you'd have to look, you'd have to, you know...
Park?
The point... Yes.
Everyone knows it's a nightmare parking.
I'm really worried that my brain let me say that.
Where?
The congestion charge alone would just make drives up the cost of research around.
Who taught to the great father of geography, Alexander von Humboldt, how to speak the Ature language 40 years after the last person who spoke it died?
A confidence trickster.
A parrot.
Yes! Oh, George Brown!
That is good,
though. Brilliant. You are rocking. You are absolutely rocking. He was in Venezuela, Alexander von Humboldt, and he heard about this tribe that had been eaten by the Caribs, a cannibalistic tribe of the area. And they'd all gone, apparently, but someone said, no, there is a parrot who still is alive. The parrots can live quite a long time. And it knows...
How did it talk its way out of that?
It had 40 words in the language, which von Humboldt wrote down and learned. But, of course, we can't know how accurate it was. He was with someone who spoke a related language, and they made guesses as to what the 40 Ature words might be.
Sort of like, who's a cheeky boy, then? That sort of thing.
He would quite like that, because he was gay, Humboldt, funnily enough, as it happened.
Well, I find that kind of stereotyping rather offensive. So you're saying that all gay people are like cheeky boys?
No, he might quite like to say...
When are you going to let up with your relentless gay bashing?
How many words can a parrot learn, do you know?
182.
It's good and specific. There have been some 200. But the odd thing is why they speak at all. Why is it that they do mimic humans?
It's they have that little thing in the back of their throat that I have where they can go...
But the extraordinary thing is no parrot in the wild has ever been observed mimicking another bird or another animal.
So but there are birds in the wild
There are birds that do.
Noises.
Yes, minor birds and other birds. Yeah. But parrots don't. In the wild, they just have their own screech and they're satisfied with that. They don't imitate other birds. They've never been observed to. And that is rather a shock, isn't it?
Do you have the answer to this? I hope
no,
so.
I don't.
You don't?
I'm sorry, no, it's a real question. So Humboldt apparently learned Ature. Doctor, I can't stop singing Auld Lang Syne. So the doctor says, I'll have to send you to the Burns unit.
Very good.
Now, what's wrong with that joke?
Is it absolutely terrible.
Yes, see. Now, any other thoughts? What is all
Well,
right?
no, of course it's not, because Burns Night is not on New Year's Eve, is it? It's on, when is it?
25th of January.
20th, yes.
Yes.
So, of course, you wouldn't be singing Auld Lang Syne and Burns Night. You'd be singing it on New Year's Eve. So
That's true.
You'd be waiting 3
But
weeks.
most people think that Auld Lang Syne was written by Robbie Burns. And, yeah.
Auld Lang Syne wasn't even written by Burns.
That's right. Although a lot of members of the Burns Society believe he wrote it and say that it's nonsense he didn't, he himself said he didn't. He said it was a traditional song that he wrote down. Really? Yeah. Auld Lang Syne first comes up in 1724. We see it, and that was 35 years before Burns was born. It's a very popular song, though, in all kinds of places, especially in the Far East. In Japan, it's played daily to mark closing time in most large department stores. So, how did Burns sign himself? What was his name? What did he call himself?
Rabbi.
Not Rabbi, funny.
Robin.
Robin he did, yes. Robin and Rab and Robert, but never Robbie or Rabbi, oddly enough. Although everyone calls him Rabbi or Robbie Burns. Yeah. And there you go. What does it mean, Auld Lang Syne?
Old,
I know what it means. Long
remembrance?
Signs.
Yeah, kind of old long since. It means in the old days, long time ago. And how do the words go? Anyone who can give me the lyrics gets points.
All the winter be forgotten never.
Should all the winter be
forgotten for the sake of
Auld Lang Syne.
We'll pack a couple kindness yet for the sake of Auld Lang.
Oh, yes, 4 points. Spot on. There you go. Yesterday, I went to the supermarket, and all I wanted was a loaf of bread and some milk, and I came back with a small jar of truffle oil, a pot of organic anchovy.
I remember that day, that was
yes. And a flagon of fermented essence of Vietnamese sucking goat and a small curly-headed chap. When all I wanted was bread and milk. What was going on?
Early onset dementia, Stephen, which I think that's what it is.
It seems
They're
so.
very clever with the way they put things in the aisles and they catch you out. You end up with a Swiss roll you had no intention of buying.
Precisely. There is a huge science to the placing of products. There's a thing called a Grün transfer. There was a man called Victor Grün who was generally considered the father of this whole business. Apparently, men buy things from higher up. They're also more likely to pay more. So everyday things that women are more likely to buy are at 3 to 4 feet, and the more expensive premium goods are higher up. The men will pluck those, say, yeah, that's good, that's the best, that's the most expensive one, that must be the best, because we're stupid like that. And the women will say, oh, that's a good price, I'll get that one. It's called the Grün transfer.
They play different music during it, because you're more or less price sensitive at different times of the day. They play different music. It's more kind of sedate supermarket-y music during the afternoon, but by half an hour before the supermarket closes, they speed up the music in order to make you shop faster. And also the people go bip, bip, bip quicker because the music develops a beat. So they actually,
Start playing the Crimson Tide music. People shot like their lives depend on it.
It seems we're all victim to this. I mean, I have to confess, I like to think of myself as an independently minded person, but I've gone into these shops wanting 4 things and come out with 20. Which of us hasn't?
But they make them look nice, but then you go home and enjoy them. It's
Oh,
not
that's
like
true.
You go home and go, this is just tar. Why the hell do they make me buy it? It is still a packet of biscuits. You go home and go, thank God I bought that nice packet of biscuits. I can have that now.
Yes, there is an element to that.
Yeah, I mean, like, we give out them as if they're being foisted upon us, like, and the guy in the mirror, they have bought our tar biscuits again. Take all good things off the shelves, only tar from here on.
Anyway, that's probably enough about that. Shops have a number of tricks up their sleeves in order to trick us into buying things we don't need. When you've fallen for them, you're the victim of a Grün transfer. How did Captain Schlitz, number 2, sink his own U-boat?
I'm assuming that the good captain was in the bath. This couldn't have happened in an actual...
No, it was a real...
What, you mean playing with a toy U-boat?
And
it was
with
a
number
real
2.
U-boat. Oh, I see. I read number 2 in that sense, is what you think?
Yes.
Not in the yes, number 1, carry on,
He might
number 1.
have blocked the loo and caused some sort of terrible backup. Affected the ballast.
Imagine how the lavatory on a submarine works.
Sorry about it, a bit of a clue. Yeah. Ruthless competitor. It's something to do with the flush on the toilet.
How does that work, do you imagine, when you're underwater?
It's sucked in out, but it let water in, presumably, does it?
Well, the point is that obviously the levatoral arrangements of a boat that's submersible are very complex because you can't just flush the water out in the way you couldn't from an aeroplane or a train. And you had to have special training to operate the flush.
Or you shoot a sailor out of the torpedo tube, tied to a rope, he relieves himself and you pull him back in.
Well, it seems that what happened was Captain Schlitt in his U-boat U-1206. This is April the 14th, 1945, so just before the end of the war.
Oh, how annoying.
Very annoying for him. And he has a poo. And he claims that the loo was faulty and didn't work properly. The clue, as they would say, the clue was gebrochen. It was not working. But there is a theory that, in fact, he'd just done a rather monster and unpleasant poo and was too embarrassed to ask the sailor who was responsible for the doing of the flushing to come in because there was a bit of a... And so he did it himself and got it in the wrong order, and he filled the place with sewage and water. But more importantly...
And just left it.
Yeah, had it...
As you would if you were in a hotel.
Yeah. You cannot say that wasn't... Yeah, that was like that when I went in. It was...
don't go in that one, my God.
So as he climbed out of the tower of the submarine and the
No, they're underwater, that's the point.
This all happened... Did they sink?
Underwater,
Did they perish?
Well, what happened, you see, is there was a leak of this water. The water came in, and it leaked into... What powered those U-boats?
Diesel?
No. They had a battery. A huge acid battery. And when the seawater hits the battery, it creates chlorine gas, toxic chlorine gas. And so they had to rise up to the surface to vent, and they were spotted and blown out of the water. So just because he
It's very unfair to shoot a man with his trousers round down.
It is a bit, but it is the only known case.
This doesn't count.
Captain Karmadov Schlitt sank his own U-boat using nothing more deadly than its own lavatory. Aristotle, as I'm sure you all know, thought that heavier objects fell faster than lighter objects. And it seems an intuitive and correct idea, but Galileo worked out that they didn't. And how did he do that?
Wait for it! He dropped 2 cannonballs off the Leaning Tower of Pisa.
Ah, well, did he? Oh. I'm sorry about that, but the reality is that he worked out that this was the case from his head. He then did some experiments with ramps and things that proved it to be true.
What's heavier, a ton of gold or a ton of feathers?
Exactly that kind of thing, if you like. But what he's saying is that half a ton... He's saying half a ton of coal... What Galileo said...
Like a sort of Elton John party request or something,
Of course, the answer is that one of them is heavier, isn't there? Because gold is measured in troy weight rather than avoirdupois, and they're different. So a ton of gold is different to a ton of feathers. Sorry. I believe. I'm sorry. So what Galileo said was that half a ton of coal falls at the same speed as a ton of coal. That's the point. Falls at the same speed. You know, if you let go at the same time, they'll both hit the ground at the same time.
How could you get a ton of coal up in the air?
Well, indeed. Galileo's reasoning was thusly wise. He said that if you had a heavy object, if you believed Aristotle, it falls fast, and the lighter one slow. So suppose you attach the light one to the heavy one. Well, the heavy one falls faster than the light one, so it would make the light one fall faster. Or the light one would hold the heavy one up because it's going slower. By attaching them together, you would make it go both faster and slower. And that's obviously impossible. The only explanation is that they both travel at the same speed. And he then proved it. And on Apollo 15, Scott, the astronaut, thought he'd try and see if Galileo was right. And we have a clip of him doing it. It's rather wonderful.
And I'll drop the 2 of them here, and hopefully they'll hit the ground at the same time. How about that? But it proves that Mr. Galileo was correct in his findings.
Isn't that cool? Astronaut David Scott proving Galileo right with a hammer and a feather. But Galileo established it by the power of his own thought. How many cricket pitches are there in Kansas?
1 big one.
Well, there's certainly it's a big square shape, but not a cricket pitch shape, Kansas.
It's to do with the measurement of corn, isn't it? It's to do with the measurement... It's nothing to do with the measurement of
No,
corn.
you're on exactly the right lines. Americans, how do they measure? Do they use the metric system or do they use a version of our imperial system?
They use yards and feet and miles and...
Yes, and the length of a cricket pitch, which is?
22 yards.
22 yards, and it's called a chain.
OK.
And when America was being measured out, they used these ancient English measurements. A chain, as I say, is 22 yards. There are 10 chains to a word that's still used in sport.
Furlong?
A furlong. Brilliant. 4 points, 7 points. 80 chains to a...
Mile?
Mile, yes. Excellent. Well, you do very well here. And an acre is 10 square chains. That's where an acre is derived. OK? And this man, Gunter's chain, he actually had a chain that he used, like that, to measure out the land. So the whole of the northern Midwestern states were initially into blocks of 24 miles by 24, and within that subdivided into 20 chains by 20 chains, known as 40s, because that would be 40 acres. You may remember in The Grapes of Wrath, the Steinbeck novel, that the farmstead is the smallest type of farm, which is known as a 40.
I know a thing about the 40.
Oh, yes.
The 40 acres.
Yeah.
Did they not, when they had the emancipation of the slaves, were they not each entitled to a 40?
Yeah.
That was indeed.
And a mule, which is why Spike Lee called his company 40 acres and a mule. That's the thing I know about the 40.
7 points again. It's just the 7 times table.
And is the country still divided by the Willie Nelson line?
You can see them there. This is from the air. And because Kansas, which is one of the most rectangular shapes of any of the states, almost perfectly so, you can actually calculate how many it is. And it's 3,474,386,388 cricket pitches would fit in there, in fact.
That's quite different to the answer I had.
How many men have been president of the United States?
Oh, it's 46 or something?
Well, shall we ask the great man himself? Shall we ask the current president?
Is he here?
Is he here tonight? Ladies and gentlemen.
What a waste of a guest. I'm glad you've given up my seat. I think he sat in the audience for this one.
Here he is, the president, but which number of the United States? He's here to tell us.
I thank President Bush for his service to our nation. As well as the generosity and cooperation he has shown throughout this transition. 44 Americans have now taken the presidential oath.
He's wrong. He made a mistake.
He's only been on once and he's wrong already.
He is currently known as the 44th, just as Bush was known as the 43rd, but they aren't. Bush was the 42nd and he's the 43rd.
Oh.
Do you know why this is?
One of them was invisible.
Was there someone who was president for a bit and then stopped being president? Someone else was president and came back?
There was one non-consecutive president,
Right.
who was the 22nd and the 24th.
Why did they count him as two? That doesn't make any sense. Yet they count Clinton as one.
Yeah, because his terms are consecutive. This one was the 22nd, then Benjamin Harrison was president, and then he was the 24th. This was Grover Cleveland.
I think if I was doing that, if I was setting that system up, I would have gone for the number of different men. Right?
Yes.
I would say, you know, that you get a new number if you're a different man.
Person, exactly.
Not if there was a gap.
No, I know, but there's only ever been one gap, and for some reason they didn't do that. So when he took his second oath, he was called the 24th president, although he was the same man who'd been the 22nd.
Well, he was actually Stalin.
He was, he does look a bit like
So not only did he rule Russia, kill millions of people, he was two presidents of the United States.
It's a weird system,
That's
isn't
a CV.
it? It's quite a bombshell.
Now we know what he was doing in between presidents.
Yeah, exactly. Barack Obama is, in fact, the 43rd person to become president of the United States because Grover Cleveland held the position twice with a 4-year break in between, making him the 22nd and the 24th president of the United States. How much of the moon can you see from the Earth?
Well, you can see one side of it.
Yes. There is this strange thing called libration, which is it's like vibration beginning with an L. It's a thing that was noted by quite a few of the early astronomers.
Can I say, sorry, Stephen, but if that's an acceptable way of defining a word,
what?
Libration. It's like vibration, but beginning with an L.
Just so you can picture it in your heads. Is that bad?
I was with you already, just with libration.
I thought you might have heard it as libation or something like that. That's all.
What does it mean?
Well, I was about to tell you, and then somebody came and said... No, I'll tell you. You get this kind of jiggling effect. Basically, what it comes down to is you can see about 59% of the surface
at one
of the
time
moon from Earth. Obviously, when it's a new moon or whatever, then you see it's a lot less. But you can see 59% of the surface, rather than just... How upset are the Germans about the 1966 World Cup?
Well, very, I would say. Well, they would be, surely, I would have thought, a proud nation like the Germans.
They were upset at the time, but I said, how upset are they? They barely remember it. If you asked every German who won the World Cup in 1966...
Yeah, they're pretending.
No, because the fact is...
World Cup? No, I don't know.
No, because we care about it, they don't. They care about their scores against Holland. That's their big thing. They really, honestly, if you ask the average German, they're just... 66. They really don't know. Oh, did you? Well done. You know.
International.
For us, it was like everything. Wow, we won. But they, in 1974, beat the Dutch, and that to them was the one they really, really care about.
But they surely, the Dutch have never provided a great deal of opposition to them. Generally, in history, they've just walked into Holland whenever they fancied it.
Oh, in that sense.
Any time they want, they just go into Holland, which is just like spin the windmill. I haven't mentioned it yet. I was talking about the great Geschmerz-flip in 1762, where they just walked into Holland, but they can just enter. I'll mention the War of Holland. You have to. Surely they're denying their true rivalry, which will be with us.
Why
they're in denial.
We may think that, but it's up to them to decide. I mean, you can't force a German to care about whether they beat us or not.
Well, they bloody well should.
Yes. I'm sure you're very upset by it, but, I mean, they just don't care that much. And there are other things like the sun lounge hogging with the towel.
Yeah.
Is that something you've actually experienced?
Yeah.
There's some picture of it.
These are some of Alan's holiday photos he's brought with
It turns out that a German lawyer called Ralph Hooker actually did a study, and he confirms that we think it. But Germans are blissfully unaware of their reputation in this case.
No,
But
really?
a study by Halifax...
I think they don't care, is the right description of it.
They just don't... They don't know that's what we think of them.
They
but
think
Halifax Travel
it's
Insurance...
just common sense
Yeah.
to go down before breakfast, basically at dawn.
It turns
and take
out
all the beds around the pool.
that Halifax Travel Insurance in 2009 confirmed with a study that Germans are the most likely to reserve sun lounges with towels. And which nation do you think is the second most likely to?
The Dutch.
The British.
The British.
Yeah, very close.
Who turn up
In
10
fact.
minutes later.
Exactly. Well, the French and Italians and Portuguese are having breakfast and not really
Well, and
caring.
also they're in their own countries.
Yeah, well, that's... that's true.
Enjoying the lovely food and weather.
That is highly travelling at a snail's pace. Never mind snail mail. What happened to the snail telegram or telegraph?
That's not it, is it?
No. Amazingly, a Frenchman called Benoit had a theory that when two snails, male and female, mated, right, that forever afterwards they had a telepathic power. There's some mating snails for you. And that no matter how far away they were, they could communicate thoughts to each other. So he raised money to develop this system where he had a sort of dish to which he glued, right, 24 snails, which he labelled A to Z, missing out, I think, Q and X, possibly. And then the mates of each one, he did the same to on another dish, and the other dish could go to New York. All you had to do was wibble the A, and the A in New York one would wibble because it had mated with the... And so you'd send your message by typing snails, and the person at the other end would watch the snails vibrate and read out the message. But, as I say, the amazing thing is he found someone to invest in this.
And that, gentlemen, is how we broke the Enigma code.
Isn't it fantastic? It was called the Passylalinic sympathetic compass, using escargotic vibration.
These snails are just disgusting.
They are.
Riding all over each other. Will they stop it? Get a room.
Technically, they have got a room.
They carry their own room around with them. Yes, that's sort of their thing.
Is it wrong to be aroused now? Because I
Oh. Anyway, sadly, the Passilolynic sympathetic compass, or Snail Telegraph, simply didn't work. It was quite interesting about the birth of Julius Caesar. Yes.
It was a wolf. Somebody with a wolf. He was sucked out by a wolf.
I think it's an unfortunate sort of illusion of Romulus and Remus there, not Julius Caesar.
Right.
Romulus and Remus were said to have been suckled by wolves. Yes.
Caesarean section.
Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. Oh, dear, I'm afraid that's another cunningly laid trap you've fallen into, Mr. Bond. It's...
I felt that might happen to me.
I know, it's sort of inevitability.
There's something about that felt like...
the fact is that...
I'm a bit lemming-like, aren't I?
You're small and furry and attractive.
Stephen Wright said he was born by caesarean section. It doesn't really affect him, except when he goes into a room, he leaves by the window. Julius Caesar was born by caesarean section.
No, he was not.
Well, what does it mean, then? Why is it caesarean section?
It's a corruption of the word cadere, meaning to cut. There was such a thing as what we call caesarean section in Roman times, but the mother always died. The only way they knew how to do it would always kill the mother.
Slash and
grab. Aurelia, who was Julius Caesar's mother, was known to have lived well into his adulthood, so he could not have been born by caesarean
So that's
section.
not the answer.
How was he born?
How was he born?
We don't know
We're named after June.
we don't know anything particularly extraordinary about his features of birth. We just wanted Laughing Boy here to fall into the trap.
Question.
I'm afraid it worked. I'm sorry.
So it's just a purely a trap.
It was purely a trap. I'm sorry about that.
They couldn't do the eyes, could they, the sculptors in them days?
No, they couldn't.
It's just rubbish.
No.
Well, they said, what do you think? And he went, that's...
They probably
even tried, haven't they?
coloured them in, though, you see.
They used to paint them.
Coloured them in. They're all painted. Quite right. They're all painted.
Do I get points for
Why
that?
wasn't that all painted then?
Yeah.
Same with English churches, which were all clearly painted.
No, and then, of course, the White Cliffs of Dover as well. That was all coloured in one time. Big jungle scene, out of giraffes.
What a massive great mural all around the south coast.
All the different peoples of the world holding hands.
All pointing at Westlife, drowning in the sea and going, yay! Because they used to do public drownings. Why don't they do it for people on death row, drown them?
You could ask for your last meal to be coconuts and you could form a raft in there.
Describe the rules on a pirate ship. Rules? Yeah. What sort of rules would they have?
Obviously, they've got a captain.
Yes.
So he's in charge. So I imagine he gets most of the gold and whatever they find.
Well, oddly enough, no, they had two senior officers, the captain and the quartermaster. And the captain could be vetoed by the quartermaster on all matters except battle, except rules of engagement when fighting. And they had strong laws. And the quartermaster was, he was about how much they divvied out, including he decided how much the captain got. The captain had no special quarters. He didn't have a, wonderful room such as you imagine in movies. So it's not exactly hierarchical. It's kind of a rule of two, the quartermaster and the captain. Otherwise, it was more or less a democracy in a strange sort of way, but with strict rules. For example, in Captain Bartholomew Roberts' ship, the Fortune, there was no gambling. It was like a boarding school. No smuggling girls into the dorm. No playing music on a Sunday. And lights out at 8 o'clock sharp in the evening.
It's rubbish being a pirate.
I know. That's not quite what you imagine.
My dad, the captain. That's rubbish.
Where are you going to smuggle these girls from, anyway?
That's true.
Do you rescue one from the sea? No.
When it came to women aboard, the articles of Captain George Lowther, who was a famous pirate of his day, said, if at any time you meet with a prudent woman, that man that offers to meddle with her, without her consent, shall suffer present death. So meddling with a prudent woman without her consent got you death. So they really were very strict with each other.
So meddling was rape, really?
Well, I think essentially we're talking about rape.
Lost its meaning by the time Scooby-Doo came on.
Exactly. Why you pesky kids haven't meddled?
Notorious gang rapists.
That's just terrible. I'm ashamed of you.
Why is the pirate voice similar to the farmer's voice? Why is there something? Arr! Get off my land!
There's one man responsible. Right. Do you know who it is?
It'll be a film actor.
Yes.
Oh, OK.
Treasure Island.
He played in a great performance of Treasure Island. And in fact, Tony Hancock, the great comedian, he first started out as an impersonator of this actor.
Lawton?
No, not quite as well known as Lawton. In his own day, he was very, very well known, but now less well known.
Anybody?
Someone, we've mentioned on QI before.
Hang on a minute.
The chances of Alan remembering it are...
Someone in the front row saying, you've done this! This was on Dave on Tuesday. New facts.
Yeah, well, it was Robert Newton, anyway.
Robert Newton.
Thank you, yes.
Robert Newton.
Robert Newton is the right answer, yeah, but it doesn't count because we've had it before. There we are.
Prowse almost did that, didn't he, to Darth Vader? He has a West Country accent, didn't he?
Yes,
and he famously thought that he was going to be used, didn't he?
Yes.
With his West Country accent, he got redone.
I am
by
your
James Earl
father.
Jones. Very upset.
I'm your father, and I'm your brother as well.
Darth Vader on a big tractor. Yeah. Trundling down the corridors of the Death Star, chewing a bit of straw. Darth. Mr. Darth to you.
Mr. Darth. It's, yeah, anyway.
You know the skull and crossbone flag?
Yes.
Do they really have that? Because, I mean, that's really giving it
we
away,
definitely
isn't it?
covered that in the last
Oh,
series.
really? I must have missed it.
Alan will tell you all about it.
Go on.
Jolly Roger.
Well, yeah, everyone knows it's called. Or is that a proposition? Maybe later, Alan.
It's been 10 years, Stephen, and I've finally come round to it. It's time for a Jolly Roger.
What are trees made of?
Wood.
Is the right answer. Yes, well done. You see? And what is wood made of?
Carbon.
Yes. And where does the carbon come from?
The Earth.
The Earth?
Yeah.
No, you'd think most of what makes a tree was drawn up from the soil in nutrients.
It's air,
It's actually vast majority of everything that makes a tree comes from the air, yeah. Photosynthesis, which breaks down the air and leaves the carbon. And that's the carbon that makes a tree, so it is made of carbon. It's quite surprising. Now, until 2008, it was legal to smoke what I'm talking about in Dutch coffee shops, but now they've changed the law. So what is it? Yes.
Tobacco.
He's clever. He's right. We thought you might say cannabis, but you're too smart.
No, they don't mind you smoking that. They encourage it.
Yeah.
I went to Amsterdam when I was 19 years old, and I don't do drugs, and I'd never done drugs, and I sat in this cafe, and everyone was smoking, and genuinely, I said, no, I'm not going to touch that, I'll just have a piece of cake. And I ate this cake, and then someone said, you know what's in
It's a
that,
hash
don't you?
brownie.
But I thought that was the same way as you have, like, brandy and trifle or something. I thought it's not going to get you drunk. It's just a little jokey thing they say. So I had one. I said had no effect. I'll have another one. So I ate another one, and then 2 o'clock in the morning, I accused the taxi driver of trying to kill me.
No, you're right. The point is, it leads to rather bizarre situations. If you mixed your cannabis with tobacco in a coffee shop, you would be fined.
Well, that's what they used to sell.
So you can only have pure...
Semi-mixed or...
Not since July 2008. Now you have to smoke your cannabis as pure cannabis in grass or hashish form, I suppose.
So you can't get passive smoking from pure...
No, it's fantastically carcinogenic. It's much more carcinogenic than tobacco.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
It's 7 times more or something.
Oh, sure, really?
So here it is.
Well...
3 joints, that's 20 fags.
Oh, my goodness. But in the street, if you were to smoke... You could smoke tobacco in the street, but if you were to mix it with cannabis, you'd be breaking the law by doing that.
Yeah,
so it's a very complicated system.
Whether to go indoors or out.
Magic mushrooms.
Magic mushrooms.
Or a version of magic mushrooms. Since you're talking about drugs, the fly agaric, which is that sort of like the mushroom you get in a fairy tale. You'd see a little elf
like a big cheese
sticking on it. It's sort of red with white spots on it.
Yeah.
The fly agaric in Siberia was eaten by the reindeer, and so the reindeer would eat this fly agaric and they'd bounce around
off their face.
And that is where they reckon the legend of flying reindeer came from.
Oh, Oh,
For your
that's
Christmas
a
edition of QI.
Christmassy story. Thank you, David.
The drug-addled reindeer. Old
And
Siberia.
then, because it's highly toxic to humans, so they would collect the reindeer urine and drink it and get a secondary
hit.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
And then you could drink the wee of the man that drunk it. Just a mild sort of nice feeling.
Eventually, it would come down to a tiny little, just a cube, wouldn't it? And they would pop it in your drink, and it'd be like a little sort of Pro Plus.
Fella was Frankenstein. Yes.
Green.
Frankenstein was a baron in a novel who was a scientist who made a monster.
Yes, I know. And the monster's name?
The monster's name?
The monster's actual name in the book. He does have a name.
Go on, tell us.
Adam.
Adam, of course he's called Adam, because he's like the first man he's made. So, yes, what colour, obviously, was Frankenstein's monster?
Oh,
Yep.
green. But I mean, purple.
Well, I was going to say sort of grey colour, but that's because I only ever saw him in black and white.
No.
I don't really know what
She didn't write a black and white book, except in the sense the print was black and the paper was white, but she used coloured words, and she did describe Mary Shelley, who wrote the novel, of course. It's in 1818.
Yellow.
Yellow is the answer. His yellow skin scarcely covered the work of muscles and arteries beneath. His hair was of a lustrous black and flowing, his teeth of a pearly whiteness.
When she says it's scarcely covered, does she mean there were gaps?
Yeah, because he was like a dead body had been brought back
Bits
to life.
of them.
So he was like,
Hang on.
like the mummy. You remember when the mummy gets, in the movie, gets...
Bits come off.
Imhotep.
Imhotep.
Imhotep. Imhotep. Yeah, well, Frankenstein's monster was, in fact, yellow in the book, anyway. So tell me, what good did the Great Fire of London do?
Pretender. I'm risking it here, but I don't care. Wiped out the plague.
Oh, dear It was taught in school, so you've got every reason to think it, but it's just simply not true. There's no evidence whatsoever. Apart from anything else, the plague was already over.
Well, yeah, but it wiped out the conditions in which it could have come back.
Not really, because the plague was mostly in the suburbs, not in the city. The city was not the place that was most affected by the plague, but it was the place that was destroyed by the fire. By the time September 1666 happened, which was the fire, there were very few deaths. It had gone down to... It had almost ended. No one quite knows why it ended, but it certainly wasn't the fire.
Did it make it easier for them to knock down a load of places that they had their eye on?
Essentially, that's the point. It gave the chance to Christopher Wren to get some church building done, especially St Paul's, of course.
So they had lots of grandiose plans about turning London into a grid or a spiral or that, and then they kind of thought about it for ages and then went, put it back as it was.
Yes.
You know, all squiggly lines and weird corners, please.
Yeah, which we love. It is one of the
Yeah, but I think Christopher Wren was a bit depressed about it.
Yeah. Well, the best thing about the Great Fire of London was that it got Wren an opportunity to build... What's the toughest way, though, to become a mummy?
Well...
I'll take it.
Yeah.
Here's Jimmy. Reverse cowgirl.
Now, they understand that. You're going to have to explain it to me. What is your reverse
I'm going to need a volunteer from the audience.
If you're having sex with me...
Yeah.
Or Mel.
Yeah.
So you're having sex with Mel,
Yeah.
and you're lying down
Yes.
on your back,
Yeah.
and Mel is... I can't use her name in that stuff. She's
Jordan.
sitting on top of you, but looking away. Reverse cowgirl.
Oh.
I find they're much happier without looking away from me.
That, however,
Especially if they can see out the
is,
window. It's like a budgie.
She could be reading a book or watching telly. She could do what she wants.
She can see the telly or outdoors. She don't mind.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. It's catch-up time for women,
So
basically.
she's doing Sudoku or whatever.
Yes, whatever you need to do. You just...
Yes, you're thinking of making babies, aren't you? That sort of mummy, I realise now as well. Yeah. Can you turn yourself into a mummy? That's the point.
Probably.
Yeah, you could, couldn't you?
Probably wrap yourself up in...
Mummify
Well, haven't you got to take your liver out through your nose? That's what they used to do, isn't it? They used to take the organs out through the mouth and nose.
Well, the brain they would take out through the nose. They'd agitate it with hooks so that it turned into a liquid mush and then...
Oh!
Yeah, I know.
Worse than being buried alive?
and then after that, they would kill them.
Yeah, wow. But the Soku Shinbutsu were members of an obscure Buddhist sect who, in Japan, used to practice the rather macabre idea of self-mummification. This is what they'd do. It's quite complicated. It's really interesting. See if you do this. For 1,000 days, right, a priest would eat nuts and seeds while taking part in vigorous physical activity so that he had no body fat. He'd then only eat bark and roots for another 1,000 days, and then drink a poisonous tea made from the sap of the urushi tree that caused him to vomit and lose bodily fluids. And then he would lock himself into a tiny stone tomb with an air tube and a bell, and he'd sit in the lotus position, and every day he'd ring his bell to show that he was alive. And when the bell stopped, the tube was removed and the tomb was sealed, and then other monks in the temple waited for another 1,000 days and then opened the tomb, and if the monk had succeeded in preserving his body in his death, he would be considered to have achieved the state of a truly enlightened Buddha.
Who made up that game?
Buddhists.
You know, it's a terrible photo of him. If I was going to go to all that trouble, I'd have a decent photo taken of me.
I like this because, I mean, a lot of people get away with thinking that Buddha is like the sane religion. Buddhists, you know, Buddhists are normal and decent, but even Buddhism has weirdery beyond belief, really, I'm afraid. Yeah.
They don't do it like that anymore, obviously, do they?
No, it's now an illegal form of suicide.
They have a webcam now, don't they?
I think as a form of suicide, though, I think that should be promoted because, you know, if you jump off something high and land, it's all over very quickly. You've not been able to think it through. With that, you can sort of change your mind. You go, do you know what? I fancy a drink. After about 900 days, you go, oh, pizza wouldn't go amiss.
If you open it after 1,000 days and he hasn't turned into a mummy, would you say, that's it, I told you he had a Twix?
Anyway, yes, members of an obscure Buddhist sect in Japan went through an extremely rigorous process of self-mummification until the practice was stopped in the 19th century.
What kind of music do spiders like?
Well, I reckon they got 8 legs. They'd appreciate a one-man band. You know, that chicka chicka ching dum dum. No, they'd kind of appreciate that all-round entertainer.
Etc.
Kylie Minogue.
What is that?
Spinning around.
Oh, spinning around, very good. You could have said Andrew Lloyd Webber, I suppose.
Actually, on a similar note, might it be Cliff Richards? Because
Richards?
isn't his real name Cliff Richard, rather? I beg your pardon. Webb.
Oh, yeah. Webb. It's all very good.
Webb.
Marty Webb. It's all just, isn't it?
But I don't think spiders are that into puns. I think they like flies, stuff like that. Jeez. I'll tell you an interesting fact about spiders. The huntsman spider, which, well, a little fact everyone knows, doesn't actually build a web, is the only spider with lungs.
Oh, I like that.
So you can get it a birthday cake with a candle on.
Yeah.
That's a sweet thing to think of. What a nice way of thinking. What do spiders do to flies?
They wrap them up in web, like in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, and...
Silk.
And then take them off, wait till they've toughened up a bit, and then they eat them.
Well, that's the other thing, is they don't eat them, they drink them.
They drink them.
Because they squirt them with acid that dissolves them into a sort of
Flies,
liquid.
when they land on your food, they immediately vomit on it. And then they tread about on it like that, get it all mushy, and then they digest that.
That's quite rude, isn't it?
It is. They listen with their feet, their 8 feet.
Here you coming.
And they have a penis on their head. Oh. That's on the end of a little feeler. That's where their mating organ is, the males.
They're just a mess,
Exactly. They're all dickheads. They have 8 eyes as well, most of them.
Spiders have 8 eyes and 8 legs.
Yes, yeah. Well, the answer to this question is it does seem to be classical music because they did an experiment and they found that in the university...
Who are they?
University of Ohio, in this instance, is they, or are they?
The University of all else better to do.
Well, no.
Formerly the Polytechnic of all else to do.
So, domestic spiders were subjected to Bach, techno, I believe is some kind of modern music, and rap. For techno and rap, they built their webs as far away from the speakers as possible, and for classical music, close to it. Someone very close to me told me about a music called Tesco. Do you know about that? No. It's a blend of disco and techno. It's sweet. And it's Tesco. And they have Tesco evenings in certain nightclubs. Really? That's a type of modern young person's dance music, like two-step UK garage, for example, which is my particular favourite.
These would be nightclubs right on the edge of town. On the edge of plenty of parking.
What tools do you need for do-nothing gardening?
No tools.
You think? It's also called natural gardening or natural farming. It's an Eastern version of our organic farming that has actually spread around the world.
You sort of have to dig with your hands or persuade other animals to do the gardening for you.
Yes, persuade other animals.
So you sort of persuaded a fox who doesn't want a sort of den, but a rockery.
Well, in the case of paddy
get some
fields...
fish in and they desperately try and dig a pond before they die.
Well, fish is right. Well, in paddy fields, where, as I say, it started in the East, they use ducks instead of herbicide. They eat the weeds. The throttly things that kill the rice, and they use carp as well to helps purify and keep the water in the paddy fields good. What travels from Land's End to John O'Groats every year at about 1/3 of a mile per hour, but it slows down a bit on hills?
Does it specifically go from there to there, or is it just a north-south?
It actually goes from the south to the north, but it includes going from Land's End.
Is there a sort of tectonic wave or
it's
something?
not a tectonic
Weird.
wave.
I don't know if they exist. I just made that up.
No, no, it's something sort of slightly more abstract. It's a phenomenon, rather, which you were sort of getting.
Is it
dress sense? If we're talking about moving from the south to the north.
Oh, no, hold on.
The Gulf Stream or something? Does it sort of? Is it a windy thing?
It's seasonal. It is a season.
Spring
is the answer.
Spring.
Spring takes 8 weeks to get from the very south coast all the way up to the very north and up to the Orkneys.
Well, what's the definition of spring?
Well, there is a phenotype analysis you can do of particular common plants blooming. Anyone who lives, say, in the Midlands and occasionally goes to London will say, oh, my God, they've already got their daffodils out, or we haven't yet, or they'll go north and say, oh, they haven't got their tulips yet. And it's very noticeable. Yeah.
So the bloke, when the weatherman's on Radio 4 and he goes, and you might like to make note that it's the first day of spring today. Go, no, it's not! I think you'll find I'm still freezing here.
8 miles a day it does, spring. Is that what we're saying?
I'm saying it takes about 8 weeks to get from John O'Groats, and someone's calculated that as being about 1/3 of a mile per hour.
You could walk and just beat spring.
Yeah.
You could. It's a weird thought. That's very weird, isn't it?
If you timed it with a daffodil, you could and walked at exactly the right speed.
Then
You could
open
go.
his... Oh,
And you would be rather beautiful. I'm in touch with my feminine side.
You're responding to your handwriting beautifully. Well, it's the phenological observations, as they call them, of the various different things that trigger spring. It's a rather wonderful thought, isn't it? Spring moving up like
What travels the wrong way along a motorway at 12 miles per hour? Yes, baby.
There's an elderly man in a Morris Minor.
No, it's one of those motorised wheelchairs.
There you go, you were both going for the same thing. Well, no, this is an effect we might all have experienced on motorways, and a deeply unpleasant one, and yet a perplexing one. There was a wonderful New Yorker cartoon where it showed a huge traffic jam, and a man looking in a puzzled way at a sign that said, traffic jam clears inexplicably 3 miles ahead.
Yeah.
And that's the phenomenon we're looking at. If you drive, you know that sometimes you can be in this terrible traffic jam, and then it will magically clear. No cones, no police, there's not been anything wrong, and you think, well, what was that about? And there's a science which is like fluid dynamics, but they use things called kinematic wave equations. And what happens is a car will suddenly brake, and the car behind it will brake, and the car behind it will brake, and so on and so on. And so it sends a ripple effect back through the traffic. And the one ahead can start off again quite cheerfully, saying, oh, it was only a pigeon diving at my windscreen. But the other ones are still slowing down. And they continue to, going backwards. There you see them backing up. And they continue to back up for quite long distances, while the ones ahead are free. But they've discovered that pulse backwards of braking travels on average about 12 miles an hour and can cause big jams.
Presumably you get the same effect when there's a police car in the slow lane doing 68.
Oh, yes. So annoying.
Everyone
You
doing
inch past
68,
it.
yeah.
If I just... I bet police love that.
Do you ever give them
oh,
the
look,
look?
he's going 71. Shall we? Shall we? But, of course, we know nothing of traffic jams in this country. Which country is the absolute heroic epicentre of the traffic jams, of all traffic jams?
I would think India.
No, it's China. China has epic traffic jams. They had one in 2010 that was over 80 miles long, and it moved on average less than 1 kilometre a day. I'm not kidding you. That's how bad it was. And they're so bad regularly that they now have quite profitable services where you call up this service and they arrive on a motorbike,
two people on a motorbike. One gets in and takes your place in the traffic jam, and you get on the back and the other one drives you through the traffic. But can you imagine?
Do people bring you things like when you get a phone, a pizza and that?
Probably. They're an enterprising people, Chinese, I should imagine so.
But it would be very difficult. I suppose if you bought the pizza on the motorbike, you'd be all right. But it'd be quite frustrating to order the pizza. You go, we're at the lights, so we're 4 days away. I was quite impressed. I went to Las Vegas last year, and they have those billboard trucks that say they can deliver a hooker to your room in 25 minutes. but the pizza still takes half an hour. So what I've worked out is that you could, if you had the resources, get the hooker to pick up the pizza for you.
Absolutely brilliant. What's the most repeated TV show of all time?
Top Gear.
It is. You do get a lot
There's
of Top
not
Gear.
a time of day when it is not possible to watch Top Gear. It's true. It is on, and it's always a different one.
Ah, but this one is one programme.
One show that's the
one show is the most repeated show.
It's a German show.
It's a British comedian, two
Called
British comedians.
The Duchess.
Sorry?
It's called The Duchess or something like that.
I
Or
think you know what I'm referring to,
The waiter or lady somebody. It's it's a
He has to have
British
a drink.
comic being a waiter to a posh.
It's called Dinner for One.
That's right.
And it's shown on every channel in Germany on December the 31st every year, and has been since 1972.
Oh, and I know who's in it as well.
Yes.
Freddie Frinton.
Freddie Frinton, you're right, plays a butler who has to serve a Christmas dinner for his mistress, played by May Ward, who's rather mad and old, and pretend that there are other people there, and he pours out drinks for them and gets drunk himself. You can see a bit of it, here you are. You know, all right, it's broad humour, but it was...
No, it's all very well in its own way, but what's going on with it every single channel, every single year?
It's become a cult. It's unavoidable in Germany. They have parties for it. It's just a tradition. It was a sketch done in 1920. They used to do it, you know, on the halls and all around the other places like that. And a German TV presenter saw it in 1963 and thought it was amusing and said, come and do it on German television. So they did it on German television once, then they did it again to record it. In 1972 they showed it, and they've showed it ever since. And it's become so popular. I think, to give the Germans their credit, they laugh as much ironically at it as we would if we saw it. It's just one of those things that happens to have become an extraordinary tradition.
I'm quite glad we've got the Great Escape over here.
That's our tradition, if you might exactly
Not on every
argue.
channel.
Not on every channel, I agree. It is pretty extreme. It's almost impossible to avoid. Dinner for One with Freddie Frinton. Just how great were the great train robbers?
Well, they're not that great because they got caught.
Well, yeah. I mean, they got so caught. They got caught almost immediately.
Yeah.
And they got caught in very stupid ways. Do you know how they were caught? They went to this farm and played Monopoly using the stolen money as their Monopoly money. And then they cleared out and left their fingerprints over everything, over all the Monopoly set. And they were all, you know, they all had form. They were all, you know, known blaggers. So they were just rounded up, all 12 of the gang of 15. One was acquitted, 2 were never caught. They were pretty inept, is the answer, basically. Who's the most famous of the great train robbers, would you say?
Ronnie Biggs.
Ronnie Biggs.
Ronnie, you've all said Ronnie Biggs, yeah. And what was his role? Was he the mastermind? Is that why he's the best known?
No.
No, he was such a small peg in the whole thing.
Was he the driver?
No, he wasn't even that. He was inside. He was doing a stretch for taking and driving away. And the mastermind of the entire event met him and said, I'm planning this blag.
I'm planning a game of Monopoly.
Yeah, planning a game of Monopoly.
He's just got to pick something up on the way.
Yeah,
It's my set, I've lost all the fake money. And the only way of replacing it I can think of
I've run Waddingtons, they
Yeah.
didn't want to know. Get a new set, they said. Don't be ridiculous, I said.
Anyway, the mastermind was called Bruce Reynolds. And he said, if you can find me someone who can drive a train, a diesel train, I will cut you in on a big job that's going down.
You can... I mean, it's not... That's like... I mean, that's not like someone who can sort of melt diamonds with their eyes. Or someone who can drive a diesel. Apparently they exist somewhere.
But the amazing thing, David Mitchell, is that Biggs found this guy whose nickname was Old Pete or Stan Agate. No one knows who he was because he was the one who was never caught.
Was that Old Pete the train driver?
I know. Yeah. So his job...
After Casey Jones had turned him down.
Yeah. For being found, Ronnie Biggs got a share worth 147,000, which in today's money is 1.6 million. And all he had to do, Ronnie Biggs, was get this guy, Old Pete, to the scene. But this Old Pete got to the train and said, oh, I don't know how to drive that. Ronnie Biggs still got his share, but Old Pete was useless. He couldn't drive the train. He'd been lying all the time.
I like the idea that Old Pete's like those actors who put on their CV. Yes, I can horse ride. Oh, yes, I can drive a train. I speak Mandarin too. Train through China, no problem at all.
That's how he found him. He went through Spotlight. And the other, apparently, he was very well reviewed in Much Ado About Nothing last year.
And he's trained in modern dance.
Yeah.
That could come in handy. Well, the great train robbers weren't particularly great. Most of them were caught because they left fingerprints on the Monopoly set at the safe house. Which was the first animal to be cloned?
Oh, well, that can't be. So it's not Dolly the Sheep, then.
No, you're right. It isn't Dolly. You've all been so good at avoiding my little honey traps. No.
But I thought it was Dolly the Sheep. But it's not.
Not the first animal, no. We have to go back to the 1880s for the first cloning. Really? Yeah. It was a sea creature, actually.
An octopus or something?
No, it was a sea urchin. There's one. This was a German called Driesch who did it in 1885. But in 1902, another German, Hans Spemann, cloned a salamander. And he used a rudimentary noose, right, to separate the cells of the embryo. And the noose was made of the hair of a human baby. And he used it as like a little lasso to separate. Isn't that marvellous?
That is fiddly work.
It is very fiddly work, I've got to say.
There must have been lots of times where he's going, Okay. Could I please have another baby's hair?
Back to the baby.
All the people trying...
One guinea, madam.
trying to keep him calm. Would you like another... No, I don't want another coffee. I don't want...
Go. Do you want me to have a go?
No, I don't.
Oh, you're so right. But Dolly was in 1996. Dolly the Sheep is the one that you cleverly avoided. But why Dolly? Why called Dolly? Do you know?
It was named after Dolly Parton because the cell came from the mammary glands.
Correctly correctington. Well done, sir. Excellent. Only points.
I think there was a point where they go, we can just get another sheep and say, yeah, there it is, it's genetically identical, that one. There, those two sheep look similar. Well, that's because they're genetically identical.
Well, oddly enough, things can be genetically identical and rather surprising because the first cat to be cloned was called Rainbow and her clone was known as CC. And there. You say, now, how can that...
Ah, well, they didn't put the effort into it.
No, you're going to say, you see.
When they trawled the pet shop through that little faker, they could have they could have at least sent the guy who they sent to get the other kitten with a photo of the original. Not just get any cat.
Yes. The little kitten is called CC. Points if you can guess what that stands for.
Cat clone?
Whittier. What sort of Whittier? Say? Points to the audience. Copycat, you see. Very good, yeah. The operation was known as Operation Copycat, obviously. It's part of a larger project to clone a dog, which was...
Oh, that's a bit...
Well, it was called Missy, the Missiplicity, named after a dog named Missy. And the world's first cloned dog from Korea is called Snappy.
And they ate it.
Of course. Well, anyway, the point is the first animal to be cloned was the sea urchin way back in 1885. Since then, many other animals have, of course, been given the treatment, including the first cloned cats, which look nothing like each other. What is Gothic about the Goths? Yes.
The Goths were an ancient German tribe, I think, who wore crushed velvet and very, very thin drainpipe trousers and spat in shopping centres. And Goths have carried on that tradition to this day.
We're a rampaging army of horny-headed warriors.
Yes, and actually, you should have some points because, oddly enough, people think of Goths as German, but they were originally Scandinavian. And you look Scandinavian, well, you know, from that
Glaswegian, Scandinavian?
Norwegian Scandinavians.
They sound dangerous.
They came from Scandinavia, and they defeated the Vandals, who were a group of Germans, which is where we get our word
Hang
Vandal
around
from.
bus shelters.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think you are, oddly enough, the most Gothic of the Goths, because the point is Gothic has been used to mean all kinds of things. What kind of things can you think of that are applied to Gothic?
Cathedrals.
Cathedrals, why are they called Gothic?
Well, is it anything that isn't classic?
Yes, it was an insult, is the point. In Renaissance Italy, they called them Gothic to mean barbarian, because they were conceived to be the people who destroyed Rome and therefore destroyed civilization. So Gothic was a huge insult. So there was Gothic architecture. What else was called Gothic? Gothic literature. That's where you start to get Gothic in terms of the macabre, isn't it?
Yes, and a sort of Byron-esque sort of anti-hero, maybe.
Yeah.
The bad monks and women who always fainted and slightly lesed it up.
Yes. And what other forms of Gothic are there? Does Carpenter Gothic mean anything to you?
Carpenter Gothic?
Carpenter Gothic.
It was an interesting phase in their recording career where cause she was quite skinny anyway and she had the mascara. It looked good.
No, Carpenter Gothic.
Was it a death-obsessed Geppetto? Oh, that's American Gothic, isn't it?
That's right. By...
No, I thought it was Norman Rockwell, but it isn't.
No, it's not Rockwell.
It's Grant somebody.
Grant is right. It's Grant Wood. And that is the actual building there in Eldon, Iowa.
Looks better in the painting, really, doesn't it?
Yes, a little dilapidated.
How have they got Gothic from that? What's Gothic about it?
That pointed ecclesiastical style window is it's a Gothic arch.
It's a bit of a lame effort, isn't it? Considering the trouble we went to over here,
I know.
Americans think they can put a window like that in and call it Gothic. Lazy Gothic.
Lazy.
Half-assed Gothic.
Couldn't be bothered to do it properly Gothic.
Just so it fits under the roof, really, isn't it?
Yes.
Wasn't the guy in that painting his dentist?
You're absolutely right. It was Grant Wood's dentist. Points for Sue Perkins. That's pretty damn good. And the woman...
Is it Gail from Corrie? Pretty sure that's her.
Gail from Corrie.
Helen
Worth. Very nice woman.
She looks exactly like the character she plays.
There's an incredible similarity.
That's very good. Anyway, so there are lots of things we call Gothic. And, of course, there are the young people who go about in black eyeliner and stuff.
Well, I like the fact that it makes me think that the Goths sacked Rome only after being nagged by their mum for a fortnight.
Oh, do we have to? What was the lingua franca of ancient Rome?
Dragon balls of fire!
Dutch. I knew that's not going to come up.
Yeah, very good, yeah.
See, that's where you've got to think, Joe. You've got to think what they wouldn't put up.
Cheers, Sean. Latin.
Oh!
deliberately.
Yeah, I know.
At this point,
she's
it makes...
going for the record.
Yeah, it makes
no
sense.
difference.
Yeah, you might as well.
Yeah.
It's like shooting the moon when you play hearts or one of those
Oh,
games.
it's such a brilliant game.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
What does lingua franca mean?
When people get together, it's a language that is commonly used as like everybody's second language, as it were.
Is it Greek?
Yes, it is Greek. It's the right answer. Greek is the language that people would use in Rome if they weren't. So, can you tell me what the most successful textbook of all time is?
Is it the one that teaches you what LOL means and LMAO?
It probably is now. LOL
yeah.
speak. No. What's our theme for the day?
Geometry.
Oh, it's the
logarithms.
It's
not logarithms. No,
not logarithms.
Do you want my eyes? Do you want my eyes?
Stephen, is it logarithms?
No. It's not logarithms. There's a jolly good guess.
Some sort of ancient geometrical textbook
Yes.
written probably by a Greek.
Kites for beginners.
Euclid.
Euclid is the right answer, David Mitchell, absolutely. Euclid's Stoichia, Euclid's Elements. And these propositions of Euclid are basically all about planes and the conical sections and all the forms of the circle and the square, the provable facts of geometry that are the basis of everything, really, all the physics that came afterwards, all the geometry.
He essentially turned up and said, this is why all the buildings have been falling down.
Yeah, well, there's an element to that, because engineering obviously owed a huge amount to it. Many mathematicians will believe his book is perhaps the most beautiful of all the mathematical books. We're looking at there, I think, one of the earliest editions. What's it say there? The most something philosopher. I can't actually read it.
Yeah, I'm brilliant with Latin. I just
No, it's written in English. The elements. But the names, you're right, the names are written in Greek there.
Yeah, that's what threw me.
Yeah. Elizabeth's court magician, John Dee, Queen Elizabeth I. Have you heard of John Dee? Yeah, he was a very extraordinary man who worked as a spy. Now, there are points here, if you can tell me the cipher he used as a spy.
Did he use invisible ink?
No, he had a particular cipher, his call sign. And a writer many, many, many years later, who was extremely learned in the ways of the world, despite being thought of just as a thriller writer, used it for his own
Ian
spy.
Fleming.
Yes, so...
007.
007, exactly. It was John Dee's call sign.
I sense points.
You get points. In fact, you will have 7 points.
7 points?
Yeah, very good. Excellent. I could have 700 if you're backwards. That's too much.
I'm not going to speak again.
What is unfair about the prize money at Wimbledon? Yes.
They only give it to you if you're really, really good at tennis.
Oh, damnably unfair.
Nothing.
Really?
Not anymore.
No, it's very unfair.
Is it still unfair?
Yeah, it's unfair. Women get more money for playing than men.
Yeah. Oh, per set, you mean? You're talking...
Yeah, men play a lot more tennis and get less money. Yeah, I'll show you how it goes. When it started in 1884, the ladies' champion won a 20-guinea silver flower basket. While the men got a 30-guinea gold trophies. By 2006, 625,000 for Amélie Mauresmo, who played 142 games, versus just £30,000 more for Roger Federer, who played 202 games. And the best women were earning more than the best men because their shorter matches allowed them to compete in both doubles tournaments as well as the singles. The rate per game told the story. In 2005, the final 8 women earned an average of £1,432 per game against the men's 993.
How much do they win now if they win?
It's equal for the
Is it
first prize. The
$500,000?
women's champion gets the same prize
£750,000
as the men's champion, but the men's champion plays a lot more tennis.
But to be fair, the women, they've got to come off and make the tea as well.
And women get more from sponsorship.
And also, $500,000, that's not that much when you think 50% will go to tax, 15% will go to their agent, then they've got to buy all their balls, and they've got to buy the sticky stuff to wrap around the racket. That's very expensive.
So do
then
the
it's
men.
the Southfields, they've got to get a travel card. That's
So
on
do the
6.
men.
They're left with about £1.50 after all that.
Anyway, now that male and female tennis players get the same prize money, it's arguably unfair to men who work harder and longer for less money overall. When did slavery become a criminal offence in England? It was not in the 19th
one of
century.
these odd little new labour laws in about 1996, 7, 8.
What an odd law to outlaw slavery. Is political correctness gone mad?
May have been odd in the sense it was a bit late.
Yes, that's exactly right. It was 1807 when the slave
1807
trade was ended, and then finally in 1834 it was illegal anywhere in the British Empire to own a slave. It has never been illegal to have a slave in England until April 2010. I'm saying I could have had you as a slave legally.
You mean this series I'm finally free?
Yes!
But you know what? I'm one of those slaves who just goes back to the master. I don't know what to do. I work for you anyway, please.
I'll tell you one thing is that there are now estimated to be 27 million people held essentially in bondage, in slavery on this planet.
But the show will be over soon, you can go.
Yeah. Right now? More than there ever were in the days of cotton picking and so on.
27 million?
27 million.
In the world?
Yeah, that is the estimate. It's a pretty grim problem still, slavery. The point is, it was never illegal in England because it was never recognised as a state of being.
God,
There was
I wish I'd known that.
There were there were laws against kidnapping and abduction and false imprisonment and sexual trafficking and all the other things that we might associate with slavery. But it was not illegal for one human to own another human, which it now is.
So this is a law this isn't one of those laws where they thought, oh, that needs clearing up. It's a loose end from history.
It kind of was. In 1967, there were a number of obsolete crimes that were taken care of. Barratry had been illegal right up to 1967, which is vexatious lawsuits.
Oh,
building of
vexatious.
Yeah, what they call a vexatious litigant, somebody who just keeps...
Dorothy Squires.
Yes.
Dorothy Squires, the singer Dorothy Squires, towards the end of her life, when she did have a mania, but she was probably the last person to be done for vexatious litigants.
And if you kept prosecuting someone for it, you'd be prosecuting them.
Yourself?
Yeah, well, it's completely... Anyway, there's scolding. Scolding was a crime in 1966, but not in 1967.
With hot water, you mean?
No, not scalding. Scalding. Scolding!
That was a crime.
You! What time of the night do you call this, Eddie Izzard?
12.
Yes.
12:30.
Well, they'll give you a good scolding.
And that was illegal?
That was illegal.
Illegal?
Yeah.
And that was legal?
Eavesdropping was illegal. Challenging someone to a fight was also illegal until 1967.
What about going round and round and roundabout more than 3 times?
It certainly wouldn't have been a medieval law, would it?
Well, I don't know, and if you're in a horse and cart, you have a couple of hours spare.
On a medieval roundabout.
On a medieval roundabout.
Yes. Anyway, there you are. Due to a quirk of English law, it only became a criminal offence to keep a slave in the year 2010. So you've just missed it. Who were the Scallywags? Does that ring a bell? The Scallywags? Not them, that's just a little suggestion.
Lovable urchin types.
I'm fairly sure it wasn't the SS.
Well, that's the odd thing.
It's the SS?
No.
You mean they were the Scallywags?
What I'm saying is...
men in the war.
Despite the cheeky name, we're talking about something really dark and violent.
Oh.
That's why I'm going well.
Snipers.
Well, no. What was the cutest, cuddliest, sweetest part of the British forces? Probably, if you think of...
Firulin.
Yes, or
Ensa.
Dad's Army, for example. The Home Guard,
okay.
right? But there were plans afoot that if, and probably when, right, that's a man dressed as a woman doing a practice there. If and when the Germans invaded, there would be a guerrilla section of people who were not mainstream military.
I almost wish I had invaded.
Yeah.
That was out of it.
There were people in reserved occupations like...
Heads up, pricks.
Yeah.
Think about that picture, the baby's the best shot.
It's a truel. But clergymen and doctors were secretly trained, given money and supply dumps of ammunition and explosives and a gallon of rum in each one. And their job would be, when the Germans came, not only to shoot Germans, but there was a general view that Churchill would be killed or removed and someone like Lord Halifax would go in. And Michael Foote was one of these, Scallywags as they were called. They were the secret auxiliary part of Dad's Army. And he and George Orwell and J.B. Priestley and others all were trained to assassinate anyone who collaborated with the Nazis. And there would be an underground resistance. And Michael Foote said, I would have killed Lord Halifax. I was quite prepared to, and I would have killed him. So they were pretty violent. It was not an easy, cosy thing. It's a good story, isn't it?
It's a terribly clever thing, though, isn't it? Because if somebody did come over and collaborate, anybody who might otherwise have caused trouble or ructions of a different kind would be automatically on the side of good.
Yes.
If you know what I mean.
That's the way... You're exactly right. It's that a group of radicals and left-wingers had an uneasy alliance with the military who trained them against the possibility of anybody who collaborated with Nazis.
That is a double-mind Jedi.
It is.
I think they...
What I'm interested in is how Michael Foote's changed his image.
He has a little...
If he's worn that beautiful outfit at Armistice Day...
Why are so many great men short?
Are they really?
David, you've hit the nail on the head. Rem acu tetagisti, as they would say in Latin.
I'm sure they would.
Yeah.
It means nice one, son.
Yeah. That's absolutely right. In fact, Napoleon
was short, wasn't he?
No, he was above average height.
Everyone was short in those days.
Wasn't he?
Well,
he was 5'6", which is taller than
he was
is
5'7",
now.
actually.
Yeah.
Average height was about 5'6"-ish.
So it's just the British who decided he was short. Put him down a bit.
Yes, it was particularly a cartoonist called Gilray. When we were at war with Napoleon, there was a famous one of George III with a little Napoleon based on Gulliver's Travels, like that. And he's actually saying, I cannot but conclude you to be one of the most pernicious little odious reptiles that nature ever suffered to crawl upon the surface of the earth. There. That's
It's snappy.
It's a
isn't
snappy
it?
one. He was 3 inches taller than Nelson, for example. Nelson was 3 inches shorter than Napoleon. It's certainly true that...
Nelson was 5'4"?
Yeah.
Like Danny DeVito?
He was very, short chap.
No wonder they put him on such a big
So
column.
is that kind of...
Yes, he's tall in Trafalgar Square.
Is that short man syndrome a kind of retrospective thing, then, that we've kind of invented more recently and then just gone back and said they're all short?
Yeah. Some of them were short, though, there's no question. I mean, Stalin was surprisingly short. He was only 5'5". Mussolini was 5'6". Franca was 5'4".
5'4"?
Yeah.
They are all short, Steve.
Well, no. He hit the 5'8". Idi Amin was 6'4".
Yeah, big
That's
fella.
my height. Fidel Castro, 6'1". Mao was 5'9", which is rather tall for a Chinese person. So...
But mostly they're not judged on their height, are they?
No, they're not. They're not. But all I'm...
We'll let that go.
Yeah. All I'm saying, there seems to be historically no evidence that short people are more power-hungry, more tyrannical than people of average or tall stature.
Because you know what it came about, though, because it's just that one... It's probably the one thing that short people have got to cling on to. One day, they might be a dictator. Well, and we've just taken that away from them. All the little hope.
All this not being able to reach things from shells, one day will be made up for when I kill millions of people. And I can stand on their bodies.
Yeah.
Reach the jam.
Yeah. Everybody knows somebody short in their life who's been particularly angry and abused his position of authority. And then you decide he's a bit like Hitler.
That's the point. You notice when a short man has a tantrum
Yeah.
and says, oh, short man, Napoleon complex.
Tall man has a tantrum, you just leg it.
Exactly. I have to say, I'm rather shocked by this. Heightism does exist. Short people are paid less on average than tall people. The disparity is comparable in magnitude to race and gender. A survey of Fortune 500 companies...
They should rise up.
Yeah. Hey. The chief executive officers of Fortune 500 companies, 90% are above average height, which is astounding, really. And 30% of those are over 6'2". The tallest 4%.
Every now and again, a little short fella breaks through.
Yeah. Oh, stop.
Escapes, gets away.
Yeah. But it is rather shocking that there is this disparity. And, of course, we always notice the powerful, short, rich man with a young, tall wife is...
Billionaire Bernie
She's actually... I've seen her with him. She's actually much taller than that. Above him.
Yeah, she's bending her knee there.
Yeah. I mean, he has to jump up to slap her on the bum. He could run through her legs.
And who's the couple on the left?
That's Carla Bruni and...
Sarkozy.
But at least the women have both got handbags that their husbands can fit in, which...
No, there isn't really any evidence that dictators are shorter than the rest of us. The Napoleon complex is a bit... Why are there no snakes in Ireland?
Sorry?
Oh, why are there no snakes?
Oh, I know
in
this
Ireland?
because
There's a reason that's related to the question I've been asking.
something to do with the Ice Age.
Yeah, there were 20
the
periods of
glaciers.
glaciation in Ireland. It was just coming. They were withdrawing and coming, withdrawing. All these glaciers.
So there's no. Snakes. You realise what you just said?
Yes.
You really can't help yourself, can you?
I'm sorry, but. Snakes
why they're all
can't
Catholic
survive
in Ireland.
Snakes can't survive with frozen ground. Anyway, we were talking about glaciers, and they're found all over the world, and they're large, and they're blue, and they have calves, but unlike the surprisingly nippy blue whale, they can't manage much more than about 60 feet a day at top speed. Who built Britain's railways?
Look out! Look out! This...
Oh, Jesus! I say. By the way, I have my own train here. Look at that. There. Isn't that fun? And I have sweets which I can load on and deliver to any particularly interesting answers this evening. So there's an extra incentive. However,
this is turning into my perfect house.
More toast, please.
Wallace and Gromit.
But you have first to address the question of who built our railways.
Richard Branson.
Oh. No, it's not elephants. Large creatures were trained to trample down areas of Britain to be very, very flat. The railway mouse.
Well, you're right, actually. That because... Well...
Sweet.
That's a sweet. That's a sweet.
You're right, actually, comma, in saying... in
saying
a big
words.
comma, in saying that railways had to be flat in the days when they were built in Britain, which were the very earliest days because we were the country that invented the steam locomotive and the railway system, and they weren't powerful enough engines to go up hills or to go even really round bends, so they had to be straight and they had to be flat.
Were they built by the wrong type of builder?
Well, at the time, they thought they were the much-mocked navvy. They were called navvies. They were mostly Irish.
Yes,
and they were an extraordinary example of man muscle. They really were. It took a year to train a navvy.
Whoa,
you
look
fed
at
them on meat and beer. No Dagenham smiles there, very tightly done trousers. And they...
A Dagenham smile?
The Birmingham to London track took 5 years to build and was the equivalent in work of building 1.5 Great Pyramids. It was an astonishing feat. Astonishing. These people were incredible. As I say, it took a year to train them. They lived on beer and meat, and they could outperform any other manual labourer. I mean, farm workers would be exhausted after a quarter of a day that the navvies could do.
I hear once that the Trans-Siberian Railway, which was meant to be a straight line, the Tsar got a ruler and he said, I want the railway perfectly straight, like this. And he got the ruler and he drew a line like that, but his fingers were over the edge. And in a couple of places, it did a big sort of detour like that. And he went, build me that, go away, you, like that. And they went, oh, we better build it like you said. So they had to build 2 very big curves,
That's a lovely thought again.
That's a lovely thought.
I'd always assumed that the first railways that was...
All very well. Hey! We've got a sweet.
Oh, let's get someone on the scene and go straight there now to see what's happening. It's absolute pandemonium, Stephen.
Oh, you had your sweet yet?
I haven't had it yet.
Oh, I'm not very good at being a back controller.
In the right place. Can't be a virgin training, can it?
Hey. Why, for a sweet and a point, why are they called navvies?
Navigational engineers.
Oh, very good, very good. I'm so impressed.
Is that
right? They were responsible for digging what were called the internal navigation system, which was the canals. That's how they first came over, for digging canals. And then when the railway arrived, they did all the embankments and the tunnels and the extraordinary earth movement involved. There were horses were used for taking away the spoil, but everything else was human muscle.
Elephants as well, did you realise?
No elephants
There
were
were
used
some.
in the making of that railway line.
There were, just little ones. So London to Birmingham, or Birmingham to London, was the equivalent of what, 1.5 pyramids?
1.5 Great Pyramids, supposedly.
If only we'd put that to a vote, we would have had 1.5 pyramids. I didn't mean just a half a pyramid, we just thought we'd leave it.
We have the top half of the pyramid.
That's a pyramid. That's a pyramid, the top half, isn't it? It's only if the bottom half...
That's what I would choose.
It's an odd platform. So just keep slicing your pyramids.
Can have a sleep. There you are.
Gentlemen.
Oh, no!
Thank you very much.
Curses.
Who is the only athlete in the history of the Olympic Games to get a personal mention in the closing ceremony?
Achilles?
No, we're talking about the modern Olympiads.
Paula Radcliffe.
Olympus.
Eddie
Not
the Eagle.
Paul Radcliffe.
Jesse
Sorry?
Owens.
Eddie the Eagle.
Eddie the Eagle is the right answer. What year was it?
92? 88?
88 is right. 88 is absolutely right. And what was his discipline?
Ski jumper.
He embodied the spirit.
He kind of just fell off the end of it,
Didn't
didn't
he embody the
There
spirit?
he is.
Yes, there was nothing wrong with it. Look at this. Could you do this?
I couldn't do that.
And they all laughed at him. Look, why?
Well, you didn't laugh at little Titch, who did much the same.
No, he did this.
Yeah, if he could put his own hat on, that would be different.
Juan Antonio Samaranch, the leader of the IOC, he said, at this Olympic Games, some competitors, he probably said, but I'm going to go on any further, have won gold and some have broken records, and one has even flown like an eagle.
Flown like an eagle.
Like an eagle. Aguila. But sadly, they then legislated so that people like Eddie would not be able to participate anymore. They said that in order to participate in the Olympics, you had to be in the top 30% in your international competition, or one of the top 50 of the world, whichever. And so it closed the gate on inspired amateurs like Eddie, which is surely against the spirit of the Olympics. I mean, bless him, he had to wear glasses which frosted up. He was in a country which has no ski jumps. In England. He was just practising without having any ski jumps to practice on.
Just coming off the roof of his house.
Well, basically, I think he probably was. Why was he picked for the team, though?
Because there wasn't anyone else.
Yeah, because he was the only one who volunteered, which I think is absolutely wonderful.
Have a go.
But they've done... Now, who else was there who was double E? Not just Eddie the Eagle, there was another one a few years later. Do you remember?
Oh, there was a swimmer.
Eric the Eel. Eric the Eel from Equatorial Guinea.
People had to hang around. They were putting the lights out.
Well, bless him. When he arrived, I'm not wishing to sound patronising, but I just said bless him, so there's no way out. But he said he only learnt to swim 8 months before the Olympic Games. He'd never seen an Olympic pool before he stood on the edge of one.
Got to see it and went, bloody hell.
Miles. Exactly. Oh, well, there you are. It's right. It's Eddie the Eagle, who, despite his acknowledged entertainment value, resulted in a rule called the Eddie the Eagle rule that excluded colourful amateurs from the Olympics. Hard to imagine anything less in keeping with the original ethos. Why didn't they build a railway at Slough?
At Slough?
Why not?
The town where I grew up?
Mm-hmm.
Is there no station in Slough?
Well, there is now, I suspect, is there?
Yes.
Yes, there is.
But there's no railway.
It's a start.
When the railway was being built through that particular part of Buckinghamshire, they were told they couldn't build a station at Slough. In fact, what happened was the train they would disregard it by stopping, and people would get on and off, and they would sell tickets in the pub. But who was it who said, we won't have a station here? What school is nearby?
Oh.
Yes.
Oh. I do know it. It's Eton.
Eton College, of course, is there. And yes, they thought the boys would be tempted to go into London. There they are. Bless them.
And take drugs.
And, well, visit prostitutes and so on.
What about the first thing they do? There's a train. Prostitutes!
I'd like a prostitute super saver, please.
That's why this prostitute seems to be a woman.
Bloody hell, actually, that's seriously unfair. No. Come on, actually.
What am I meant to do with
really.
these?
No, come on.
Oh, really?
No. There was a traveller's handbook that advised women should put pins in their mouth when trains went into a tunnel so men didn't kiss them. To protect themselves from unwanted kissing, they put a pin in their mouth.
It's very sweet, though, to think that kissing would be the first thing that men would...
They come out of the tunnel and the bloke's got a pin in his cock.
It's a very direct approach you've got to court.
It is.
I'll just pop this in her mouth. She'll come round, I'm sure, yeah.
Oh, my God. It's dark. She won't even know it's me.
Magnet! Magnet! Anyone a magnet?
Here's a big question. In 1903, Thomas Alva Edison released a movie whose title consisted of 3 words, 2 of which begin with E. What was it, and who starred in it?
I know, we've nearly forgotten them, but here it is.
Oh, elephant in the room. Well, you are absolutely right. It was actually called Electrocuting an Elephant. He made a film in which an elephant was electrocuted. Hooray! You win those points.
How many points?
10 points.
Oh, 10 points.
Now, why would Edison want to electrocute an elephant?
He wanted to electrocute the biggest thing he could find to show that he was the best at electrocuting.
Well, actually, it was the reverse, you see. He believed that his direct current was safe and wouldn't hurt people and didn't electrocute. He wanted to destroy the reputation of alternating current, which was owned by Westinghouse. So he used the word Westinghouse to mean electrocuted. And this elephant, Topsy, was sentenced to death on Coney Island because Topsy had killed 3 human beings and was going to be hanged, or was he going to be poisoned? What was going to happen to Topsy? I know. It's quite a picture, isn't it? And... poor elephant. So Edison won the right to electrocute him in public to show how dangerous it was. This thing you're letting into your homes will kill an elephant. And he filmed it as a PR film.
Yeah, it's like a snuff film.
A snuff film, exactly. Yeah. He gave it 460 grams of cyanide of potassium in carrots. He had wooden sandals lined with copper put on her feet. It was a she-elephant, I'd say. And then a current of 6,600 volts sent through her body. She died without a trumpet or a groan, apparently. And he filmed the event, tried to persuade people to refer to electrocution as being Westinghoused.
He just went nuts and trampled the...
No, he hid in their rooms when they came home. He jumped out, and he got away with it for months.
Wearing a Jason mask.
Nobody would have caught him. He left
Cunning disguise.
few telltale signs around the flat.
A big elephant-shaped hole in the wall.
Yeah. The first murder on Topsy's hands was killing a trainer who'd frankly deserved to die because this trainer gave a lit cigarette to eat.
It killed him.
Yeah. Quite right, yeah. Don't do that again. Yeah.
I like the sound of Topsy.
Yeah.
Don't mess with her, she's a bit temperamental.
Do you know that some elephants are evolving now that don't have tusks? Did you know that? Because the ones with tusks get poached, right, get shot. So the ones that with smaller tusks, right, don't get shot. So that gene of the small tusk gene lives on more frequently, and eventually elephants are going. And there's elephants being born now that don't grow tusks.
I like that. I like it.
And there's some tigers now that have been made of Axminster.
Now stop it. Nice animals, really. Not as sexy as certain horses, but... The last words of General Sedgwick in the wilderness of Spotsylvania.
He hasn't got a mouth. So there weren't any words at all, unless he wrote them down.
In a convenient bubble that he carried around with him.
Maybe he had a little notebook of bubble-shaped things and he just...
I'll tell you that the year is 1864. What war was going on then?
Franco-Prussian War.
That was a tiny bit later.
The 100 years, 30 years, 25 years.
Civil, American Civil War.
The American Civil War. So we're talking about a... Yeah, well done. Thank you for cutting that
off. The American Civil War.
It is the American Civil War. That was not, however, the question.
Spotsylvania is near to Pennsylvania.
It's Virginia, in fact. It's in the state of Virginia. He was actually with 100,000 of his own men. He was a part of the Union, the Yankee Army, facing 52,000 Confederate troops. Ooh. And they were just getting ready for the battle. And there were snipers.
Was he saying, easy?
Almost that equivalent. It was hubris. It was one of the most extraordinary last words ever spoken.
This will be over in 5 minutes.
We'll be back in time for Deal or No Deal.
Let me tell you now that you could have played your elephant cards.
Well, I will then.
Nah.
Too late.
He actually said, why are you dodging like this? They couldn't hit an elephant at this dist. And he was shot under the left eye and fell down dead without finishing the word distance.
Ooh, you'd be annoyed, wouldn't you? You'd be livid. You'd be shot in the eye, that's annoying to start with. And you look a fool.
Exactly.
Cheered up the troops, though, I'd imagine. They found that... They probably found that irony quite funny, as that...
Troops will. They have that sort of sense of humour.
They do, don't they? The lower orders.
He was known as Uncle John. He was very popular. Ulysses S. Grant mourned his death, said it was worse than the loss of a division. He was the highest-ranking Union officer of any kind to die in the war.
Do you think famous last words are accurate? Because I think they lie a lot of the time. It's always something incredibly witty. Like, you know, dying, that's the last thing I shall do. Whereas, in fact, I imagine they said that about 4 days before they died, and the last thing they said was, nurse! Nurse, it's happening again, I'm scared!
You're probably right. No one got either their elephant point. It may not be the only elephant bonus this game.
Let's hope not.
I think you'd spent your elephant bonus at the very start.
Well, that's true. There are extra points if you can tell me. I mentioned Ulysses S. Grant, the great general of the Union Army. What did the S stand for?
Sausage.
I'd so like to tell you that that was
Simon, Stephen, Stephanie,
Steam.
Simone,
Steamboat.
Spanky, Spanky Grant.
Sugar tits.
Sugar tits. You can see, I mean, the S works. Sugar tits didn't work at all. Follow me, man. All right, sugar tits.
No, actually, the S in Ulysses S. Grant stood for nothing at all. One of the biggest problems faced by explorers, as you can probably imagine, is that of language. Alan and Bill, I would like you two to imagine that you are two of the Pilgrim Fathers who've arrived on the Mayflower in the coast of the United States or America.
Right.
And I would like Rich and Sean to imagine you are Native Americans who meet them. How, you can use sign language if you like, would you communicate?
I would immediately read from the Book of Common Prayer. Hail, savage.
Hi, how are you?
What's that, Toby jug?
Yes.
Where's the pub?
Foaming pint of beer.
Humate, happatemite, etimite, never mind the buzzcocks. Jonathan Creek. What's about? Habate pata, I can't believe my eyes.
Not just never mind the buzzcocks, other things as well. Do stand up. Ha 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 ha. Piano. Playing in hotels.
You think you're the first explorers here, don't you? Where do you think these eyeglasses came from?
The extraordinary thing is, between them, Rich and Bill are absolutely right. The first thing said by one of the Native Americans who met the Plymouth Brethren was, could I have some beer? In English. He asked for beer in English.
He met the Indian, did?
Yes. He spoke fluent English. He'd crossed the Atlantic 6 times. This was in 1620. America had been visited by others. The Pilgrim Fathers were not the first people to land in America by any means.
It's a trick question, wasn't it?
Yeah, his name was Squanto, the best known of them.
Yes.
But this particular one was called Samoset, and he spoke very good English.
Somerset.
What did he say then? Get off my land!
Have you got some cider?
You bloody pilgrim farmers, get off my land!
He learned his English from fishermen and from his friend Squanto. And from the archers, probably, as well.
Sure. Are you buzzcocks? That's what he said.
But instead of getting beer, he got cheese and a bit of duck. And they both helped the Pilgrim Fathers survive their first year because they had nothing to eat when they arrived. And all there was Maine lobster, which is now a delicacy, but they thought was hideous.
But they were in terrible strife, weren't they? And they were about to starve.
Yeah.
And then they said, well, actually, you can... here's some turkey.
Yes.
And the full...
And some cranberries.
And then they killed them all. With guns.
Unfortunately, yes. There was 50 years of peace, though. In fact, Squanto brokered a peace that lasted for 50 years. They lived together very happily. He was an interesting fellow, Squanto. He was kidnapped from his village by a British captain around 1605, which was 15 years before the Mayflower sailed. And he lived in England for 9 years. And then he returned home on another British ship. Then another British captain kidnapped him and tried to sell him into slavery in Spain. He was rescued by some Spanish friars, escaped back to London, took ship again, this time to Newfoundland, found it was too far to walk home, so he sailed all the way back to England. The following year, he signed up for an exploratory expedition to New England and crossed the ocean again. By the time he had crossed the Atlantic 6 times, he was fluent in English.
They say of the Acropolis, where the Parthenon is...
They say of the Acropolis where the Parthenon is...
They say of the Acropolis where the Parthenon is... that they...
It turns out they didn't say anything at all.
I think it might
They say of the Acropolis where the Parthenon is...
Everyone! They say of the Acropolis where the Parthenon is. They say of the Acropolis where the Parthenon is. They say where the Parthenon is. Fight!
is a remnant of the stone.
Sorry, I've just got a question. What do they say about the Acropolis where the Parthenon is?
They say...
What do they say? What do they say?
He's going to say, 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 he's going to say.
What do they say
about the Acropolis where the Parthenon is?
Can I write it down? Read it, it says it there.
What you got to tell us now?
They say of the Acropolis that there are no straight lines. Damn, that hurt.
Do they?
Yeah.
Whatever.
More tangible now, however. How did loo paper help to win the Cold War?
Was there a shortage of loo paper in the eastern part of the world? And
There was a shortage of loo paper behind the Iron Curtain.
The loo paper was made in America, let's say, and then they didn't let the Russians have any, so they were confused.
That would have been clever, but what happened is the Russians instead used documents and all kinds of things for loo paper because there was nothing else to use. And an operation called Operation Tamarisk meant that the spies behind the Iron Curtain had to go into these bins and find the paper that had been used, because it wasn't soluble like lavatory paper, so it couldn't be used in the sewage system, so it was just thrown out in bins.
Gone right off spying now.
Yeah,
This thing is quite glamorous.
It's not all glamour, I'm afraid, because in military hospitals, the paper refuse that they went through also contained amputated limbs. And the spies were complaining to their handlers back in America and the UK and France and said, you know, it's horrible, we've got to go through these bins and there's these amputated limbs. We've got to go through those as well as used lavatory paper. And of course, their spy master said, oh, bring back the limbs as well. We want to see what sort of shrapnel they're using. So they had to carry around severed limbs and excreted matter.
So if they stopped going through customs, could you just open the bag?
It's a bit of a shock.
Yes.
Even for a customs officer who's seen everything.
For personal use.
Yeah. But apparently, according to The Hidden Hand by Richard Aldridge, a book that covers this, it says that Operation Tamarisk was very successful. Maybe without it, we'd still have communist Russia. Who knows? How many poles are there at the ends of the Earth?
Oh, now, obviously, now
Well,
there's clearly
that's a
some-
dangerous...
I think maybe there are four. There's the top of the Earth, and then there's the magnetic. What is that? Is that what you're getting at?
Yes, it is. I'm getting how many North Poles and South Poles are there in
Two
both?
of each.
So you're saying 4?
I really tried hard.
You did try hard. You've got to use that, but take it further.
8.
Have another go.
Oh, no, I've blown all my elephant points now. 16.
It's 11. I know it sounds bizarre, but I'll try and take you through them. The two geographic poles, as they're known, North and South geographic pole, that's where the Earth's axis of rotation meets the surface, as it were. So that's, you know, pretty obvious. You'd think. There's the Earth, and it's spinning round, you know. There's the...
I'm just saying... I'm just not sure whether that's the best mime you could have done.
Right.
Where the geographical pole where this happens.
I was trying to be like, it's going round the...
Is that what happens when you get there, sir, is it?
Oh, well, look, OK. There are the two geographic poles.
Yes.
There's the geomagnetic poles, where the Earth's magnetic dipole meets the surface.
Obviously.
Yeah. There are magnetic poles where geomagnetic field lines point vertically into the ground in that way that electrical fields and magnetic fields do. Yes.
I want to go home now.
All right. You can. We're going to get through these. Girls never like the physics. It's odd. Joe's
Please,
the
I
same.
feel sick, sir.
Even Polar Guy, who's kind of into this as a topic, has dozed off at this stage.
There we are. There are 11 poles, 2 geographic north and south poles, 2 magnetic poles, 2 geomagnetic poles, 2 poles of inaccessibility, 2 celestial poles and 1 ceremonial south pole. What quite interesting object is at the very end of the Earth?
Telford Town Centre. Although I would argue about the interesting bit.
At the bottom of Patagonia? It's right down there, yes. It's the southern pole of inaccessibility.
Ooh, is it the off switch?
To stop it spinning.
Plug hole.
Well, I'll tell you what it is. It's most unusual. It's a bust.
There's a bust?
There's a bust.
Oh, worth going, then.
Yeah. In the sense not of a pair of breasts, but in the sense of a sort of head and shoulders and front bit of a human being.
No, we didn't really think there was a big pair of tits.
It's of a living 20th century person, now dead.
A man.
Yeah.
Stalin.
Oh, the one before.
Lenin.
Vladimir Ilyich Lenin is there, right in the middle.
My
It's just
word.
bizarre. This southern pole of inaccessibility is more remote and hard to reach than the geographical South Pole. And in this very year, the destination was reached by a team of 4 Britons called Team N2I. Rory Sweet, Rupert Longston, Henry Cookson and Paul Landry. And we have one of this expedition in the audience. Mr...
Is it Lenin?
No. Mr. Rupert Longston is here. There he is, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't that bizarre? Phenomenal. Rupert, how far did you actually have to travel? Because there was no mechanical power, was it?
No mechanical power. We travelled 1,100 miles in total. Some of it was cross-country skiing and then kite skiing.
Was it cold?
When that picture was taken, I think it was minus 60 degrees Celsius.
What do you eat?
Food was...
Food.
fairly repetitive. It was chocolate, cheese, salami, pasta, lots of it. And one day towards the end, when we'd been eating the same thing for about 40 days, we played laxative roulette. And with one person had laxatives in their food, we didn't know who.
Well, I bet you did.
Not straight away. The consequences were quite obvious after a while.
Does it freeze as it comes out? Is it a shard of shit?
When did the Russians put that there?
1958.
Good Lord. Rupert Longston, congratulations on doing an extraordinary first and being very, very foolhardy and very brave and very brilliant.
Clearly not an extraordinary first. There was a statue there when they
No.
arrived.
They went under their own power. No one had ever done that before. Congratulations. Thank you very much, Rupert. Thank you. That's amazing.
I like the idea of that, though. The idea of going and doing that with no mechanical device whatsoever. His moon mission's going to be amazing. Give me a man up a ladder going, this is madness.
My next question is about emigration. From 1884 onwards, what was the first man-made object that was seen by immigrants arriving at New York?
Yeah? It's the Statue of Enlightenment of Liberty, but it wasn't built... it's the island.
I think it's Ellis Island. Is it?
Not Ellis Island. There's an island before you get to Liberty Island or Ellis Island.
It's QI Island, one which was placed there.
Very famous. And you've missed your chance because it's Coney Island and it would have been an elephant. The vast man-made elephant was the first sight that greeted immigrants before they could see... Even once... There it is. On Coney Island.
We're never going to get that,
It's a hotel with 32 rooms. Built by a man called
So
Lafferty.
America knew what they were letting themselves in.
Yeah,
for.
and that was there even before the Statue of Liberty.
2 years before the Statue of Liberty, but even after the Statue of Liberty, you would have seen it before it.
So if people come there, the first thing we're going to see is Statue of Liberty. It looks different close up, doesn't it?
The elephant
doesn't
of
even look
Liberty.
female. It's got
Observation tower's all wrong.
Rather bizarrely, this man, Lafferty, was given a patent. He was the only man allowed to make animal-shaped buildings for 17 years.
He needn't have worried, really, did he?
Well, he did burn down, then he had another one, which still lasted, and is the largest elephant in the world, called Lucy. But it was also a brothel, this hotel. You can see it's there. And it gave rise to a common expression, going to see the elephant in New York, which meant, going to see a lady of easy virtue.
Was it entirely a brothel?
Not entirely a brothel, but it was a pretty sleazy... I mean, Coney Island was a pretty sleazy place, I think.
My family went over to America in the 19th century.
What was the first thing they saw when they got there?
That elephant. And my grandmother moved directly in there onto the 4th floor. But no, I went to Ellis Island, and I mean, the amount of names you would not believe there. When you go through that list, because I try to find my relatives' names, and it's impossible. There's billions of names there. So I fled. And then, most interestingly, just around the bottom there, by the Statue of Liberty, my wife had a hot dog ripped from her lips by a seagull. But do you know what? She had it in for me for the rest of the day, and I never really understood that. I was commanding the seagull.
It's a man's job to protect his bitch from seagulls. Well, the first thing that immigrants saw in America was a giant elephant-shaped brothel, which must have seemed promising on so many levels. How does the love bomb work?
I turn up and I get on with it. Isn't a love bomb a bottom noise that can be made whilst you're making love? You know, sometimes you're enjoying success. And then all of a sudden, you know it's a bit awkward and you pretend you haven't heard it.
Rob, can I remind you of something?
I like the fact
your father is in the audience. Just sort of remind... Yeah.
He's up there going, that's my boy. You're putting wheels on the map,
This kind of sophisticated humour, you're quite right. So, love bomb.
Lets off something that makes everyone feel loved up. It's like a big ecstasy bomb.
Yeah, you're sort of right. In 1994, the Americans worked on the idea of a bomb that would contain an aphrodisiac. I quote of the plan here, it's been declassified 2 years ago. One distasteful but completely non-lethal example would be strong aphrodisiacs, especially if the chemical also caused homosexual behaviour. Oh, the idea was to make the troops...
That's the best example we can come. Homosexual behaviour.
Hang on, what have you been putting in my tea, then?
The idea was that that they would all start loving each other up instead of fighting. Did Queen Victoria think of Mr. Bean? Yes.
We are not amused.
So soon.
Albert would have liked it because he was German, and the Germans are mad for Bean.
That's true.
I was on a Lufthansa flight once, and everyone was howling with laughter all around me with headphones in. I couldn't understand why, and I looked, and they were all watching Bean.
Yeah.
They love it.
There's a certain efficiency about it. Yeah, it does something and falls over. It's very amusing. Before, he was walking in the straight lines, he walked into the door.
And that's
genius.
This is what happens when you break the rules.
Sometimes I stay up very late.
Can I take this off? Of course you can. Of course you can take it off, old thing, yes. Is it uncomfortable?
They all lock.
It's Sean Locke!
I suspect it's not that Mr. Bean.
No,
is there another Mr. Bean?
It was a man called John Bean, who was one of 3 people who tried to do something to Queen Victoria just in the 4th year of her reign, when she was a very slip of a thing.
Take her roughly behind the bike shed.
No, or indeed invent the bicycle and then invent the shed with the...
Sell her tea towels door to door.
Kiss her on the mouth.
Quite the other.
Oh,
Kiss her on the arm.
Is that a request? Is that you phrase it?
If you're the Queen, you can get anything done, can't you, really? You there, kiss me on, all right.
As much as kissing someone as a friendly act, these were unfriendly.
Surely he didn't turn down her advances with knockers like this.
How could you?
Kicked her in the shins.
No, 3 times in
Tried to
1842
murder her.
they tried to assassinate her, tried to kill her. And there was one called Mr. Bean who had a gun and he filled it with wads of tobacco, which didn't really do much harm.
Was he trying to give her cancer? I'd like the idea of Mr. Bean trying to assassinate someone by clumsiness. Yeah. Just, making a cup of tea, and the whole house collapses, the palace falls. Everywhere he goes, it's basically a sort of tornado of disaster, isn't it?
Mayhem.
I went in a remote Australian sheep station once, and the bloke went, "Yeah, you ever watched that, Mr. Bean?" And I went, "Yeah," and he goes, "That bloke's a bloody idiot."
That's fabulous.
He goes, yeah, he wouldn't last 5 minutes in the bush. Well, no, clearly not.
Yeah. There you are. Why wouldn't a Russian family call their son power station or industrialization?
They're not names, are they?
Because they're not names.
No, they're not
They
names.
are. They are. They were. Whoop, yeah.
They are names.
Why wouldn't they call their
Because
son?
they're girls' names.
Because they're girls' names is the
Girls'
right answer.
name.
Well done.
Well done. Power station is Elektrostancja, is a girl's name, and Industrializacja is also a girl's name. But if you had a boy, you could call him Combine, which is combine harvester. Or you could call him 23 Februaria, which is the 23rd of February. But this is actually a tradition in the Russic area, if you like. In Ukraine, their names like Noibie Batko, don't kill me, father. Would you believe?
Is it like the I don't know, it's a Red Indian thing where you come out the wigwam, the first thing you'd see.
Right.
So they'd come out and see a power station.
What my husband's Native American name is?
What?
Sits in front of telly farting.
Imagine if you said it quickly, it sounds quite nice.
Yeah.
Just...
You call him
He said it in a Russian accent.
Yeah, sits in front of telly farting.
I like your sort of Camp German accent the best.
Oh, shut
And I'd
up.
like you to... Can you just do handy again for me?
What's my handy? What's the best thing to do in a falling lift?
Well, strictly speaking, I don't know, but I'd like to say that I once interviewed a man who had been in a falling lift, and we were investigating the theory, which I know I'll lose points for if I say it out loud, that by jumping up just before it hits the ground, you can sort of say... We were investigating the theory.
It's a very unfair to forfeit you there.
He was sort of very deadpan about it, and he had survived this experience, and he sort of said that maybe jumping up may have helped, but...
What about making everyone else in the lift lie down so that when you splat on the ground, you're sort of cushioned by that?
This is it. This is more or less what Clive was saying about the thing. It is basically lie on a fat person as you're going down.
No wonder everyone smiles when I get in a lift.
When you get in, you never lie down. It's a long journey.
Which I often do.
Sometimes they give the rather alarming device, bend your knees slightly just so that when you hit the ground your thigh bones don't go up through your abdomen, but that's pretty unpleasant.
Has this ever happened?
Well,
So
yes and
the
no.
rope snaps and you say, would you mind lying down if I could lie on top?
You've only got a couple of seconds to think about
hurtling
it.
to the ground. First of all, it is a very improbable scenario because multiple cables support every lift, each cable capable of holding the entire lift.
There's no rope, then.
If they were all to go, they have emergency brakes on them, and they have had since, the 1850s and
Don't
60s.
you think they should tell people that write thrillers about that?
Yeah, they don't have strange little
They're
vents
always
that you can climb up
plunging to
through.
the ground,
Yeah.
aren't they?
But what is it when there are people who are frightened of being in lifts? What are they actually frightened of? Are they frightened of this happening?
Or getting stuck, a kind of claustrophobia mixed with that. In a skyscraper, the lift can achieve speeds of up to 120 miles an hour by the time it hits the bottom. But the problem with jumping is it might take 5 miles per hour off this 120 if you did it. You'd have to time it perfectly. Plus, lifts bounce because there are springs at the bottom. So you'd be in real trouble. You'd bang your head and everything. So, yeah, basically just get the impact cushioned. Who was the first king of both England and Scotland?
James I. Sir.
Is it Canute or something like that?
It's a little later than Canute, but you're right. It's pre-William I. Oh, dear me. That's not how the crown looks, by the way. Maybe when the Queen goes to a British Lions rugby match.
He normally has a couple of Coke cans.
No, because actually James I was the first one to have what was called the Triple Crown of Scotland, Wales, England and Ireland, but not the first to have the double throne of Scotland and England. Who was?
Ethelbert.
That kind of Athel.
King Engelbert. No. King Engelbert Humperdinck.
Athelstan, King Athelstan, 937 KG.
His hand. He's got a hand like a Simpson.
Incredible we didn't know that.
King Constantine II of Scotland submitted to him in 937, as did the kings of Cornwall, Wales and Northumbria, when he became the first king of all Britain, Athelstan. I would also have allowed Edward I, which is wrong, but not as wrong as James I. Where would you put your ladder if you wanted to get into space?
On top of the spaceship, on a rack. A red flag hanging off of it so some other spaceships don't follow you too closely.
It's a conceptual question. How about this? Up against a wall of silence.
You should have railings built round you and people would come and worship you as a kind of modern Buddha. You've got the look, I have to say.
Oh.
No, it's a good look.
Thank you very much.
Good Buddha look.
Rural Buddhas.
Yeah.
So there, right? Wisdom and cheat cider.
You're saying where you put the ladder, you'd assume, I suppose, the obvious answer is you'd put it on the highest point, like Everest.
Yes, that wouldn't...
It'd be a bit bumpy, wouldn't it? You couldn't get a good foothold on it.
It's sometimes called a space ladder. It's more commonly called a space elevator. It is a genuine idea that has been worked on, and many people believe would have saved the space program an enormous amount of money in various ways, was to build a huge elevator that goes from Earth and is counterweighted at the other end and spin round incredibly fast. But it would be an equivalent of geostationary orbit at the end of it, and you would have elevators on it that would go up and down.
With a phone that didn't work in it. I'm stuck on the... I'm about 87,000 miles.
There's some kind of
beyond Venus.
There's some kind of a door in the roof.
It was Arthur C. Clarke who particularly believed in this thing, but NASA spent a lot of money on it. But the important point is you would have to do it on the equator, where the Earth goes at its fastest. Because it's the bit, you know, like the end of a record goes faster than the middle, obviously.
What about a series of trampolines? They have a huge trampoline, and then up higher up is another one about half a mile up, and then another one. So it's like a staircase of trampolines going up into space, and then there's a big bouncy castle at the top. And a bloke charging you £1, and you've got to take your shoes off. I'd tell you the best way to get into space. I would tell you, I've just realised it, and it's brilliant. It's just brilliant. I'm going to be so rich. Bubble. A bubble. Get in a bubble, just float up there.
One day.
I mean a big bubble. I'm not talking about those bubbles you see in That's not a bubble.
Stupid little one.
You call that a bubble, mate? You can't see my bubble. No, a big bubble, you get in the bubble and off you go.
Fabulous.
Yeah. Who wants in?
Me.
This is like the Dragon's Den for cranky ideas.
How about this? You could just imagine.
Oh, Bill. Huh? Bill, that's so beautiful.
It's the wisdom of the rural Buddha.
The Dalai Farmer.
Very good.
Excellent. I've been struggling with that for about 5 minutes. Got to be something in this.
Oh, your synapses are firing beautifully. Use your synapses to fire people into space. Who first put 2 feet on the top of Mount Everest?
Sherpa Tenzing.
Oh, dear.
Edmund Hillary. So what, you're saying they hopped up there?
Cliff Richard.
Amazingly, we didn't guess you might say that.
Does it mean someone put an extra rock up there, make it 2 feet higher?
They made it 2 feet higher in a very extraordinary way. How high is...
They raised it from the bottom.
29.
That would be laborious. Yeah. How high is Mount Everest?
29,028 feet.
You're absolutely right down to the last foot. Since 1955, that has been the accepted height of Mount Everest.
It used to be 29,002 feet.
Exactly. But this is very good. But
the applause on What's My Line?
It was... You're getting warmer.
I think it's a man.
Yeah.
Let's see whose house it is. So it's Radhanat Sikdar, was a mathematician from Bengal who was the first to identify Everest, which used to be known as Peak 15, as the world's highest mountain. And this was in 1852. He used a theodolite from 150 miles away, and he measured it to be exactly 29,000 feet. Exactly 29,000. And he thought no one would believe him. They would think he just rounded up and said, oh, it's about 29,000, you know. But he really... And so he was so annoyed by the fact that it was exactly 29,000, he added 2 feet so that it looked as if he was terribly precise.
Right, yeah.
So he was quite literally the first man to put 2 feet on yeah, a silly question, I grant you, but it elicited the fact that you knew the 2 heights that were known of Everest.
Yeah. And they will get you work anywhere in the world, those 2 facts. You can travel anywhere and just say, I know 2 things about Everest.
And George Everest, who was he? Why was the mountain named after him?
He kept changing his height.
He was the Surveyor General of India at the time it happened. And in his honour, they called it Mount Everest. But even though it's named after him, it's still wrong to call it Mount Everest. Why would that be?
Because it's not a mountain, it's a hill.
No, it is. If anything's a mountain, I think we can say it is. No, we shouldn't call it Mount Everest because he didn't pronounce his name Everest. He pronounced it Everest.
Everest.
Everest. It should be Mount
George Everest.
George Everest. Yeah. I think I'm right in saying that Churchill's nanny was called Everest.
Nanny Everest.
Yeah.
The tallest nanny.
Where are you most likely to get bitten by a vampire?
A 19th century novel.
Pinewood Studios.
Very good. Good answer.
Outside your own house.
Where on the body?
Well, it would have to be some sort of protrusion where blood gathers and is easily accessible through the bedclothes, probably the elbow.
What about in a dark tunnel?
Yeah, but it is a protuberance, as Jimmy pointed out. Big toe.
Big toe? A
Big
vampire
toe
would
is the
bite
most
you on the
likely
toe?
place. There are a number of misconceptions about vampire bats, obviously, but, I mean, we're talking about real vampire bats.
Well, who does your picture?
Aren't they pretty?
Oh, he's a nasty-looking one, isn't
That
he?
is a really
Tell
ugly
you what, that
animal.
Gary Oldman is a hell of an actor. It's like he really transforms, doesn't he?
It's
I mean, amongst vampire bats, is he regarded as a bit of a looker?
Yeah. If Yoda had accepted the dark side, that's how he would have looked.
Yeah.
But,
That's a very suave-looking bat. Hello.
Would you mind awfully if I nipped you on the toe?
Well, I'm having a few friends over. Would you like a liqueur?
what do they do? How do they ingest their blood? I mean, what do they do?
They bite and sniff it up, swallow it, lick it, slurp it, hide it. Store it, draw it
Who
off
do
into
you think
decant
you are?
it. Decant it.
Laid down for a couple of years.
Yeah, with the syringe. I mean, they're quite hygienic animals. Small bit of cotton wool, syringe, and then you get a cup of tea and a biscuit. That's how you know you've been bitten.
And a little, tiny little plaster.
They do. You're quite right in one sense. They do an anticoagulant and a painkiller, so you're unlikely to know you've been bitten. What they do is they open the skin and the vein, and then they lap at it like a cat. Like that.
I don't want to alarm anyone, but I think a love bomb may have gone off.
Stephen doesn't need a love bomb to behave like that, you know.
Is it getting hot in here?
Yes, the most likely place to get bitten by a vampire is in the big toe. Children play with their food. The 6th child of Sigmund Freud was called Anna Freud, and she took up her father's beacon of battiness. She was the first person to write about denial. That's Sigmund on the right.
For me, playing with food came out of being deprived in Liverpool when there were no toys.
So did you make sort of things out of meatballs instead of Lego?
Mum used to put a plate of turnip tops and cockles.
So, as a youth, your toys were cockles?
My first toy was toy cheese. For Christmas. Honestly, it was a metal-like cheese portion, which you wound up, used to wind up, I remember this, on the lino, and put it down. I used to make, like, cheesy movements.
Cheesy movements? That is a very good reason to play with foods, and it makes me all the sicker at the weirdness of Anna Freud. Anna Freud believed by playing with their food, they were really playing with their excrement.
The thing is, a child could play with its excrement
If it wanted to.
If it wanted to.
Of all human phases that you're in, lower infancy is the one where you can most get away with playing with your excrement.
Oh, he's got his hand in his nappy again. But that's the one thing that we don't touch.
The Freud family is a good example. Anna Freud suffered from depression all her life and never had children.
Sigmund Freud was terrified of the number 62, and so he refused to ever stay in a hotel that had more than 61 rooms in case he got number 62. And the first time after he'd made this rule, the first room that he was booked into was number 31. And he went, oh, see? Half of 62.
Yeah, but 62 rhymes with poo. 6 looks like a poo, pursued by a swan.
You know, one of the things that people say is sort of a test of whether you're anal is whether you keep your records in alphabetical order.
Yeah.
All that, but I think, well, surely it depends on how many records you've got. I mean, if you've just got 2 and you keep going back and checking and going, oh, ABBA, ZZ Top, they're still there, that's all right. I've got a room full of bloody records. I keep them in alphabetical order so I can find the one I want. Apparently it means I've got a problem with my arse. How is that?
I shouldn't think, in her time, they had alphabeti spaghetti.
That's true.
Which was the main reason I play with my food every breakfast.
I just insert my meatballs up my arsehole whenever they turn up on the plate.
If they want to call you anal, it's up to them.
It's in their court. The ball is in their court.
The ball is up your arse. Ineffably, imponderably stupid and wonderful. Each one of you here, you should find you have a picture, which is a picture of a genuine United States Patent Office patent application. Arthur, have a look at yours, shall we? And Clive, yours looks like this. And Vic. And Alan, you've got a picture too.
Oh, it's some sort of electrified Christmas stocking. It's a shoe bomb. Why would you want an electrified Christmas stocking anyway?
It's a Santa Claus detector.
Oh,
It's got a motion detection. You hang it amongst your other stockings, and when Santa Claus comes, it triggers a light and an alarm.
There's no such thing as
I
Santa.
know there isn't.
Waste of time.
Waste of time.
Clive, this looks like a bra where you've got a little nozzle and you can blow down it to inflate the bra. So this is clearly designed for a woman who maybe thinks...
A woman with no arms.
Oh, yes, I wasn't going to mention that. She's got one breast she feels is slightly smaller than the other, but she doesn't make a big thing of it, except when she's walking past somebody who she fancies, so she can quickly and surreptitiously and inflate the breast.
It's odd enough, your breath was going in the wrong direction. You were blowing when you should be sucking.
So you suck...
You basically have drink in your bra. And you can surreptitiously suck your drink out of it.
It's only going to be for red wine, though, isn't it? Because it's going to be too warm for white wine or beer or...
Oh, what about Ovaltine?
Oh!
Can I have one of those Ovaltine bras? I've heard so much about. She came in here reeking of Ovaltine.
What's yours, young Arthur?
Yes. I remember Clive Anderson in his 30s. And, I can't hardly believe it, but maybe someone has actually patented the Como.
You're absolutely right. On May the 10th, 1977, Frank Smith from Orlando, Florida, filed a patent for a method of styling hair to cover partial baldness using only the hair on a person's head.
But why is his head the colour of a baboon's arse?
Have you got the full details of this that I could take away and study?
If you look at this picture, though, what you'll see is a horse with its tail. And that's just the end of it.
Yes.
Vic, what have you got for us?
This is a device for sucking those special gases out of a U-bend. And it looks like an actual pan that's filled with some sort of worms, which probably create the gas in the U-bend.
Well, you're more or less right. It is a device for allowing you to breathe in the event of a fire in a hotel room. You pop it in. It's called the toilet snorkel.
So your last moments before the fire burns your backside off were spent sucking in basically lavatory air.
Lavatory air. Darling, I just got to find... Where's the toilet snorkel?
The Great Fire of London destroyed 13,200 houses, 87 churches, 44 livery halls, and over 4/5 of the city of London with a capital C. How many people died in that 5-day conflagration?
I think it's 4 people. It's some very low figure of...
I'm going to give you the points because it's 5 people.
5 people, oh, well.
Yeah, very good. Very good. Only 5 are recorded. The maid of the baker who started the fire, Paul Lowell, a Shoe Lane watchmaker, an old man who rescued a blanket from St Paul's but succumbed to the smoke, and 2 others who fell into their cellars in an ill-fated attempt to recover their goods and chattels. The mayor, actually, Thomas Bloodworth, went back to bed on the first night saying a woman might piss it out. The previous Great Fire in 1212 killed 3,000 people. What are the 4 main religions of India? Yes, Alan.
Sikhs.
Yep.
Buddhism.
Oh, no, it's not
Hinduism.
Hinduism, yes.
Christianity.
Yes, and one more. You've only said...
Islam.
Muslim.
Islam, yes. In correct order, they are Hindu, Islam, Christian and Sikh.
No Buddhists.
There are
in
Buddhists.
India?
It was invented in India, of course. The Buddha was an Indian, but it's not one of the 4 main religions. There are 805 million Hindus. There are 134 million Muslims. There are 23 million Christians. Just 23... It's 22.5 million more than there are in Britain. And there are 19 million Sikhs. Buddhists, there are 7 million of them. 0.7% of the population. Although Buddhism was founded in India, its spiritual home today is, of course, Tibet. The blah, blah seal to La Bastille. Do you see what I've done there?
It's in Paris.
Paris is good.
Yes.
Very good. Can you tell me anything else interesting about La Bastille, either of you, Mark?
It was a prison.
It was a prison.
And it was stormed on July the 12th.
14th.
14th, but close, 2 days out.
You say 2 days out, but I'd have stormed it 2 days early. I'd have been on my own.
There were only 7 prisoners, weren't there?
Is exactly the right number. There were only
2 lunatics, 2...
Yes!
Hang on.
Oh.
2 lunatics, 2 forgers, 2 thieves, and a very bad mime artist.
Wasn't he convinced he was Julius Caesar, one of them?
Oh, this is good. You're getting points too. I'll come to this. This is impressive. Listen to this. We have 4 forgers. We have the Comte de Solange, who was inside for sexual misdemeanours of an unspecified kind. 2 lunatics, one of whom was an Englishman or an Irishman, they're not quite sure, called Major White, with a waist-length beard, who thought he was Julius Caesar.
You know, the Marquis de Sade would have been in the prison at the time of the storming of the Bastille. It's a very tragic story, this, because he was in there for a long time, but a week before the storming of the Bastille, he was transferred to another prison because he'd been upsetting passers-by by shouting obscenities at them through a tube out the window.
It's as if you've been reading my card, Mark.
And so all his stuff, it was tragic, because he spoke to his wife and he said, look, can you make sure you go round there and pick all this right? I've spent years writing in there. But she thought, well, you know, no rush, is there? It's the Bastille.
Safest place in Paris.
To that? And then I think she went down there on the day of the storming of the Bastille and thought, oh, shit.
Absolutely right. 10 days before the storming was when he was moved to Vincennes. And the authorities were upset because he was shouting not just obscenities, but anti-monarchist sentiments at passers-by. So they moved him to Vincennes, and otherwise he would have been released. It was rather like the Tower of London. Even at the Tower of London's height, it was quite a civilised place to be a prisoner. I mean, you got wine and food, and you got an allowance, you got tobacco, you could move around as much as you like.
So this was like the Groucho of the prison world.
Yeah! Tell me why the Cray twins were imprisoned in the Tower of London.
Were they ravens?
No, that's a cunning answer. The ravens do have weird names, and they're literally prisoners because they're kept in cages at the moment because of the worries of bird flu. They're called Gwillem, Thor, Eugene, Munin, Branwyn, Bran, Gandalf and Baldric.
And Dave. So they did actually have the Cray...
They had Ronnie and Reggie of the 3 Cray
brothers. Was there a prison
brothers.
officers' strike or something? There's nowhere else to put them?
No, they were a bit younger than that.
Did they go on a school trip?
No.
National service.
Very good,
Because
absolutely right.
there was a barracks there, wasn't there?
There was a barracks there, and that was their one. It was the City of London Regiment of the 1st Battalion of the Royal Fusiliers, which is where people like Michael Caine had gone when they'd done their national service. People in the East End, that was their local barracks. But they were actually imprisoned there because when they did their national service, they don't like it. Ron and Reggie didn't like it. And they beat up their training sergeant and went home to have tea with their mum. The weird thing about Ronnie is he was pretty psychopathic, and as most people know, he was gay. But he had this weird thing that everyone had to admire his boyfriend. So they'd have a meeting of the firm, and there'd be the heads of Plaistow and Hackney and Dalston and all the local branches of the firm. And there'd be Ronnie, the colonel, and there'd be a 17-year-old youth called Cyprian or something. And Ronnie would go, "Hello, everybody, this is Cyprian." And hello, Cyprian. And Ronnie would go, "Isn't he gorgeous?" And they'd all have to go, "Oh, he's lovely, Ronnie." "Oh, you pick him. Oh, you lucky dog." David Putnam, of all people, used to manage them for a very short period of time. I know, it's weird. Yeah, he did. They wanted to go legitimate. And he tells the story of how they were with David Bailey, who took those famous photographs of the two of them in suits, you know, they're standing one behind the other. And they were all in this pub. It wasn't the Blind Beggar, but it was a cray pub. Ronnie had gone off. He was the insane one. So they're left with Reggie, who's supposedly the normal one. And these couple of drunks come in, and they suddenly spot David Bailey, and they go, "Oh, you're David Bailey, aren't you? Go on, take me photograph." And David Bailey goes, "No, no." He said, "No, don't be a f***ing arsehole, take me photograph." He said, "No, I've run out of film." "Don't give me that, take my photograph." Reggie gets up, looks at himself in the mirror across the bar like that, and suddenly goes, baff, like that, and knocks him right across the room, and he bangs his head against the piano, and blood starts to trickle down. And his mate goes to him, and they just flee. And David Bailey, to his credit, is very angry. He says, "Reggie, you are a tosser. For God's sake, I get this every day. I'm a photographer, people know what I look like. I can handle it. You don't have to do that. You could have killed him." There was this terrible silence that Reggie had been shouted at like this. And he gave a little shy smile. He said, "Well, to tell you the truth, Mr. Bailey, I'd had my eye on that all afternoon. He'd been eating my sandwiches." Very extraordinary. Anyway, we can move on. Anyone fancy a game of arrows while we're in the pub? On the hockey, then, what begins with D and is something you always see the players doing in darts matches? Johnny.
Dangly wrist.
Dangly wrist?
The great darts player always, before they wobble their stomach, they do this with their wrist. I'm sorry, it's an unfortunate...
What kind of pubs have you been playing darts in?
Hello. Yes, they're very nice.
Oh, Jimmy, no, it's 2006.
What did...
We can't be doing hello, ducky, can we?
Is there some word that they use that means throwing the darts? Or is it darting?
Well, what you've done is you've cleverly avoided our trap, which was drinking, because that's what they don't do.
No,
it's actually against the rules of competition darts to drink during a game of darts. When they first televised it, they would drink quite a lot while they were playing. Then the game fell into decline, and it was that fell whore comedy that was responsible. Darting.
You join us during the final stages of this truly titanic struggle between Di Fatbelly Gutbucket and the English champion Tommy Even Fatterbelly Belcher. It's game on. And it's a good start. Double vodka. Single pint. Another double vodka.
100 milligrams.
100 milligrams.
This was such a problem, this sketch, apparently, for the public perception of darts, that it fell into decline and became regarded as a slobby game for drunkards.
You know, in Holland, they play it in schools.
Well, they have the great Raymond van Barneveld, who's won the darts many times. I remember the commentator saying, "He's quite a man, he is. In his spare time, he studies the universe." Who's the famous darts commentator, do you remember?
Sid Waddell.
Sid Waddell.
So is it double first history, something like that?
He certainly read history at Cambridge University and has said some famous and extraordinary things in his time.
There's only one word for that, magic darts.
That's the greatest comeback since Lazarus.
Yeah. Alexander the Great conquered the world at 33 Eric Bristow is only 32.
Absolutely. He actually was slightly more poetic. When Alexander of Macedon was 33, he cried salt tears that there were no more worlds to conquer. Eric Bristow's only 27. And then you have the rather odd one, he's as happy as a penguin in a microwave. What was the most dangerous military stratagem ever devised?
Vehicle reversing.
Was it Hannibal's first crack at the Alps with chihuahuas?
The purpose of this one was to terrify the enemy. Imagine you're in the front line of an army and you're massing against the front line of another army, and the front line of the opposing army does something so extraordinary that you think, oh my God, we're never going to beat them.
Is it from a Carry On film? Is it when they lifted their, kilts and they didn't wear pants? It was amazing.
Carry On Braveheart. No, it's neither of those.
They flagellate themselves. They insert something within them.
They chop their own heads off.
They chop their own heads off.
The front line of the army chops their heads off. How you do that? Grab your hair and just slice with a very sharp sword.
Who was that then? The Scots Guards?
This was in 496 BC.
It would be the Swiss army, because they'd have something on one of those little knives.
Oh,
Do that, wouldn't they?
Self-decapitation. It's a country you know well, and you're wearing its flag at the moment.
This is the flag of Vietnam.
Well, that's right. We're talking 496 BC, the army of King Gujian of Yue. And he had convicted criminals in the front line and told them they had to cut their own heads off. You may say, well, why would they do that?
What's the worst that could happen?
The worst that could happen is if they didn't, then all their families and all their children would be massacred as well.
It.
They didn't seem to worry. They knew they were going to die anyway. They were condemned to death. What do we know about decapitation? Does it kill you straight away?
I know if you cut a duck's legs off, it can still swim.
It can float, but it can't swim.
Floating
I'll leave a little bit of stumpage.
No. It wouldn't be it would have to catch the currents. It would evolve into a whole different animal. It would probably get a wing up as a sail or something like that.
Didn't they discover, like, for example, at the French Revolution with the guillotine, that, like, heads could kind of, like, chat a
Carry
bit
on
after,
chatting.
So...
Well, no, you're right. There was a story during the terror of the French Revolution that two members of the National Assembly were guillotined and their heads put in the same bag straight away, and one bit the other so hard they couldn't be separated. What, just the heads?
That's holding a grudge, isn't it? For all intents and purposes, you're dead. Let it go. Yeah, you didn't get on. Whatever.
They were French. What is the bravest species of animal?
I think it might be the ichneumon, the mongoose.
Yes, please.
Yes. Because the mongoose is basically like a sort of glorified ferret, and it goes out of its way to kill cobras. And cobras can kill you just by looking at you the wrong way. So I think that's pretty brave.
Why does it kill cobras? Because if it can only eat cobra, it's not brave, it's just sensible. It's just, you know...
No, but cobras, you know, they come out of baskets, they sing, they dance. Sort of Les Dennis of the snake world.
Yeah. Well, they're literally the hoodie of the snake world, aren't they? They've got the little hoods.
They're not that brave, though, because as far as I'm aware, the mongoose nearly always wins. I've never seen a David Attenborough where he suddenly goes, oh dear, the mongoose has copped it. What's difficult about this question, I think, is you need some kind of comparative unit of bravery. I think...
And we have one. How do we show how brave people are in a graded order? Soldiers,
Medals.
for example. Medals?
Right.
There are bound to be loads of horses and dogs that have been ridiculously given medals if they understood what they were doing at all.
Pigeons get them, they get medals for making
I'm going to give you the points, Alan. You said pigeons, didn't you? Pigeons.
Yes. Points?
Yes. Pigeons mean points.
Brilliant.
Maria Dickin, who founded the People's Dispensary for Sick Animals. In 1943, she instituted a medal called the Dickin, which is the equivalent of a Victoria Cross for animals that serve in the armed forces.
She sounds really bonkers.
Yeah.
The thing is, to start giving the animals medals, you've got to start promoting the animals, and then at some point you get a pigeon in charge of the whole army.
To be brave, you need to know the element of risk. So I reckon probably the bravest is something like a robin, because I've seen robins mob cats. You know, that's the equivalent of us running towards...
Is this as in Batman?
A tiger.
Well, because that's just not fair, is it?
No, that's...
Well, anyway, the Dickens Medal has been awarded 60 times, and 32 times it's gone to a pigeon. Once to a cat on board HMS Amethyst. The Yangtze incident.
Yangtze incident, 1949.
Entire crew saved by a cat.
Yeah.
Well, he'd ate all the rats on ship.
That's not bravery, though. That's just greed.
It is really, isn't it, to be perfectly honest.
At Moggy.
What do babies have that adults do not?
I'm above head.
Horns.
Horns?
Horns.
Oddly enough, almost close.
They have a cranial cap. They have a divot there that you can store things in.
But the bones in the head haven't fused together yet, have they?
They haven't. Not only in the head, that's the point.
They're completely spongy babies. You can bend them pretty much. Like plasticine, you can just, like, make... If it's an ugly baby, you can just make it slightly better looking, you know, just give it horns if you want.
What's the protocol for when you see a really ugly baby? Do you
I'll
know?
tell you, people show you their babies on their phone now, and it's like a cashew with some hair coming out of it. The thing to say is, nice phone. That's what I think. I think babies have the ability to know that they are ugly, which their parents don't.
They don't have kneecaps, do they?
Aren't you mixing them up with mer babies?
Their kneecaps are not made of bone while they're babies, and there are all kinds of parts of them...
What are they made of?
They're not made of bone, but are made of cartilage.
Or Play-Doh.
And they have 94 more bones than adults.
No, they don't.
Whoa. Yeah.
You're making this up.
No, no. A baby's body has about 300 what are called soft bones that haven't actually formed bone material. They are actually cartilage, a sort of soft, gooey thing. And they eventually fuse to form the 206 bones of the average human body. Where are a quarter of those bones housed?
Foot.
In the feet. The feet is right answer. Yeah, a quarter of your bones. 52. Very good. Yeah. Very good.
How long do you have to wait for your baby to harden?
It's in the natural course of
you
things.
put it somewhere like with Airfix kits. I used to put them in the airing cupboard.
Kill.
Bake it.
You fire the baby.
If you can imagine what a kamikaze pigeon unit did.
Fly into things, fly into planes, engines.
You're getting there. It's a very complicated...
Fly down guns.
It's a
nest. Terrible nuisance to get out.
It was to fly at ships, but in a very particular way, inside a missile. It's got a window, right? No, I'll explain it to you. Here's a pigeon. I've got a pigeon here. Voila. And I have a ship. Yeah. And you train the pigeon to peck at a ship. And every time it does, it's rewarded with grain. Then you put it inside its missile with a glass front, right? And a ship comes into view, but it's slightly on the left. Well, the pigeon's behavioural response is to peck towards where it is. And this activates a relay. And as it gets nearer the ship and it gets bigger and bigger, it pecks more and more and more and more and more, which tells them that they're on the right track. They get really, really close and it explodes in a ball of flame. Destroying...
And that's the thanks it gets.
That's the thanks. It maybe gets showered with grain at the last second, just as a thank you, who knows. But it's a guidance system.
Did it work?
It wasn't used,
right.
But what they did, using this man Skinner, this behavioural psychologist's experiments, was they got a bit of glass, and instead of having a target on it or anything like that, it was just a plain piece of glass with an orange dot on it. And every time the pigeon hit the dot exactly like that, it would get rewarded. Can you imagine why that would be useful?
I was thinking about this just the other day. It's funny you said it.
Very slow form of execution for someone. You put an orange dot on them, put a pigeon in the room. You could activate 12 years.
No, pigeons have very good eyesight. And if an air rescue helicopter is searching the sea and someone's in a little orange dinghy or in an orange life jacket, the pigeon will always see it as a little dot in its screen. So let's go like that, thinking it's going to get fed. And that will alert the pilot. And it works. And that's beneficial and no one dies. Someone might even get saved.
Yes.
And then you eat the pigeon on the way back. The passenger pigeon, is that a familiar species to any of you? It's one of the saddest stories. There were flocks of them in America, and I'm not kidding, that were 1 mile wide and 300 miles long. Good Lord. That would have 2 billion of these birds. They were just the most extraordinary sight in nature, probably.
So they're shitting whole hills.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you imagine?
If you're caught under that, you are dead.
You are. Seriously dead. In 1896, they killed the final flock of 250,000 in one day. Knowing it was the last American sportsman, and I use the word sport quite wrongly.
Did you know about the Puccini gun? The composer Puccini was a great shooter of birds, as a lot of Italians are. When I was in his house at Torre del Lago, there was the Puccini gun, which he made himself, and he'd be sitting there writing, you know, lovely opera, and he'd hear a snipe outside the window. He'd grab this thing, which had the bore on it like a drain pipe, and he could bring down 50 snipe in one go.
Oh, you see, that sport is Italian. Italians, Americans, I mean, really. That's horrible. But can you imagine that? And then on one day, knowing you're wiping out an entire species to kill 250,000 birds in a day.
Did they know it was the last 250,000? And they sort of
They
thought,
knew.
fantastic, let's finish them off.
Yeah. That was the last flock, and then the last bird itself died in the Cincinnati Zoo in 1914. She was called Martha.
So the pigeons in Trafalgar Square, they're wild rock pigeons.
Wild rock doves.
Wild rock doves.
Yeah.
Do they know that? Because you don't tend to see them on the cliffs at Beachy Head.
They're confused by our rock cliffs, aren't they? That's the problem. Pablo Picasso was a keen pigeon fancier.
His father was a painter of pigeons. It was a style in late 19th century Malaga. Instead of, like, flower genre painting in France, whatever, his father was a pigeoniana, or whatever it was called. And when he discovered how good his son was, he gave him his brushes and never painted again.
Fantail pigeons he collected himself, and of course he called his daughter
Paloma,
which is Spanish for a dove or pigeon. Indeed. Una paloma blanca. You remember. There we are. So, B.F. Skinner was the name of the man who designed these missiles aimed by pigeons who were tapping in the nose, and it was tested successfully, but never actually saw action. What is the most dangerous sport in fact, the most dangerous country in the world?
Contemporary dance in Scotland. Hopscotch in Afghanistan? I don't know.
You're very close.
Well, it's going to be Afghanistan or Iraq, isn't it?
Well, odd enough, in between those two...
Kazakhstan?
No, a much better-known one.
Subazakistan?
It's another stan, but the best-known stan. Pakistan.
Pakistan. They play a lot of cricket.
They do play cricket there, but they also have this very dangerous sport. So dangerous, it's been banned for all but 15 days of the year. It's a child's pastime that has become aggressive and extreme.
Conkers?
No. It's mentioned and indeed sung about in Mary Poppins.
Buckaroo?
Mary Poppins.
Flying a kite.
Flying a kite. The idea of extreme kite flying
is dangerous.
You have to sever your competitor's... You have to sever your competitor's kite from its string, and so the string's actually made of metal with glass, sharp, abrading glass. And motorcyclists get garroted, because hundreds of people do it all over the country.
Who told you this, Stephen? This is not... This doesn't happen.
Yeah, I'm afraid it does.
No, I saw it, Channel 5, when kiters go bad.
They shout, "Bo-kata!" Kite down.
What about when they garrot someone? What do they shout then?
Oops. Yes, probably. It's the Spring Festival of Vasant Panchami, or Basant is when it happens. And there's people against it, the Kite Flying Effectees Committee. People who are affected by kite flying have tried to ban it completely.
Do all the kites have to have the face of Des Lynam on them?
He is a god in Pakistan. Yeah. How big can a kite be? What's the heaviest kite you
Huge.
could have?
They could weigh anything up to 4 tons.
Well, the largest kite ever made weighs nearly a ton.
100 metres
48
long.
foot by 36 foot.
That's
And
right.
how many people does it take to fly that, then?
50.
50 people, yeah.
50 men, it says here.
50 men or 25 fat birds?
It has 200 strings. The smallest is 1.25 inches across.
You can get them in the market and stuff. You see those blokes doing those tiny kites? Have you seen them?
No.
Miniature kites.
That's right.
On bridges and things or something.
Oh, do they? You started using an electric fan, one of those little handheld electric fans. It just flies up. Yeah. Invisible string, which makes it very pleasing.
Then you go home and cry. What am I doing? What the hell am I doing in my life? I want to be a doctor. Look, everybody. Oh, what's that point?
What do you use to make a difference engine? Do you know what a difference engine might be?
It's a machine, a 19th century, 18th century design to solve equations.
Yes, a calculator, a computer.
It was one of the first computers, yeah.
Indeed, and there is...
So
it was
used cogs and stuff.
Charles Babbage. He never completed it. He ran out of money. Only in 1991 was it fully reconstructed from his plans, and it worked perfectly.
It's thought that he put a couple of mistakes
Deliberately,
into it,
yes.
so that if anyone stole the plans and tried to make it, it wouldn't work.
Mr. Darrow. Well done.
Presumably, this is a bit like when you go out at night, going to the back of your DVD and jamming a fork into it repeatedly and then going, well, if they can steal it, it'll never work.
That's
slashing your own tyres before your holidays. the joke's on you, thief, OK?
But in fact, in answer to the question, the reason he couldn't complete it was so vast, with these huge cogs in. There is a material he could have used to make it, if only it had existed, which was invented in 1901 by one Frank Hornby.
The bloke who did the model railway.
The bloke who did the model railways also invented another staple British child's toy.
Fake hedges.
That was all part of the... But it was a totally separate invention.
Action Man, Meccano.
Meccano is the right answer.
Those are the only toys I remember.
Yeah, and there is a Meccano difference engine at work. It really does work. And it can do trigonometric functions, logarithms. And the point about it is it's programmable. It's not like a clock or something that's just simply dedicated to one analogue task of telling you the time. This is actually programmable. He was an odd man, though, Babbage, and he does rather live up to the idea of an early computer nerd. Tennyson wrote a poem which included the line, "Every moment dies a man, every moment one is born." And he wrote back, "If this were true, the population of the world would be at a standstill. In truth, the rate of birth is slightly in excess of death. I would suggest that the next edition of your poem should read, every moment dies a man, every moment 1 1/16 is born." Strictly speaking, the actual figure is so long I cannot get it into a line, but I believe the figure 1 1/16 will be sufficiently accurate for poetry. What a man.
That's the best impression I've ever heard of him, though.
It is a good impression, obviously. He also invented the cowcatcher thing that goes on front of a locomotive.
I'm presuming by the fact that this is the design, it didn't succeed in catching many cows as much as dividing them.
Tell us something interesting about door hinges.
Door hinges used to be made out of wood.
Yes.
But they weren't very effective. And so then they started making them out of metal. And it's got a lot better since then.
You can clean them with brown sauce.
Well, that's true. That is true. Have you ever hung a door on its hinges? Have you ever fitted hinges to a door?
Yeah, we have.
We have.
You have?
Both, yeah.
All right, so how do you space the hinges out? Let's say the top hinge is 6 inches from the lintel.
Yes.
Where would the bottom hinge be? 6 inches from the floor?
No, it would be that he's actually
lower.
taking seriously that we really have hung doors.
I have hung a door.
Oh, she has really hung a door. I've hung a bloke.
I've probably hung it wrong.
The point is this. Let's say this is the jamb. So the up one, that's 6 inches from the top, but that's 9 inches up. In order to create the effect of them being equally spaced, because you're always looking down at the bottom one, and there's foreshortening. If you actually equally space them, it looks wrong. It looks as if the lower one is too low. So you have to do it to that. But in America, it's 5 and 10. And in some western states of America, it's 7 and 11, like a shop. Yes. It is. 7 inches down, 11 up. I know, it's a shocker. You heard it here first, Joe.
I'm frightened now.
I bet you are.
Is there a doctor
I
here?
want to imagine you measuring your door hinges when you get home and say, Stephen was right.
I'm going to send you a
6,
picture of me
9.
measuring my door hinges naked.
Yes, please! I want it. But the middle one goes exactly in between the two. So there's the 6, the 9, and then in the middle. There's the interesting thing about doors.
Doors are 78 inches long.
All doors.
Domestic doors, generally, you might have to take
That's
a bit
6'6".
off.
How do you know that?
bought a door recently.
You see?
Tell you
Who
why.
hung it? Who hung it on its hinges?
My friend Keith is a carpenter.
Well, he'll know about that.
He's also a stand-up comedian, so it's a right laugh having him round.
Oh, my God.
The door handle kept turning like that, and turning and turning and turning, and I couldn't get into the loo. And I really needed to go, so I kicked the door in. It's the only time I've ever kicked a door in. It's brilliant. And
Great
it was a really
feeling.
cheap, flimsy door, and it smashed like that, and it exploded, and the door bit fell down, there was wood everywhere, and I burst in and had a crack.
Lovely. I've heard of the Isle of Dogs, but what famous islands are named after birds? Any thoughts? There are quite a few.
Puffin Island.
Is correct. Any others?
Penguin Island, Sparrow Island. Blackwood Island, Eagle Island, Heron Island.
Thrush Island.
The Canary Island.
Oh, but no! No, the Canary Islands aren't. There's an example.
That's not the Canary Islands.
That is actually Bird Island we're looking at. You're absolutely right.
That's in the Seychelles.
In the Seychelles, you're quite right. Yeah, no, the Canary Islands are named after dogs. Insula Canaris means the Isle of Dogs, and the birds are named after the island. Do you know about canary wrestling?
No.
It's just a form of wrestling in the Canary Islands.
How does it work?
Well, you stand in a sand circle called the terrero, and basically, like sumo a bit, your feet have to be in the sand. If any other part of your body touches the sand, you're beaten.
Is it canaries wrestling?
No, people from the Canary Islands.
Oh, I thought it was canaries that were... I just don't see why they did. Why would they wrestle?
Well, you have cockfighting.
Well, yeah, they're angry animals.
Do you know about La Gomera? Obviously, not having been to the Canary Islands, there is an island called La Gomera. Do you know how they communicate across valleys?
Shouting.
In La Gomera? They don't shout.
Mobile
no.
phone.
They don't. It's a language they use, but instead of using their vocal cords, they
fart.
No, they whistle. See if you can tell what they're whistling. It's in Spanish. That is John milked the goats. I'm not making this up. The next one. That was Domingo was sick. Honestly. Let's see that one again, because you can hear the Domingo, now you know. Listen. Domingo!
I can't help noticing. Although it's in Spanish, he does have a Liverpool accent.
Why don't they just talk to each other?
Because it's bouncing off the canyons of the gorges of the valleys of La Gomera.
This is still on the Canary Islands now, is it?
Yeah.
Is this the one that's going to fall in the sea and wipe out the whole of the eastern seaboard of America?
I'm glad you asked me that, Mr. Clarkson, because that is La Palma in the Canaries. The volcano on La Palma is said that if it goes off in a big way, it will cause a tsunami that will engulf the whole of the eastern seaboard of the United States. What's the most interesting thing a dog can smell? Yes, Neil.
A dog's dinner.
Yes. To a dog, that is the most interesting thing a dog can smell.
Another dog's bottom.
Yep. Oh, there you are. Oh, no.
My crotch. But they all do.
They do. Oh, dear. Can you blame them? They're only flesh and blood. This is really interesting because it's terribly touching, really, that they can smell this. And
Cancer.
It's cancer.
No, really?
Yeah. So there was a woman who, her dog kept pawing at her leg. And she had nothing on her leg that was peculiar, just a normal number of moles, but it was only interested in one of the moles. And when she wore shorts, it tried to nip it. And so she went to the doctor, and the doctor found that this was a malignant melanoma, and it taken out. And doctors have found that dogs can smell bladder cancer, lung cancer, 99% efficiency rate at smelling it in people's breath, lung cancer. Quite extraordinary.
So have I got cancer of the bollocks, then?
Well, that's what I was wondering.
Let's not discuss.
No, let's not. Insane. We have something like 50 million these olfactory cells up here, and they have 220-odd million. But their sense of smell is infinitely better than that. It's not just 220-odd times better. It's thousands of times better. We have machines that can smell a part in a billion, which are fantastically sensitive and complex. Dogs can smell 1 part in a quadrillion.
I'm worried about this dog. Has it been nailed? It can smell my crotch.
Yeah.
We all can.
Well, I'm sorry.
It is. What is 3 times more dangerous than war?
3 wars.
Is it doing a Yui on the A40?
This is according to the United Nations.
It's probably something really inane, like cycling, trampolining.
It's work. You're more likely to die at work than you are at war.
Does that include soldiers?
What if you work in a shoe shop near a war?
I can always guarantee you will find some cunning way to make me not know anything. And I don't know what the statistics are for people who work in shoe shops near wars.
How many times have they actually had a war in a shopping centre? It's very rare that first world countries get invaded, but if they did, you could have a shootout in a multiplex, couldn't you?
If you lived in South London, you'd find a lot of wars in shopping centres.
I've been arrested in a shopping centre.
Have you? Tell us why.
For an act of war?
I knocked a security guard's hat off.
Recently?
A very Bertie Wooster thing to do.
Yeah. I didn't even do it on purpose. I was taking my jumper off. I was absolutely arsehole as well. And you're very much hearing my side of the story. I called it actually rather a story of defence.
I read a thing once that said 1/3 of all accidents at work go unreported. How do they know?
Lumberjacks have the most dangerous job in America, it appears. 122 deaths per 100,000 employed.
So that song's entirely wrong, is it?
Yes. Exactly.
How could you die doing that? Just trees falling on you?
You're saying trees falling on you like that's a bit of a pansy way to go. That's a legitimate way to die.
It's just the only real sort of peril, isn't it?
There's a lot of chainsaws.
But also, you're not very well protected in panties and a bra, are you?
And also, if you're a lumberjack, you're supposed to be good at it. Yeah. You're not supposed to chop down trees and go, oh, it's the other side, isn't it?
Well, now, yes, according to the United Nations, more than 2 million people die from work-related accidents, as opposed to 650,000 people a year who die in war. What was Darwin's problem with brown owl? And why did he not describe it?
Probably ate it or something.
Ah! So he ate brown owls, you're saying?
Well, actually, he didn't, because he described it as indescribable, which is why he didn't describe the brown owl. Well, actually, as food, he meant, because Charles Darwin, one of the greatest scientists, one of the greatest men, really, of any age, was considered a very dim pupil and couldn't spell and was terrible at arithmetic and went to Cambridge. The only subject his father thought was fit for him was divinity. And he spent his time chasing rats and shooting and looking at animals and eating strange animals. He was a member of the Gourmet Society, or the Gluttons, as it was known at Cambridge, and their aim in life was to eat as many rare and peculiar animals, like bitterns and hawks. But brown owl, they didn't like at all, and all the others became bishops and archdeacons.
Is this still exists, this club?
Exists? Stephen's the president of it.
Yeah, otherwise you write me round for fox on creme.
Right. I take panda. That's the... Oh, it's lovely.
I've got a book at home. It's equivalent to the Collins Book of Birds from 1850, and after describing each bird, at the end it will say, for instance, a buzzard tastes a little bit milder than a golden eagle. Yes. But still quite palatable.
Does it have a wine recommendation at the bottom? You suggest a Chablis or a New World. Which religion causes harm by sticking pins into dolls? Oh!
I don't know, but I bet he set it up.
Pins into dolls. Who do that?
Silent. Voodoo.
Oh, he did. He said voodoo. Thank God. He takes it. No, it isn't. Voodoo has never involved the sticking of pins into dolls.
What so a religion does?
European witchcraft.
Oh, I thought it was the Methodists.
Do you know...
a bunch of heretics.
Do you know what the dolls are called in European witches? They're made of wax, or they're made of ceramics, made of wood, straw, all kinds of things, but there's a word for them. Do you know? It's rather nice. Poppets. Puppets. The closest, anyway, that voodoo ever comes is they do have these little empowered figures called bocellos, which have small holes into which you put tiny pegs to channel healing energy. So it's a generous, kind thing, voodoo, to help people. It had made its way through slavery from West Africa to the Caribbean in particular, of course, Haiti is where it's most associated with. The missionaries and so on came and they wanted to discredit the local religion in order to raise up the claims of Christianity. So they said it was full of cannibalism and zombieism and things that they had actually gotten out of European witchcraft. And so it was really, poor old voodoo has rather suffered from it.
They should get you to redo their image for it.
Yeah, why not? New double-action voodoo.
Take 2 puppets into the shower.
Yes. What's a vomit comet? Yay.
Is it a new alcoholic snooker player?
No, it isn't.
Or is it a branch of electrical retailers in Slough?
Good.
If you don't feel very well in space and you throw up out of the window.
You started so well, and then you suggested the idea of a window that you could open in a space capsule.
I'm assuming there'd be an airlock. Or maybe you just have your own helmet and then vomit out.
It's a plane that they train astronauts.
You're absolutely right, Phil. Jupiter's help is up to some
about
points.
and they throw up and they bring them down again.
Exactly right.
Covered in their own business.
It's exactly right. Well done. It's a military spec 707, and it does parabola flights. It does about 30 or 40 in a mission.
They shot about 20 minutes of footage for Apollo 13 in it, but they could only do it in 60-second chunks because that's as much as you're allowed to be weightless before they have to bring you back down.
You're absolutely right. It's actually even less than 60 seconds. Yeah, it's about 40 seconds.
It must be padded.
Well, you don't need to because you don't really hit it with any force when you're weightless.
Well, I imagine when you stop being weightless...
It comes back slowly, I guess, because you're problem. You go
it's
from...
also covered in sick.
Go from 0G...
Interesting point from a personal point of view. If you weight a lot, are you more weightless?
We have the interesting physical question of the difference between mass and weight. Weight is a phenomenon that doesn't exist except by virtue of gravity, because we are live in 1G.
Tell that to society.
Yeah. Fatness, on the other hand, is a completely different issue. It doesn't alter. I can do that. It doesn't alter whether you're weightless or not.
So if you went into space, in a spaceship, quite a large spaceship, and you had a mouse and an elephant...
They were both weighed the same because they were both weighed zero.
Would they both become weightless at the same time?
Yeah.
Or would the mouse lift off quick and then taunt the elephant?
Well, anyway, you're absolutely right about the vomit comet, and it was used to train astronauts in weightlessness. About a third of them would get incredibly sick, about a third moderately, and a third not at all. But supposedly it was the anxiety rather than the actual experience that made them sick. Name a saint who comes from Ireland.
Patrick. Oh!
He went to Ireland, but he didn't come.
None of the patron saints of Britain are from where they're supposed to be from, are they?
George is Palestinian, St. George.
Yes.
Patrick is Welsh.
British, certainly. He came from around the River Severn area, apparently.
St. Bernard was from a shelter.
But you must be able to name some genuine...
St. Columkill, St. Bridget, St. Kevin.
St. Bridget. Do you know what her great miracle was?
She laid down a cape because she said, I want some land to build a convent. She said, well, you can have whatever land your cape covers. And she laid it down, and the cape grew like ginger beer in every direction. And so taken over the entire field.
That is one of her great miracles. The other one was that she could transform her used bathwater into beer. The Irish sort of miracle.
That one wasn't taught to us in primary school in Ireland.
Kevin?
Kevin lived halfway up a mountain in Glendalough in Wicklow and was like an Irish Francis of Assisi. Small animals would nest in his hand, and rather than crush the fecker and get on with his day, he would let the bird rest there and heal or whatever, and he'd go, please, I've got stuff to do. Do you want to bring up any more of these scars of my childhood right here?
It is astonishing to imagine an education like that.
I will say this for it, like, I do remember once going out with a lady who was raised atheist, and an utter chore to walk around a gallery with. They go, who's the guy on the sticks? Is he the same guy who was in the shed earlier on?
Who is St. Bartholomew? Because I went in the museum in Venice,
and there was a painting of him, and he's a spit of me. I was a spit of him. Anyway, it was a virtually full-size picture, and it was uncanny and a little bit frightening because he was only wearing a nappy and he'd been shot with an arrow.
His day is the 24th of August, I know that. That's St Bartholomew's Day. And there's obviously a famous hospital in London, St Bartholomew's.
But he's probably the reason why they say always wear clean underwear in case you're in an accident. Because he had to go to A&E with an arrow and a nappy on. To sit in the waiting
so
room.
long, they named the hospital.
After it. Lord. There you are. Well, a lot of them had arrows. St Sebastian was a famous one to be shot with arrows.
Well,
but
maybe it was St Sebastian, maybe it wasn't St
There is a Mantegna St Sebastian that does look not unlike you, it has to be said.
Do you know what? I think it might be St Sebastian.
I think it was St Sebastian. St Bartholomew's death was that he was flayed alive, and most paintings of St Bartholomew have him with his skin draped over his arm, his own skin.
No, that wasn't him.
That wasn't him.
So I've seen that statue in church. I always used to think when I was a kid that he just had a sort of beige-coloured coat.
His own skin. Anyway, the patron saint of Ireland went to Ireland but didn't come from there. He was kidnapped as a child, sold into slavery to Ireland. And then when he went on to the continent, became a monk, he wanted to come back to Ireland to convert to Christianity and cast out... What was particularly clever about Clever Hans, the horse, who was rather famous in his day?
Couldn't it count or give answers to something?
Yeah, not just count, it could do square roots. But it wasn't quite a con, it was something else.
Wasn't it they could read body language,
Exactly
basically?
right.
You could see people going... Is it? And they're going, ah! And they
Only
stop.
much subtler. It's basically what Darren Brown often does. And if you train yourself to know how to read someone's body language, the tiniest movement of an eye, the tiniest flexing of a muscle somewhere, all those sort of things, you can, as it were, read someone's mind. And this is what the horse was doing.
But Darren Brown's a bit brighter than
He's a lot
fish.
brighter than the horse. We have to say.
Do you know, he's got one great trick. You know when you've got an empty seat by you in a train, and you don't want anyone to sit there? He says you're insane to put things on the chair to stop people sitting there. The trick is, as they approach, you smile at them and pat the seat.
That's very good. Yeah. Horses are just stupid, I'm afraid. And every day they have to reinvent the world. You know, you go, oh, what's that? It's a piece of paper. Oh, what's that? It's a hedge. You saw one yesterday. For Christ's sake, get a grip. Oh, everything's... Oh.
You look so much like my nan then when you... It's a hedge, Nan!
What connects gelignite, saccharin, and the rings around Uranus?
This is what I call a fantastic night out.
Well, if this is about discoveries, the only thing I know about gelignite is it was invented by Nobel of the Nobel Prize.
Exactly, it was, yes.
And this is a safety version of dynamite.
Gelignite is safer than nitroglycerin,
Yes.
which is what's inside dynamite. Nitroglycerin escapes from the dynamite and it blows people up, including Nobel's brothers.
If you get that on your hands, you can get a headache, and they call it having banged head. I learnt that on Brainiac.
You're absolutely right.
I have reason to believe that it was invented by mistake.
Hooray! Top marks, absolutely right. They're all serendipitous, accidental inventions.
When were the rings around Uranus discovered? Quite recently, I think.
The rings of Uranus were discovered in 1977, actually.
When did it stop being called Uranus?
About 5 minutes ago, I said Uranus. I suddenly noticed that it could sound like your anus.
I can't remember who discovered it, but the guy who discovered it wanted to call it George Planet
He did.
after the king. But
Herschel, his name.
Herschel, there you are.
1781, yes.
You can't ask for anusol in that way in a shop. You have to pronounce it anusol.
It's a slightly embarrassing product. Let's call it anusol.
Can I have some cockwort go? I mean, it might as well be. Ridiculous.
And whilst I'm at it, I'll have a packet of those spunk bags.
Well, anyway, Alfred Nobel was trying to make dynamite more stable, and he discovered by adding collodion. He'd had some on his finger. It was used... I don't know if you ever used it as an actor. If you ever had to have a scar, it tightens on the skin very hard. They used to use it as a sort of liquid plaster. He'd cut himself, and he thought, this is a very odd stuff. And he just thought he'd try mixing it with lots of other things, and he accidentally mixed it with his nitroglycerin, and it formed a jelly, which you could throw around, unlike nitroglycerin, which, as you know, is very, very unstable. Saccharin, he forgot to wash his hands after playing with some chemicals and then found his food tasted sweet, so he was an American, obviously, because he ate with his fingers.
There's a huge number of things that are discovered by accident.
Trousers.
Trousers were discovered.
When somebody accidentally fell into 2 drain pipes. Hey, presto! No more embarrassing walks.
That's like the story of Roquefort, when a young shepherd boy, just picture the scene, he's dropped his cheese in a hole.
I often picture the scene of young shepherd boys dropping their cheese in a hole.
And 6 months later, he's sheltering in the cave, and he found this bit of cheese, he's starving, and it's all rotten. And he thought, oh, well, what the hell, I'll eat it anyway. It's delicious. Yeah. And that's how blue cheese was discovered, children.
The 3M company were after a paper glue that would stick cards and paper together really strongly, and one of their research chemists was so bad at it that he just... But it sort of stuck, but you just peeled it off, and so came up with the Post-it note, which was an accident as well. Caffeine, silly putty, Viagra, and another accident, of course, the Americas.
Yes.
They're not all successful. It was Gandhi's first name.
Oh, Geoffrey, wasn't it?
Geoffrey. It wasn't Geoffrey.
I don't know. Indira Gandhi, that was his granddaughter, was it?
No, they weren't related. She was Nehru's.
Oh, she's not even related to him?
No. Well, at least you've avoided our trap of not saying Mahatma.
But that's not a name, though.
Yes, it's not a name. Do you know what Mahatma means?
It means, can I have my hat, please, mother?
Funny enough, W.C. Fields almost got there before you, because he wrote one of his films under the pseudonym of Mahatma Cain Jeeves, as in Mahatma Cain Jeeves. So there you are. No, it means great soul in Sanskrit, and it was a title awarded him by a follower. As early as 1915, he was called that.
Was it Andy?
It wasn't. It wasn't Andy Gandy.
His older brother, Randy Gandy.
Oh, you said Randy Gandy, didn't you?
Oh, is it?
I think we had decided it was minus 150 for anyone who said Randy. Randy Gandy. No, it was actually Mohandas K. Gandhi, the K standing for Kamal. When you know about whom I am talking. Had she been eligible, she might have been elected US president. She's a trained scientist. She has larger breasts than you might imagine. Jonathan's alert. Maiden name, Roberts.
Thatcher.
Oh, dear. Margaret Thatcher's maiden name was Roberts, but this particular née Roberts has over 1 billion pairs of shoes and yet stands only 11 inches tall.
I'm above Ed.
Thumbelina.
Not Thumbelina. This one exists.
11 inches tall?
Yeah.
Barbie.
Barbie is the right answer. Yay. She was named after one Barbara Millicent Roberts from Willows, Wisconsin.
If Barbie was a real person,
Yeah.
she wouldn't be able to stand.
Yes.
Anatomically.
Yeah, exactly.
Her feet are too small.
If you sort of blew her up to 5'6", her feet would be size 3, her breasts would be 39 inches, and she would just.
But you wouldn't let her stand up anyway, would you? You'd only want her supine anyway, wouldn't you, if she had those kind of things?
Is that right? It's also apparently true, according to researchers at University Central Hospital in Helsinki, Finland, that her body shape lacks this 17 to 22% body fat, which would enable her to menstruate. But what was it she managed finally to get in the year 2000?
Pregnant.
It was a piece of something that...
The Shroud of
Turin. Not a bra, some part of her body. Nipple, not nipples, thank you.
A navel.
A navel is the right answer. She finally got a tummy button. Very good. Absolutely right. Barbie philosophy. Barbie spoke in 1992 for the first time. Do you know the kind of thing she said?
Where's my navel?
You could have said that.
No means no. Stop looking down there. I don't have bits.
Will we ever have enough clothes? Was one of the first.
It's a paradoxical frog, Ken.
Yeah. I love shopping.
Do you? But what did Barbie say, Stephen?
Math is tough. As we know, Barbie, whose full name was Barbara Millicent Roberts, was born in 1959. She's done everything, including running for president 3 times. What was the second commonest cause of death for women up to the year 1800? Yes.
Kestrels.
What a wild stab in the dark.
Childbirth.
Childbirth was number 1.
Oh, right.
Very good that you...
Was Kestrels number 2?
No, it was number 2 I was asking for, and I took that to be your answer first time round.
Was it dehydration from having to lick the carpet clean because hoovers hadn't been invented?
Were these deaths at night? Because I could go with owls.
Let me say, it's no kind of bird of prey.
Not even a swan?
Not even... No.
Swans flying at women really hard with stiff necks until they went through their bodies like a javelin.
No.
So really lying all over the British countryside with swans.
No.
Was it horse riding accidents?
No, that's, if I may say so, a great deal more intelligent, and I don't mean that in a patronising way.
Beaten to pulp by the husband.
Oh, hello. No, domestic violence was not it. It was domestic.
Beaten to a pulp by their sons.
That would still be domestic violence.
Falling down the stairs.
No, it was trying to do something. It was engaged in a domestic activity. Cooking is the right answer, yes.
Death by cooking?
Yeah, largely because their dresses would catch fire. Don't know, that's funny. It is.
The second most common cause of death?
After childbirth, amongst
What happened to you? She set light to herself in
A lot of their husbands came in and went, blimey, that's a big roasty.
What is the first computer ever to beat a grandmaster at chess now doing?
Anybody there?
Is it filtering calls for BT?
You're so close to being right.
If you have a billing query, move knight to bishop 3.
Oh, very good. It's actually slightly more disturbing. It's working for United Airlines as a reservations clerk.
Yes. Didn't Kasparov say actually that he found it actually had intelligence? It was shifting. It was actually deeper blue, I think, when it beat.
You're absolutely right.
Was
Deep
it named
blue
after? Isn't IBM called the Big Blue?
It
Isn't
is.
that its nickname?
Yeah, it is. And that and an amalgam
of Deep Thought.
Deep Thought, which is...
In The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, yeah. I thought it was split in half, actually. It was in museums. They took...
Well, yeah, they did. I mean, they're only using part of it. It was immensely powerful.
But didn't they cheat? And actually, what Kasparov pointed out is that it managed to spot his trap in the 6th game or something.
Absolutely right. He set a trap in Game 2, which a computer could only have avoided by thinking creatively, leading Kasparov to accuse IBM of cheating and leading Stephen Fry to accuse Johnny Vaughan of cheating and reading his cards. It was so accurate. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, excellent. I watched Gary Kasparov playing the match against Nigel Short in London. It really is absolutely terrifying. You can feel this energy coming out of him. It hunches over the board and he moves the pieces. Even the way they move the pieces have names, you know. Vasily Smyslov, who was a very great grandmaster for a long period in the 50s, he used to move his pieces like that and give a slight twist.
Oh, flourish!
And still to this day, known as the Smyslov screw. It's the way it just take...
So little
as if you're screwing it into the board. It's really extraordinary.
But he did complain that it was actually starting to show intelligence rather than just cold logic. I know
Exactly.
It's got like 200 million permutations it can think ahead or something.
200 million positions a second can be analysed, yeah.
Why don't we phone United Airlines and set a trap?
Yes, brilliant idea. Me to seat A7.
Doesn't it kind of restore your faith in the human mind rather than being cynical about IBM? The fact he's going up against something that can do, what, 200 million processes a second? It's amazing. It's close to autism, though, what he's got, isn't it?
He happens to be more intelligent than most. Some of them you wouldn't trust to sit right way in a lavatory, to be honest, but... that much of your brain is taken up with the processing you're doing. It's not surprising you're not safe to use the street unattended. Who's suffering from Shagger's disease?
Oh, did you know what I mean? Oh, bloody Shagger.
Taxi, I'm off.
We didn't see that one coming. Is it something to do with shag pile carpets and the dust that comes from the shag pile, that it's drawn in through the nasal passage into the lungs, perhaps called woolly lung?
I love that idea, but it's not that.
How are you spelling this Shagger's disease?
No, that's a good question.
Yeah,
how you spell it? It's actually spelled C-H-A-G-A-S, Shaggas.
I think it's some sort of virus or a bacterium or a...
parasitic.
A parasitic disease.
It's a parasitic
Is
disease.
it some sort of equatorial disease? I'm sure I've had an injection against this or
If anyone
something.
needed an injection against Shaggers disease.
What now? You're doing history!
It's infectious.
There's a famous person who had it.
And what's our letter of the series?
D.
D. It's a famous
Darwin.
D. Charles Darwin had Shaggers disease, and he described it. It's pretty unpleasant, I have to say.
Did he get it off the beagle?
He did.
Oh, look how it took him.
He did. The description of Shaggers disease is unpleasant. Vomiting, preceded by shivering, hysterical crying, dying sensations, half faint, copious and very pallid urine.
This is premenstrual tension.
What about this one? This is an odd one. Now, vomiting and every passage of flatulence preceded by ringing of ears. Mine is followed by ringing of ears.
He had this for 50 years.
For 50 years he had that. Very sad. Amusing name, but by no means an amusing condition. Shaggers disease, a serious problem still for millions of people all over, particularly South America. It was discovered by Carlos Chagas. It's unique in the history of medicine, inasmuch as it is the only disease that was entirely described What's the best thing to do with a dead donkey? Yes.
Christmas dinner. A lovely Christmas dinner. If you're having the big family round, a donkey will go a long, long way. A big old cavity, plenty of stuffing.
Can he be hung like a dead donkey?
People had this idea that donkeys knew when their death was coming and went away and apart from everyone else, like elephants are said to do. And therefore, to see a dead one was apparently very rare, although they're common. So it was considered very lucky. And you have to jump over it 1, 2, 3 times. The word donkey, when did it come into the English language?
When was Don Quixote published?
Oh! Yay! No, it's very odd. The word was ass all the way through the 16th, 17th centuries, most of the 18th century. In the late 18th century, it suddenly appeared, the word donkey. It was pronounced donkey, like monkey.
If we wiped out every single mule on this planet today, all of them, by next year, there'd be 10,000 of them.
Really?
At least.
How would that work?
Because they're hybrids. They can't breed amongst themselves.
No, exactly, yes.
They can't actually breed amongst themselves, though, so they rely on that.
I see
you
what
could
you
whack
mean.
them out,
So-
you'd still have horses getting donkeys, so you still get the mule population up.
You'll still have horses getting donkeys.
Yes. I wanted to put it mildly. I didn't want to say boning them.
Which way round is it, though?
It's the female horse.
Is correct, and the male donkey. So it's the donkey that does the shagging.
The donkey's little.
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
So donkeys are quite intelligent. They have to find a box.
No.
And
Because in one department, Phil, the donkey is blessed.
You see?
Oh, that's a long reach, though, still. In fact, the donkey can do it from a different field. You just...
And they have little...
If it chooses.
And they have a very Leslie Phillips way of treating their lady. They go, hee-haw. That's right, yeah. And the other way round is called a hinny.
The what?
Hinny, a male horse and a female donkey. It's called a hinny.
A hinny?
They're much rarer. When the female horse gives birth to a mule, 99.99% of female mules are sterile, and the males are invariably sterile, but they don't know they are. So they have to be gelded so that they don't shag all the time. What about donkey's milk? Do you know anything about that?
Donkey milk?
Yeah.
It probably makes an amazing cheese.
Well, oddly enough, it's the one thing it doesn't.
No.
But Phil, come on, you're naive. Sometimes, honestly...
I want donkey cheese!
In India, they have always in the countryside fed babies on donkey's milk. It's very nutritious indeed. It contains oligosaccharides, which are very, very good for you and have all kinds of immuno-helpful things, don't they, Dr. Garden?
I'm sure they do. Yeah. They're good for bathing in, too. Isn't Cleopatra in ass's milk?
She was in ass's milk, absolutely, in pure donkey's milk. Poppaea, the wife of Nero, 300 donkeys were milked to fill her bath.
Big girl, was she?
Big girl, yes. What sort of hair does an underground fluffer deal with?
Is it anything to do with the tube? Is it underground as in...
Is the right answer. You avoided our trap. Nothing to do with films and pornography or anything like that.
Is it to do with cleaning the rails?
Cleaning the rails.
Gangs of 6 Every night, go down, gather up the hair. 30-mile-an-hour winds come when a train enters the station, and a lot of hair gets blown down into the tunnels. Really?
Yeah, that's how I lost mine, actually. Most of it is Tottenham Court Road.
And it's statically attracted to the reel, is it?
Well, it's a prime cause of fire.
I don't understand why you can't have, you know, like you used to have a cleaning tape for your cassette deck.
Yes.
I can't have a cleaning tube. You just send a big furry train down.
Well, that's the fluffers. What's happened to fluffers in the porn industry?
They're no longer used.
Yes, why would that be?
I wish... David, why is that? Porn industry, I feel it's your question.
It's a VAT issue.
Health and safety as well, I think.
It's something else beginning with V. Viagra. Done them out of business. The fluffer, for those who don't know, was the person in a porn film whose job it was to excite the membrum virile of the male artiste.
And then turn it into an apron.
That's it. Yes, fluffers clean the tracks, they save lives, and they stop trains running late. It's a really tough and underappreciated job, and I think they deserve a round of applause from us. Hooray! Alan, if you were knighted, what would the Queen say to you?
Arise.
No, she wouldn't.
Are you sure she doesn't say, no, I'm sorry, I have to draw the line somewhere?
Well, after his name, for which we'll say Alan, after Alan's name is announced, the knight-elect, Alan, kneels on a knighting stool.
What are the chances?
I
wouldn't turn it down, I'm not posh.
In front of the Queen, who then lays the sword blade on the knight's right and then left shoulder.
I'll be like that, cheer.
That's it. After he has been dubbed, the new knight stands up. Contrary to popular belief, the words "Arise, sir," ... are not used. The Queen then invests the knight with the insignia of the order to which he has been appointed, a star or badge, depending on the order. By tradition, clergy receiving a knighthood. What's the difference when clergy are knighted, if they happen to be?
They kneel on a corgi.
No, there's no sword.
There's no sword. You can't take a sword to a clergyman.
Exactly. No, you'd take a dagger, wouldn't you? Yeah, exactly.
A scimitar or an axe.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The strict meaning of the word accolade is the salutation given on the bestowal of a knighthood, from the Latin meaning of an embrace around the neck, around the coll, as in collar. But do you know about degradation? And that's when you have your knighthood taken away. The last public one was in 1621, when Sir Francis Mitchell was found guilty of grievous exactions and had his spurs broken and thrown away, his belt cut and his sword broken over his head, and was then pronounced to be no longer a knight, but a knave.
Oh. All by the king?
Yeah. It would have been James I, wouldn't it? Yes. Wow.
It's when she did Alan Sugar, did he go, "You're fired"?
You're degraded. You are a knave. What does the moon smell like? Yes, Joe.
Does it smell of Buzz Aldrin's underpants?
It might.
Did he crap himself there and bury some?
Well, one of them obviously did, didn't they? Wouldn't
Crap
you?
himself there and buried some.
I did that as a child. I pooed in my pants and buried them in the garden. But when I went back to check on them a few weeks later,
They'd gone.
They'd
They could have sold them. People advertise for dirty underpants in the backs of magazines.
Not in The Spectator, they don't. All I can say.
What's the moon smell of? Cheese.
Oh, Joe, you are sweet.
I thought that was hanging over us.
It was hanging over us. Now, get some points back if you know how many humans have walked on the moon.
12.
Absolutely. You both said it simultaneously, and you both get 5
Difference
points.
is, I guessed.
Well, you still get the points. Anyway, apparently it smells of gunpowder. Lots of moon dust came back in the module back to Earth, and it's that mixture of silicon and iron and magnesium and calcium that marks out Special K, amongst other things, I think, that is also present in moon dust.
What's it taste of?
Wensleydale.
But what was Darwin's problem with brown owl, and why did he not describe it?
Now, clearly, if one makes a joke about Girl Guides here, Like, he was traumatised during a period in the Girl Guides.
Before...
Help me now. We even predicted your mistake, because I think brown owl brownies.
Yeah.
Yeah, he must have died before...
Before the
had-
brownies existed, exactly.
Yeah.
He probably ate it or something.
Ah!
So he ate brown owls, you're saying?
Well, actually, he didn't, because he described it as indescribable, which is why he didn't describe the brown owl. Well, actually, as food, he meant, because Charles Darwin, one of the greatest scientists, one of the greatest men, really, of any age, was considered a very dim pupil and couldn't spell and was terrible at arithmetic and went to Cambridge. The only subject his father thought was fit for him was divinity. And he spent his time chasing rats and shooting and looking at animals and eating strange animals. He was a member of the Gourmet Society, or the Gluttons, as it was known at Cambridge, and their aim in life was to eat as many rare and peculiar animals, like bitterns and hawks. The brown owl, they didn't like at all. And all the others became bishops and archdeacons.
Does this still exist, this club?
Exists? Stephen's the president of it.
Yeah, otherwise you write me round for fox on creme.
Right. I take panda. That's the... Oh, it's lovely.
I've got a book at home. It's equivalent to the Collins Book of Birds from 1850. And after describing each bird, at the end it will say, for instance, a buzzard tastes a little bit milder than a golden eagle. Yes. But still quite palatable.
Does it have a wine recommendation at the bottom? You suggest a Chablis or a New World Merlot.
Do you know what you should drink with the beating heart of a cobra? And this is a dish in China where you get a cobra and it's brought to the table alive. They then slice it open, rip the heart out, and it's beating on the plate there. You have to chase it around the plate, I suppose. And then you drink the blood of the snake as the wine.
Actually, I ordered the lasagna.
What's the most disgusting thing you've ever eaten, Alan?
Earwax.
Your own? It was your own, that's all.
It's really horrible.
Bitter.
I mean, if just a tiny bit on the end of your fingers.
Sweet and sour.
Imagine if you had to have a sandwich of it. Really like a block of it.
Anyway, a phylum feast is held on the 12th of February every year by zoologists and biologists, in which they try and eat as many different species as possible, in honour of Charles Darwin, whose birthday that was.
Why do children...
Which of these would you rather have on your Quidditch team? A Muggle, Hagrid, or Dumbledore?
Is it the one that looks like Julius Caesar who's about to be sick in a bucket?
I don't know which one that is.
On the left.
Oh, see, yes, it does. I think that's Dudley, is it?
Yeah.
The point is, in a lot of J.K. Rowling's work, the words are real, and Dumbledore is a real English word, as is Hagrid, as is Muggle. And I want you to tell me what they really mean.
Dumbledore's going to be some sort of a term for a village idiot, I think.
Well, funnily enough, yes, it became that. In Thomas Hardy's Under the Greenwood Tree, it means a slow simpleton. It's used as a bit of a Dumbledore, but actually it has an original earlier meaning, yeah?
Is there not a Hagrid reference in one of the Thomas Hardy books?
There may well be.
I don't know, one of the Thomas Hardy books. I don't know which
I've
one.
read, I mean, I've seen...
Sure
it's the longer form, Hagridden, I've seen many times, but start with...
Monster-like.
Start with Muggle. Do you know where the word Muggle might first have been
Sounds
used?
like some sort of woodland creature or something furry.
Actually, it's an American Jazz Age word. It's a drug.
It's a marijuana.
Marijuana is the right answer. Muggle was a word for marijuana, for cannabis, and indeed more particularly for people who smoked it. They were muggles.
Really?
People who smoked marijuana were called muggles.
That's hilarious.
But what's the next word, then? We've got Hagrid, which is used in Thomas Hardy, you're right, in the Mayor
I've
of
seen it in the
Casterbridge.
longer form, Hagridden.
Yes, Hagridden. Very good.
Try that.
Clever of you.
It means... Hagridden. It means a bony old horse.
It's a mare.
It's a nightmare.
Yes.
It's a nightmare involving a horse. No.
Was there somebody chasing through?
If you had bad dreams, you were said to be hag-ridden.
Oh, that's great.
That your
isn't it?
witches had come to you in the night. You were hag-ridden.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, to be Hagrid.
Is that a drunk person not finding the toilet?
Well, it's a... since records began... That's horrible. When people sleep...
They'll feel terrible when they wake up.
When
That's a relationship that's not going to survive, isn't it?
When people sleep badly these days, they think they've been probed by aliens, but before the idea of aliens came, it was goblins and witches and demons and hags. And that's what hag-ridden means.
What's the horse doing?
That's the nightmare.
He's operating the video.
Very good.
With his big hooves.
So that leaves us with Dumbledore, which, as you say, has been used to mean a slight simpleton. There's the great Gambon. But it had an earlier meaning, and the first half of it...
Dumble.
Dumble. Think of a rhyming word for dumble.
Jumble.
Mumble, mumble, crumble.
Mumble.
Not mumble.
Mumble.
Bumble.
Yes.
Bumblebee. It's a type of bee.
It is a bumblebee.
I've redeemed myself.
Yeah, there were different ways of saying it. A daw means a humming insect in Old English. So a Dumbledore was a bumblebee.
That's great.
That's what the word means. It's rather nice.
Wow. That's great.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Pleasing.
I can't believe I didn't know it.
No.
I'm really annoyed.
There
Well, I missed out on more precious points.
It's hard to hang on to a hagfish. There's a hagfish. Yes?
It releases mucus
The
to
hagfish.
defend itself,
It does,
which works in real life. If anybody ever comes at me, I just sneeze at them and they're backing off.
But I don't think you could produce the kind of slime that a hagfish
You don't
could
know
produce.
me. I'm very young and fertile.
Would you like to see? Have a look at a hagfish releasing slime and tell me you could produce as much. Here's someone manipulating it. That is producing that. It can turn a bucket of 20 litres of water into slime
That's a
in minutes.
Great party piece.
Isn't it?
I actually think my baby daughter might be a hagfish. Yeah, because that's nothing. to be honest with you, I've got that on my trousers every morning.
It also can tie itself into knots, which is another impressive thing. It literally does a slip knot or an overhand knot. It's quite bizarre.
Given the choice, if I had to have special powers, I'd like to be bitten by one of them. Because excreting mucus would be... You know, because like Spider-Man, he's all very well, do a bit of climbing and that.
Slime
but imagine
boy.
if you just sat in a chair and somebody went, do your thing, and she went... It would be fantastic. It'd be brilliant. Because if somebody tried to get you in a headlock, you just go...
That's exactly it. That's what it does.
Yeah, well, superheroes are meant to help people. How would you help people with this mucus? You know, like Spider-Man helps people. How would you help people with this mucus?
Oh, there's a child who's got his head in the railings. Oh, no.
Yeah, that's a really good comic book story, isn't it?
This gravy is unnecessarily runny.
Hagfish are hard to hold because they tie themselves in a knot and ooze slime in all directions. I before E, fingers on buzzers, accepting after...
Please!
C.
No, that just isn't a rule. Why isn't it a rule?
Because of
words where...
Words where it's not.
Yeah,
E becomes
because of the
before I have to
exceptions
see.
Because there are more exceptions to the rule than the rule itself, by quite a long way.
Who's counting?
Ceiling.
They've been counted. Would you like to know?
Ceiling one.
God.
Yeah, there are 923 English words that have a C-I-E in them.
Do we have to name them all?
No. you're let off, but name some.
New Year.
Ceiling.
No, that's C-E-I.
See, yeah, that's what you said.
No. The rule, the supposed rule is...
except after C.
But I'm saying, in
ceiling,
fact, there are 923 which break that rule.
Receive, receipt.
So hang on, if it's I before E except after C,
Yeah.
we're looking for words where E follows C, aren't we?
No. No. The rule is it should be C-E-I, according to that.
C. Yeah. Oh, but you're saying it's wrong.
There are 923.
I know one, which it isn't.
Yeah.
Ceiling. That's not one. Ceiling isn't one.
No.
Ceiling isn't one of the ones you're looking for.
Yes, I want the ones I am looking
That's
for.
right. So I would repeat my answer and I say not ceiling.
I'm looking for the ones I'm looking for.
You're looking for the ones you're looking for.
So give me a C-I-E.
Ceiling?
That may explode at any minute.
C-I-E.
Seat is C-I-E.
Yeah, those are the ones that conform to the rule.
Okay, the rule is looking pretty good right now, because...
Glacier,
species.
Yeah, yes, but now I know them, and I didn't think I knew any.
Yeah.
Yes.
The point is there are lots and lots and lots.
123 words.
These are ones with EI without the C in front, obviously, as well as the CIE, concierge.
Oh, you don't even have to have a C in it now.
No, they're EI. Are you incapable of rational thought? You cannot be that stupid.
You've really...
You cannot be that...
Stephen, can I just say, you really are going to have to work on your Bruce Forsyth. Are you really capable of rational thought? I mean, really?
This is not
This is QI. Are you a human being? I don't think you are.
No. Work it out.
These words don't count. They're not even English words.
Well...
You can't have hacienda and concierge.
Yeah, but there are... The point is there are 21 times as many words that break the rule than don't.
However, if you want to spell ceiling...
If you want to spell ceiling...
Remember,
or receipt.
Or conceit, or
except after
deceit.
C.
Yeah. But if you want to spell veil and weird...
Yeah, but there's no C in them.
No. It's I before E every time, except after C. But in weir, that's the point.
I see. Yeah.
They're You cannot be that stupid.
He said it and you're looking at me. How do I get the blame for his stupidity? I've got my own, thank you.
Wow.
Daniel, you're the only person on this show who isn't a complete idiot.
Why shouldn't you crack your knuckles?
Oh. Is there lasting damage? Can you do lasting damage on the bone?
No!
Oh, you just did it.
Oh, no.
Problems?
Oh.
There's
I mean, I think it's an old wives' tale that actually, if you do that, it causes arthritis. Yeah. Because there was a famous doctor called Dr. Unger who believed that it did, and for 50 years, this doctor every day cracked the knuckles on his left hand and didn't on his right.
Well, but the story is that his mother, when he was very young, he cracked the knuckles on both hands. And his mother said, "You do that, honey, you'll get arthritis." And he thought, well, being of a scientific turn of mind already as a child, he thought, I will test this by only doing it on the fingers of my left hand.
arthritis, and I'll show you how.
Exactly. So he did it on his left hand only, and for 60 years he cracked it. And then he had various tests, and there was no suggestion of arthritis on the left hand more than the right.
So you can crack
and he
your
apparently shouted up, "You were wrong, mother, you were wrong."
Oh.
I've wasted my life.
You were wrong, man, you were wrong.
When did slavery become a criminal offence in England? It
I
was
bet
not
it
in
was
the
one of
19th
these
century.
odd little new labour laws in about 1996, 7, 8.
What an odd law to outlaw slavery. Is political correctness gone mad?
I only mean odd in the sense that it's a bit late.
Yes, that's exactly right. It was 1807 when the slave
1807,
trade was ended, and then finally in 1834 it was illegal anywhere in the British Empire to own a slave. It has never been illegal to have a slave in England until April 2010. I'm saying I could have had you as a slave legally.
You mean this series I'm finally free?
Yes!
But you know what? I mean, one of those slaves who just goes back to the master. I don't know what to do. I work for you anyway, please.
I'll tell you one thing is that there are now estimated to be 27 million people held essentially in bondage, in slavery on this planet.
But the show will be over soon. You can go.
Yeah.
Right now?
More than there ever were in the days of cotton picking and so on.
27 million?
27 million.
In the world?
Yeah, that is the estimate. It's pretty grim problem still, slavery. The point is, it was never illegal in England because it was never recognised as a state of being.
Oh, there's all
There was
kinds
no
of...
such-
I wish I'd known that.
There were laws against kidnapping and abduction and false imprisonment and sexual trafficking and all the other things that we might associate with slavery. But it was not illegal for one human to own another human, which it now is.
So this is a law this isn't one of those laws where they thought, oh, that needs clearing up. It's a loose end from history.
It kind of was. In 1967, there were a number of obsolete crimes that were taken care of. Barratry had been illegal right up to 1967, which is vexatious lawsuits.
Oh,
Barratry.
Building of
vexatious lawsuits.
Yeah, what they call a vexatious litigant, somebody who just keeps...
Dorothy Squires.
Yes.
Dorothy Squires, the singer Dorothy Squires, towards the end of her life, when she did have a mania, but she was probably the last person to be done for vexatious litigants.
And if you kept prosecuting someone for it, you'd be prosecuting them.
Yourself?
Yeah, well, it's completely... Anyway, there's scolding. Scolding was a crime in 1966, but not in 1967.
With hot water, you mean?
No, not scalding. Scalding. Scalding!
That was a crime.
You! What time of the night do you call this, Eddie Izzard?
12.
Yes.
12:30.
Well, they'll give you a good scolding.
And that was illegal?
That was illegal.
Illegal?
Yeah.
And now it's legal?
Eavesdropping was illegal. Challenging someone to a fight was also illegal until 1967.
What about going round and round and roundabout more than 3 times?
It certainly wouldn't have been a medieval law, would it?
Well, I don't know, and if you're in a horse and cart, you have a couple of hours spare.
On a medieval roundabout.
On a medieval roundabout.
Yes. Anyway, there you are. Due to a quirk of English law, it only became a criminal offence to keep a slave in the year 2000. Oh, the humanity. It's time for general ignorance, so fingers on buzzers, if you please. Name the fastest human runner of all time.
Ah, now.
I'm going to go Usain Bolt.
What? He is?
Well, he is. Did you not watch it? It was on telly. He's called Bolt, for God's sake. What more do you want?
The argument for him being one of the fastest is strong, but...
It's, what, him winning and being the fastest?
He won that race.
He won that race, yes.
But
you think you're faster, too?
No, I don't. I think T8 was faster.
T8?
T8.
Who's that?
It's a fossilised footprint in Australia of an Aboriginal people. And you can tell from the strides that they ran really fast.
What were they running from?
The white man.
Yeah, possibly. They had good reason to. Usain Bolt can reach 27 miles per hour for a second or two.
Which is very, very impressive. But again, rabbits run at 35 miles an hour, and that's much more exciting.
It is not as fast as a rabbit.
It's not as fast as Jimmy Carr when it's his round.
20,000 years ago, on the Gold Coast, they discovered these footprints. And one of the males was running at 23 miles per hour. But, all right, so Usain Bolt can travel 27 on a running track with spiked shoes, whereas T8 was in mud, barefoot, and was accelerating. You know how much faster he got. It seems likely that he was faster than Bolt. And anyway, it's quite likely also that he wasn't the fastest of his 150,000-strong tribe. So anthropologists believe that he could have gone up to about 28 miles.
In fairness, Usain Bolt wasn't being chased by a lion, was he?
There is also that, yeah, that's
For all
true.
we know, he could have been like a fat bloke who was about 45. And all the others were really fast.
Yeah, exactly.
Doing like 48 miles an hour. How do they actually tell? Is it the stride length?
I think it is. I mean, it's, stride length, depth of impress. You can be pretty accurate about it.
Maybe they just had a rock in the shape of a foot and they did it for a laugh.
Maybe. On your way there, though, how would you spot a Neanderthal if you saw one on a bus?
He'd be the one who comes and sits next to me. Nearly always.
Yeah.
He's the one already sitting next to me because I'm married to him.
This is going to be the humiliate my husband show.
Yeah, he doesn't watch this. It's all right.
Oh, fine, OK.
He doesn't really understand it.
Is he the one looking at the wheels going, what the hell?
They've got the lump and great forehead, or is that the Cro-Magnon?
Well, the point is, actually, we'd be very hard put to tell the difference.
Exactly
if they wore a T-shirt, admittedly, you'd say, well, it's an unusual looking
that's
person.
our producer.
Yes, but if you imagine... if, and I dream of it, we shaved and dressed our producer one day, popped her on a bus... she might look like a normal person. That's, the point is that they...
So far, we haven't.
No, we've not managed that yet.
He looks like... Is that a model?
That's a model of how they might look. Unfortunately, we think of them as incredibly stupid, but they had religious rites, they buried their dead, they made ornaments. At one point, we were one species that diverged, and these two branches of humanity lived in Europe. In fact, Neanderthals lived in Europe for 4 times longer than we ever have. They had a long period of living there.
And did we cross over?
We did cross over, and no one quite knows why they went extinct, whether we bullied them, whether we outsmarted them. They were stronger than us.
Right.
We invented the bus, though.
We did They didn't invent the bus. No, you can't get on that one. But about 1 to 4% of our DNA is Neanderthal, so we crossbred.
So were there ever, for instance, Homo sapiens who married Neanderthals? You imagine a wedding like that.
Yeah.
It's going to be a punch up in a car park.
Yeah. Go to Basildon any Saturday night.
I'm glad you said that. Sorry, no, I just want to tour again one day.
Of Norfolk.
Yeah. But no, the fact is, yes, you're right. I mean, there was interbreeding. And there are many theories. Some think that we, Homo sapiens, as it were, kept Neanderthal girls as sex slaves, but it's very possible it's the other way around, because they were stronger than us. But certainly there was a lot of interbreeding, but for some reason they died out.
Probably the first genocide, first of many that we proudly executed over the many centuries.
Maybe we just teased them to death. Maybe they couldn't take it anymore.
Wonderful.
I know I'm ugly and stupid.
So politically incorrect.
Oh, I can run fast. Oh, you're really good.
Why are they called Neanderthal?
Is it an anagram?
Probably is. Anagram of leather dant.
Leather dant. Leather dant.
But no.
That's a period in time, isn't it?
No, it's not actually. It's just simply a valley near Dusseldorf in Germany where they were found Neanderthal. There were many other. Can you name other species?
I do like the idea, though, of having
Homo
another
australis.
species of human that is just a little bit stupid, but, you know, friendly, and lived with us and were quite happy just to do all the jobs and stuff for us.
Well, it's Brave New World, isn't it? Exactly. The
I like the
gammas.
idea of it, I have to say. I mean, I'm not a nutter or anything.
No.
But I like the idea of... Who wouldn't mind, either? They'd be very simple and
could be your sex slave.
obliging.
Yep,
Yeah.
Can we go back to sort of the picture of the man that looks like a gnome?
Oh, yes.
Where's
the producer.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really fancy that as a sex slave, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not being overly fussy, I just think...
Yes. Bearing in mind, though, Jimmy, this is before the invention of electric light. You know, it's gloomy.
Yeah.
Be in a cave.
It's cold.
You be in a cave, it's cold.
Have a few beers, you'd be fine.
He's quite a friendly-looking bloke, isn't he, really? For a Neanderthal?
Yes, definitely. But if you gave him, and when I say him, I mean a Neanderthal man, a tracksuit and a haircut, he would attract no more attention than any of the other nutters. When might you engage in paradoxical undressing?
So you're undressing, but you're actually dressing?
No, it's not really paradoxical.
Is it physics or some physics or mathematics?
No.
Is it counterintuitive undressing?
That's much more what it is.
So taking your clothes off if Jeremy Clarkson asks you would be...
Meow.
Would be silly.
It's taking your clothes off when taking your clothes off looks like the worst possible idea you could have.
Is it some effect of hypothermia? Is it some mental thing that does to you?
It may be mental, it may be physical. It's not quite understood, but one of the...
Oh, that is very unpleasant.
Yes.
Can we go back to the previous picture?
Yeah, it's one of the peculiar side effects of hypothermia when you're actually dying of cold.
You feel hot.
Almost the last thing you do, very commonly, not always, is take all your clothes off. And people think it may be a delusional thing, but it also is part of the fact that your blood vessels near your skin tend to just give up and open. And it may be that people feel very hot. Because you never survive once you've got to that stage, you can't actually ask someone why they did it. But it is a common thing for people to do, and they're
I went in freezing water once in New Zealand, and I screamed a lot and swam about a bit, and then I got out and I was completely shocking, livid pink, and felt hot. So that was perhaps seconds from death, then.
Maybe you were. Maybe you're one of the few who survived it.
Yeah.
Well, what sort of temperature do you think would start you on the road to hypothermia? Body temperature, I don't mean outside temperature.
What's the temperature in here?
Really, I'd say pretty quickly. I don't think you'd have to drop much, maybe 4 or 5 degrees below normal body
Basically, that's right, 35 degrees Celsius, once your body temperature starts to get below that. And interestingly, in the coldest cities in the world, hypothermia is very rare. It's much more common in places like Britain, where it doesn't get very cold at all. There's a very remarkable Briton called Lewis Pugh. Have you heard of Lewis Pugh? He's a man who's able to control his own body temperature. He does endurance cold swimming. As far as we know, he's the only person known to science who can do what he can do. He can swim in cold conditions unlike anybody else, and he is able to raise his body temperature at will. It's completely startling. He can stop himself shivering. He is really an incredible figure, and we contacted him. And he said that he thought he could do this...
he's not coming in here because it's freezing.
He said he thought he could do this because he had trained himself, as it were, over years and years and years to do these endurance swims in incredibly cold waters. And then his body, as it were, saw it coming and prepared for it. That was his only explanation. But
Cold water has a bad effect on a boy. I mean, he looks good there. I bet he doesn't fill his swimming trunks when he gets home.
Maybe that. How would you like to spend 2 weeks lying on a pile of parrotfish droppings covered in phenyl benzimidazole, sulfonic acid? Does that sound like a good...
Is that sun cream?
Oh, very good. Excellent. Excellent. So... that may not be such a bad thing after all.
So it's lying on a beach covered in sun cream?
Yes, most people would like it, but parrotfish droppings is a very special kind of beach, the kind we'd most like.
White sand?
White sand, soft white Coral Island sand is parrotfish droppings. It's called a parrotfish because it has a beak, like a parrot's beak, and it scrapes away and eats at coral, and it excretes this white sand. And each fish will excrete over a ton of it in a year.
Good
and there are lots of them. And that builds up as the white soft sand that is the particularly prized sand of such a beautiful island as that, for example.
Each fish excretes a ton of...
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What, a single parrotfish like
it's
that?
Not, yeah. Every single day it's eating it. It's a ton a
it's
year.
Eating? A ton of... Well, I suppose,
It's
yeah, you're
pushing out.
constantly
So how much does
processing.
the average man excrete in a year? I don't know, I'm looking at you. Why don't you know that?
I'm afraid I don't.
Your classical education has failed you.
Stephen knocked that up in an afternoon.
The average man will excrete the Isle of Sheppey.
By lunchtime.
And the sun cream? What's the maximum sun protection factor at the SPF you could...
50, isn't it?
50.
50.
What does it mean when it's SPF 50?
It means you can stay 50 times as long in the sun as you
really-
would do if you would say, if, say, for example, the sun was so hot you were going to burn in 1 minute.
Yeah.
If you put that on, you can stay 50 minutes.
Yes,
Right. Or if
That's
you
the
put it
thing.
on in England, you could stay for a lifetime.
The notorious pirate Blackbeard has just given me a map. What does the X mark?
The spot.
If anything, I suppose he gave me a maybe would be his signature because he probably can't write. Most pirates couldn't. The fact is, there is no case in history that anyone knows of pirates burying treasure and
Does it mean the whole...
drawing maps with X's on. It all comes from
Treasure Island.
Treasure Island by Robert Louis Stevenson. Why would a pirate want to bury treasure? I mean, you know, it should
Stop the other pirates getting it.
Yeah, but he's got to spend it. That's
No,
what
they can
do.
hardly go to Bradford and Bingley, can they? Oh, you're a chest full of doubloons and booty. Yes, would you like fixed term or extended income?
Oh, God, I went to the Bradford and Bingley and got stuck behind a bloody pirate. I was there for my whole lunch hour.
I got 20 Portuguese whore.
That's why they brought in those pens on the chains, because they couldn't get it with a hook. They'd be like that, and they couldn't... So they'd just hook the pen, it would go like that, and then he'd just do this.
Yeah, there are a lot of myths about pirates. There's no known pirate to have
Man's
a...
face is the colour of a strawberry. That's incredible.
What, you know who that is?
No, I don't.
Right, it's Robert...
Newton.
Oh,
Robert Newton, yeah, who really invented pirate speak.
Yeah.
That, oh, our Jim Lad.
That's
Robert
all
Newton.
from him.
In fact, Tony Hancock's career started as a Robert Newton impersonator. That's what Tony Hancock did. That was his act. There's an International Talk Like a Pirate Day, isn't there, in September?
Somalian.
Somalian?
I met a kid from Somalia.
Yeah?
He came up alongside me on his push bike. He said, "You is on TV, innit? You is on TV, innit?" And I said, yes, it's nice to see you. don't walk away, don't walk away. You've got to help me get into TV. And I said, OK, well, how do I get in? I said, well, you know, join your local drama group. I don't know what I said to him. He goes, I'm Somalian, but I can do Eritrean.
There may be a demand for that, you know, somewhere.
I said, I'll see what I can do. I'll speak to the producers of Jonathan Creek.
On that bombshell, pirates very rarely buried treasure. They prefer to spend it, and they never once used a map with an X on it to help them locate it. So, we're currently now, not giving too much away, in a studio in London. Where is the nearest piece of American soil to us here?
Grosvenor Square?
Is it?
The fact is, most people wrongly think that you're right that the American embassy is in Grosvenor Square at the moment, though they're about to move it. But an embassy is not considered the sovereign soil of the nation whose embassy it is. It belongs to Britain, the soil there. It's not American soil. This is a myth, this idea that the moment you step foot, you're on American soil. They wanted to buy the lease. Who owns Grosvenor Square?
Duke of Westminster.
The Duke of Westminster. The Grosvenor family, yeah, the Duke of Westminster. And they asked for the freehold. And do you know what he said? He said, yes, if you give my family back the state of Virginia, which you confiscated from us. You can have that. So they decided not to.
Good work, Duke of Westminster. I like him already.
But there is American soil in Britain, and the nearest to us is in Surrey. It's a tiny area. It's a memorial. A place in Surrey famous for an extraordinary British event in the year 1215. Do you know what happened?
Signing of the Magna Carta.
Yes, I know where it is.
Runnymede.
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 Yes. But what is the memorial in Runnymede?
There's a JFK memorial.
It's the memorial to John F. Kennedy.
I've been there. I've been there.
Yeah. And it's deliberately these sort of isometric, or whatever the word is, asymmetric steps, this slightly higgledy-piggledy, to suggest a journey of pilgrimage towards him. And it is officially American soil. What conclusion did the great biologist Stephen Jay Gould draw from a lifetime study of fish?
Oh.
Yeah.
They haven't got any legs.
Is that his lifetime study?
Well, no. It wasn't his lifetime study of a fish.
Yeah. He was,
After a while, they smell.
he's a bit thick, and he just stared at them and they haven't got any legs.
Starfish don't have brains. It's the kind of Louis Walsh of the aquatic world. They really don't have brains, they're starfish.
And they're not really fish, are they, starfish, to be honest?
Well, their word fish is in there, which kind of qualifies them, I think.
Well, is a starfish a fish? Is a jellyfish a fish?
Well, yeah,
cuttlefish a fish?
Yes, I believe but the starfish.
A crayfish is a lobster.
There's a division, isn't there, in the world, whether it should be down to sort of experts in biology, whether things are fish, or whether it should be down to menus.
Yes.
Certainly, for example, a crayfish comes under fish in a menu.
He looks like he's reading the sell-by date on that.
He does. Stephen Jay Gould was very great. He's dead now. He's very great. He won a Nobel Prize. He was a paleontologist and an extraordinary biologist. And he came to a conclusion which is...
They can feel no love.
No, that there is no such thing as a fish. A fish has no biological meaning. There is just...
Well, that's I'm absolutely right. Go with menus.
On a menu it does. But in a menu, a fish is not the same as shellfish or seafood, is it?
It often comes in the same bit and separate from pudding.
Things that live in the sea.
Pudding are different.
Yeah. How can something not be something? Something can't be not something, can it? But if you've created a something, then something has to be that something, otherwise you haven't created a something. So it has to be a fish if there is the idea of a fish in the first place.
I swear there's a philosophy somewhere.
Slow down, Plato.
There's some sort of ontological argument going there, and of course, to us, that we use the word fish. But biologically speaking, a salmon is more related to, say, a camel than it is to a hagfish. Like, there are lots of things that fly, like a bumblebee flies, a vulture flies, and there are flying lizards. They're not all birds.
No.
But we call things that swim in the sea fish, and actually, biologically, evolutionarily, they have absolutely nothing to do with each other at all. So, after a lifetime study of fish, biologist Stephen Jay Gould concluded that there's no such thing as a fish. But now it's time for a round of quick-fire hypotheticals.
Quick-fire hypotheticals!
So, all you have to do is tell me the first thing that comes into your head, basically, all right? It's a quick-fire hypothetical question. Let's say you found a fallen tree in the forest, right? Obviously, it fell down before you arrived, but did it make a sound as it fell?
Ooh,
No.
Well, no one's going to say yes.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, do you know where this question comes from, as it were?
It's a
Bishop Berkeley.
Bishop Berkeley, yeah.
Philosophical question, isn't it?
So that if there's no one to hear a sound...
Is there a sound?
Is there a sound? It depends so much what you mean by sound, doesn't it?
Well, there isn't, because sound is the vibration of the eardrum. There is no sound
Is it?
if there's no one to hear it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it depends, though, because part of the definition of sound is that there has to be a recipient for the sound.
Yeah.
Isn't there? There's the thing that makes the noise, and there's the transmission of the noise, and then there's the reception of the noise.
Yeah.
But if there's no reception of the noise, then maybe the noise doesn't exist.
Other things are still vibrating, but whether that vibration counts as a sound or not is a...
That's the definition of sound is what happens in the ear. There isn't any sound if there's no one to hear it.
It's a mooty point.
There's a speed of sound, and it's only what happens in the ear.
How'd you get that speed between that and your ear? Maybe by the time that tree's fallen, you got there, that sound's halfway around the world and making someone else very nervous. Ah!
So, Stephen, are you sure about this?
Well, no one is sure. That is the point. That's why it's a hypothetical. No one knows. I mean, to a semanticist or a neurologist, they may say that sound is that, but to a physicist, they would say the propagation of sound waves is sound. Whether or not there is an ear to vibrate, it is a sound wave. Stephen. And if it's a sound wave...
I disagree that they are sound waves, because if you go...
You may disagree, but that's... You're welcome to. But you're not...
Vibrations, but they only become a sound wave when there's an ear to receive it. It's run like... Do you remember we talked about a thing that really astonished me? Did you know that light's invisible? It's the most extraordinary thing. If you, in a dark vacuum, if you shoot a beam of light across the eyeballs like that, you can't see it. Because you can only see what light hits. And it's the same thing, but people said, but that's a stupid answer, because the definition of light is something that goes into your eye and is then received. Until it does that, it's not light.
But we have all kinds of things like not ears, for example. Are you saying that it's not sound if it registers on a recording device that is left there without a human there? That it's bending the needle of a recording device? Does the machine not hear? Is it not a sound wave that is actually causing the machine to register?
Well, but in Bishop Berkeley... So
I talked about you, not about Bishop Berkeley entering a field. The point is, it's not as simple as just to say yes or no. That's why it's a good question. It's a good question. We would have unfairly forfeited someone who said yes just as much as somebody who said
I thought
no.
you said there was no right answer to this question.
There is no... That's why I said there is. That's why it's a good question. There is no right answer. So your yes and your no are both... That's
whatever I said, it would be...
Yeah, I'm afraid
So if the tree fell down and there was no one there to see it fall, it should still be upright.
Very true.
My only conclusion.
You're right. Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, Alan, are you keeping well?
Yeah. Which of these birds would you trust to take home with you? I mean, sorry, I should put that better. Which of these birds would you trust to take you home? You've been confusing me with your dirty talk.
So the question is a blind pigeon better than a one-eyed robin?
Yeah, or a particular one-eyed robin, because the one is a...
Vehicle reversing.
Yes, it's the pigeon.
The pigeon you trust.
Because it follows magnetic lines. It doesn't need eyes for that.
You're right. The pigeon could indeed take you home. But oddly enough, so could the robin on the right. The one whose left eye is covered. The one on the left, whose right eye is covered, couldn't navigate at all.
Because he's pissed.
No, because his right eye is covered.
Oh, right.
That's the weird thing. It's
So
a
is
really...
the left eye is just ornamental, is it?
No, it can see with it. This really is peculiar, but we know now that they use magnetism to navigate in their long journeys. You know this by the fact that you can disorient them, that's pigeons and robins and many others, by placing magnets near them, and they suddenly no longer know where to go. But they also need to see. That's to say, they're not just sensing it. They obviously see some magnetic flux in the way that we see light, colour, whatever. But the weird thing is they discovered, and gosh knows why they tried it, but that a robin, it's only its right eye that sees the magnetism. With its left eye covered, it can find its way using magnetism, but with its right eye covered, it can't.
So like an Apache helicopter pilot, they have to have the binocular rivalry, they call it.
Yes.
So you're saying that it would be physically impossible for a pigeon, a homing pigeon, to deliver a fridge magnet?
Yes. It's a shocker.
No wonder my business failed. Ridiculous.
You're right. It is a shocker.
What do they think? If the robin's right eye can see magnetism, and also
they think it's controlled in the left brain. Therefore.
So what's the left eye's special power?
Well, just seeing. It's just an ordinary seeing eye.
Or maybe it can see smells.
Maybe it can.
Like the sort of Bisto brown thing.
Yes.
You know, it can see deliciousness.
There's clearly more work to be done. What would happen if you threw a hippo in the deep end of your local swimming pool? It would sink.
Yeah.
in the winters, I live in Miami, and they all look like that. But they have lipstick on, so nobody would bat an eye.
No, they wouldn't.
They walk along the bottom. That's what they do.
That's exactly what they do. What hippos don't do is swim.
No, but it's not the first thing that would happen. The first thing that would happen would you'd get your swimming card revoked.
Yes.
Would be the first thing.
But also, Ross, I think there'd be a huge sense of relief that you'd finally got rid of the hippo.
Yeah.
You'd got through the turnstiles with it, through the changing rooms, and then you think, oh, Christ, at least I've bloody done it. I've got... Oh, dear, the guy's here about this. Probably take the traffic cone off your head.
So this one would die because he's got floaties on, and actually they need...
That is a mistake. I mean, they can float and they can drop to the bottom, but what they can't do is swim.
Is do the backstroke.
Which is
strange. Why that ident on BBC One, where they're all swimming around in a circle,
is all wrong.
Factually incorrect.
Exactly, where they do a sort of doggy paddle, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of EastEnders isn't true either.
Really shocked us. How then do they get out of a river?
A small boy in pyjamas
Oh, yeah, that's
saves
true.
them.
No, they walk along the bottom or bounce and strike.
Oh, I know. They fill their lungs and float to the top.
Well, no,
I'm
actually,
just
they
using
just walk
logic.
to the shallow part.
Sometimes they carry a small thing of helium.
Yes,
And they put it in, and they get to the surface and then just keep going.
Well, they certainly can't use a ladder.
You said that with anger. Like, bloody hippos. Like, you've paid a few of them to do some decorating. You came back and they were just sat around smoking. And you went, can't even use a bloody ladder. I'm sick of it.
The fact is, they just walk up the shallow bit to get out onto land. How many teeth does a hippo have?
A full-grown one has 40. And the reason I know that's a fact is I got asked a question by my daughter the other day. Dad, how many teeth has a hippo got? And I went, let's go over to this little bit of equipment here.
Are you sure you didn't go, well, I tell you, but I just pushed my last one into a swimming pool?
When they do that, they always have that photo with their massive mouths open, and there's two at the top and two at the bottom.
No. He said that a full-grown hippo has 40, minimum of 40.
Is that Wikipedia?
No. No, it was hippoteeth.com.
It is the oldest trick in the book.
Is it an ancient Greek book?
It's even older.
Ooh. Egyptian?
Egyptian is the right answer.
I think I might have.
You might know
Is
this?
it about a man called Dedi?
Dedi? How do you know about Dedi? You're right.
He was a man who did the first magic trick, which was, I think, a decapitation of a goose.
You're right.
And tore it off and did it to impress the king. And it's in an ancient scroll.
It
which
is?
I do know the name of. I think I do.
Yeah, go on.
The Westcar Papyrus.
The Westcar Papyrus, this man is good.
I should say, you know, I have
Do they
had... Yes, they do. There is a certain amount
They teach this
of...
in ancient wizardry at Hogwarts.
Yes, they do, absolutely, yes. I mean, I don't want you to...
This is going to be a very short show.
Next question, come on. I'm not about the jokes, it's all about points for me.
It's all about points.
I like this.
Pretty much it.
What part of pulling a goose's head off is a trick?
Well, no, sorry, yes, and then restored it.
That's the
And
point.
he was
that's
doing-
the
sorry,
key
yes,
bit.
that's the
the
trick.
point. It's a
Oh, the
great...
old 2 geese in my bag trick.
He did a goose, as you rightly say, then he did a duck, and then he moved on to an ox, and he would wrench their heads off, and then they would be restored. But you may say, I want to see this trick. If this really exists, I want to see it. After 3, 2, 1, we go Accio Scott. Okay, 3, 2, 1...
Accio Scott!
Whoa! Oh, my God! I believe you can do the Dedi trick that Dan told us about.
Yes,
Would you like to do it, please, with
Well,
your...
we'll give it a go with Norman. We just give him a little bit of a...
Oh,
There we go. Just pop his head back on. There he goes.
Brilliant. Fabulous. The sensational Scott Penrose, ladies and gentlemen. As he conquered Everest, what did Edmund Hillary do for an encore?
He had a massive teeth off with Sherpa tensing. I can notice no other consequence. Although my teeth have grown. Look at my teeth. It's mine too, Edmund. Mine too.
Look at this, ready?
You do look like him.
Did he become a Welsh comedian?
Me or him?
Hey!
No, I do look a bit like him, actually, but you can't... There's not a lot you can do with it.
Not really.
You've got to do a Kiwi accent.
Yeah, I mean, I've climbed a few mountains in my time, sure I have, but it's not something I like to go on a bit. I'm struggling because...
Needs a bit of work there, right?
No,
Sorry, I apologise. I apologise to any New Zealanders
No,
watching.
no,
He's trying to do the fish and chips.
The Australians, they don't say Elvis, they say Ilvis.
Ilvis, yeah.
Ilvis.
Yeah. And I heard that New Zealanders are traditionally quite sort of puritanical, and it's quite hard for them even to say the word six. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Oh, I can't say it. 6. There's a famous graffiti that was seen in Melbourne, which was looks like a rugby score. It's Australia 6, New Zealand 7, which, of course, they would pronounce as Australia sucks, New Zealand's hidden. You see? Isn't that clever?
It doesn't really travel, does it?
No, it doesn't. No.
I should tell you, when this photograph was taken, I'll never forget it, we'd had a wonderful day, and I'd just said a lovely joke to my good friend there next to me, and as you can see, he was pissing himself laughing.
And his name was?
His name was Bert.
His name was?
Sherpa Tenzing.
Sherpa Tenzing Norgay.
Well, yes, but to his friends.
Isn't it cheating having somebody carry your luggage for you?
No. Now, which one of them got to the peak first?
Sherpa.
Tenzing.
No.
No?
Hillary.
Edmund Hillary.
Edmund Hillary got there first. And not only that...
Were they racing?
No, they're not at all. They were friends. And Tenzing Norgay wrote in his autobiography that Hillary got to the top first, and that Hillary said, no, we tell everybody we got there together. Then the King of Nepal said in a rather angry statement, everybody knows that Sherpa Tenzing got there first, and Hillary didn't say a word. He didn't correct him. He was very noble about it.
Yes.
And he actually devoted most of his life to raising money for the Nepalese people. 25 schools, his charity, and very things. So he was a very good man. But what did he do after Everest?
He went to the bottom of the sea.
No.
Did he climb something else?
No, he didn't. Well, he sort of did, because it was in the Himalayas, but he went on an expedition.
He took an incredible challenge that tested the extremes of physical endurance.
Not really. It was a bit of a wild goose chase.
Was he looking for the Yeti?
He was looking for the Yeti. He went on a Yeti hunt. He concluded that the thing didn't exist, but this is him preparing, looking slightly less like Rob in that angle.
Who does he look like there? Edmund Hillary.
Edmund Hillary, basically, yeah.
He does look awkward. He does look like, yes, I am going to marry her because I love her.
I'm standing by her.
In that picture, I look more like the chap in the drawing, actually.
Does he really think that it existed? I mean,
He wanted to settle the matter, or at least to attempt to settle the matter, and, of course, they didn't find that one. But one thing that they discovered, because is this footprint business, and in shadows, a fox print is small, but as it gets into a sunny area, it gets elongated as it melts along. And a human footprint can go up to 21 inches, and that seems to be an explanation for some of the footprint stories. It's simply that.
they're like the crop circles of the Himalayas, aren't
Kind
they?
of are. On the other hand, to be fair, one of the members said we were probably too noisy because they didn't see a snow leopard, and we know snow leopards do exist. So it doesn't prove that they do.
Are you suggesting only an expedition that was fantastically quiet might find it?
Well, what I'm saying... yes, basically.
Lost their mobile signal. And hello, yeah, we're nearly at the top. You're breaking up, sorry.
We're looking for the Yeti!
Actually, ironically, you get fantastic mobile coverage when you're up high up mountains. If you ever go on a skiing holiday, oh, good God, what's that?
An artist's impression of a thing that doesn't exist. That's what some people
Edmund
thought a
Hillary
Yeti might look like.
After looking for a Yeti for 20 years.
Some people thought that actually they were on a spying mission because two of the people that were with him were rocket experts, and that they were spying on Chinese rocket installations in Tibet. Who knows?
What we think that might still... Some people now think that may
yes,
have
they
been
still
what they
think
were
that's
doing.
actually what they were doing, yeah. So, there you are. That's basically the answer. He went to look for a Yeti after conquering Everest in '53. Edmund Hillary went in search of the abominable snowman. Perhaps you can tell me which side Yorkshire was on in the Wars of the Roses.
Well, there's the White Roses, Yorkshire.
Yeah.
Well, it's not the counties, though, is it? It's just the royal houses.
That's the point, exactly.
Oh,
Yorkshire has no more to do with the House of York than Kent or Norfolk.
It's the Duke of York versus the Duke of Lancaster.
Yes, exactly. The point is, in fact, most people who lived in Yorkshire were Lancastrians. In fact, they favoured the Lancastrian cause.
But now,
Henry
of
VII,
course,
I mean.
people in
Sorry?
Yorkshire very much associate with the White Rose and the Yorkists.
Well, because it's become the symbol of the county, and the cricket match between the two counties is known as the Roses match, and so on. But you're right. Talking of Yorkshire, there are other things that are called Yorkshire that aren't particularly Yorkshire. Can you think of one?
Pudding?
Yorkshire pudding is not a thing that was invented in Yorkshire, although people from Yorkshire are... Hello.
Oh, yes, this was really annoying. that Yorkshire, but that they're trying to say that, like, you can't make, you know, champagne outside the Champagne region or Stilton outside a certain region, that you wouldn't be allowed to make something and call it Yorkshire pudding outside outside Yorkshire, which is basically entirely an idea cooked up entirely by people who manufacture those horrible frozen Yorkshire pudding.
You're right to be angry. Yes, it's called a protected designation of origin, a PDO. And Champagne, as you rightly say, has it. Parma ham has it. You can't call it Parma ham unless it comes from Parma.
But making Yorkshire pudding one of those things would be like making a sandwich.
Yes, I know. You had to come from Sandwich in Kent.
Yeah, you had to go to Marks and Spencer's in Sandwich for the authentic sandwich.
Yeah. But give me some other British PDO protected foods.
There's one, I think that Stilton is one.
Stilton, where must it come from?
But it can't come, for example, from Stilton.
No, that's quite right.
The town of Stilton, which the cheese is named after, the cheese is named after it because that's where the cheese was sold, not where it was manufactured. Exactly. So the designated area that you make it in with bits of Leicestershire, I don't know. Anyway, Stilton's not in it.
Mostly around the Melton Mowbray area.
What about pork pies then? Melton Mowbray pork pies?
I guess you can't call it a Melton Mowbray pork pie. I don't know if that's a PDO.
Do you know that the chairman of the Pork Pie Association is vegetarian?
I didn't know that.
Yes, I interviewed him and I said, because he brought pork pies for us to try, and I said, go on then, Tucky. And he said, oh, no, thanks very much, I'm vegetarian.
That's very peculiar.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
Yes, but...
What? He's angry now.
No, I'm absolutely sure. What's this man done with his life? You can't, on the one hand, say it's wrong to eat animals and then dedicate your professional life to the marketing of ground-up pig. It's like...
You've got a point.
It's just a sort of pacifist nuclear weapons manufacturer.
But not all vegetarians are vegetarians because they don't agree with the slaughtering of animals. Some do it because they just don't like the taste.
Maybe he thought it was a job being chairman of Pork Pie Hats.
Yes. Or of lying.
Or of lying.
Yes, telling porkies.
He thought he's being a spy.
Yeah.
Oh, yes,
I've got to tell porkies. I've got to tell pork pies.
I'm going to destroy the pork pie business from the inside.
Well, there you are. The fact is, the more Yorkshire folk supported the Lancastrians than the Yorkists. Imagine you're taking a hamster on holiday. How can you make sure it doesn't get jet lag? Yes, Ross.
Holiday in England.
That would do it,
Don't necessarily have to be in England. You just have to stay in the same time zone.
If they're in the cage and they're moving that way and the plane is moving that way, this isn't my area.
Yeah.
Doesn't it balance out in
what do you mean?
space and
The
time?
wheel is going one? No.
The wheel is going...
It doesn't quite work.
Well,
that's a nice thought.
Is there an answer to this?
There is, yeah. I mean, they have experimented on hamsters and jet lag. They've not actually...
See, look how cute.
They are
you know what I
very
mean? It's a woman. I want to nurse it.
But you pay for it and you realise it does nothing. You watch these guinea pigs in G-Force, they are like fighting, climbing, firing guns, saving people. Yeah. You go home and you see him sitting there, lazy, useless. You're just like a furry scrounger. You get out there
and do something. Can you put your head in a hole like that? I don't think so.
Yeah, but
and they drop pellets. They do a lot of things.
The thing is, Sean, he made that wooden thing.
I was visiting a friend's house, and on the upstairs landing, I had gone to the loo, and I came out, and it was a summer's day, and there was a big open window over the lawn, and there was a football, and I kicked the football through the window, and a child burst into tears, and it had a hamster in it. It was a hamster ball. I didn't know that. I'd never seen such a thing. There are these balls that you put hamsters in. It was terrible. It was shocking. It was actually fine. It was a little dizzy, but it wasn't dead.
Exhilarated, I thought.
Exhilarated. Again.
Someone's done it! Don't take me back in! No! Ah.
It was most unfortunate. But, yeah, they do have...
melatonin. You give it melatonin.
It's not melatonin. It is a drug, and it's a rather surprising one. It's a common drug.
Marzipan?
Paracetamol.
Not temazepam, not paracetamol. I'm sure you haven't taken it. You're too young and virile.
Viagra.
Viagra is the right answer. Viagra appears to recover from jet lag as long as it's eastward bound jet lag. That's the weird thing. Jet lag's a lot worse when you're travelling east. It's a lot better when you're travelling west. So, for example, if you go to America, you recover better than when you come back home. It takes you longer to recover. Good, excellent. Yes, jet-lagged hamsters can have their symptoms alleviated by giving them Viagra. It was a really horrible way of transporting smallpox vaccine.
Was it via Marty Feldman?
God bless him, I remember that scene so well, don't you?
You mean now, when are they transporting smallpox?
No, now you would transport smallpox.
You infect an animal and then you transport the animal and then you take...
You've got the right principle. It's actually not an animal, though.
People?
A rock. You infect a rock.
No, a human.
A volunteer prisoner.
A human child, an orphan.
An orphan?
Yeah.
He's got no one to tell.
Yeah. You go back to the early 19th century, vaccination has been discovered. We know about vaccination.
Cowpox.
Cowpox, exactly. Edward Jenner discovered that if you injected people with cowpox, they would be immune to smallpox. A smallpox which killed about 60 million people in the 18th century. It was a really terrible disease. Now, in about 1803, the King of Spain, whose son had died of smallpox, thought, we want to vaccinate everybody in South America. But how do you get the vaccine in a ship for months? You haven't got ice packs. You know, it's 1803. So you round up a few orphans and you inject one orphan with the vaccine and he develops the immunity and his blood is full of the antibodies and it's all great. So you take his blood and you put it in the next one and the next one until you've got a whole colony of orphans who are not harmed because they are immune to smallpox, but it means you can use them as a kind of serum, if you like. It's kind of creepy.
They're not harmed, but they're quite a long way away from home.
Yeah, that's the one trouble, is they find themselves in the middle of the jungle. The British, I'm afraid, we did it too. We did it with low-caste Indian boys. It's a pretty squalid thing to do, but it did work. It saved hundreds of thousands of lives, but, as you say, at the expense of some rather bewildered Spanish orphans.
Yeah, but presumably they weren't brought there and then summarily killed. No,
not killed, but they were just left there, presumably. I mean, they were orphans anyway, so you may say maybe they wouldn't have had that good a future in Spain in 1803. Yeah. So maybe their lives went well for them in South America. Who knows?
Too late now, anyway. Nothing we can do about it.
No, there isn't. You're right. Yeah. But we can think about them. We can give this little pause and
don't worry about
honour
it.
them.
Forget about it. Let's move on.
So what about smallpox today? Is it a worry?
Yes.
How so?
Because it's really the orphans.
You care so
the
much
orphans
about
of great dynasties who are coming back to attack us.
No. It came that close to being the very first disease that humankind completely got rid of, in the sense that there was not one file or test tube left of it in the world. And then they thought again in about 2002 and said, well, maybe we don't really have the right actually to extinguish it from the face of evolution. So there is somewhere a tiny amount of it left.
Is there not a fear? Is it? I would have thought that they might keep it to develop a vaccine in the event that, I don't know, North Korea had kept hold of some smallpox.
Well, that's also possibly it. You're absolutely right. It may just be that they can't risk the possibility that somebody else has it, and that's human nature. But it's...
I'm sorry, this feels like we're in the opening scene of an apocalypse movie or something.
Yeah. Doesn't life often feel like
chatting about...
But don't worry, it's in this test tube. Nothing can...
And of course, it was so virulent in the 18th century, and people knew that it was contagious, that actually you were much more likely to get a job if you were pockmarked.
Because you'd actually had the
Because
disease.
it showed that you'd had it. So servants and things who were unblemished were unlikely to get a job because it's possible they would catch it and pass it on in the family. Anyway, smallpox vaccine was transported to the New World by successively infecting a series of small boys and then dumping them in South America when they weren't needed anymore. Queen is coming for tea. What should you do with your lavatory seat?
Cover it with money. Wear it round your neck with pride.
No, I mean, there is a sort of rumour, a myth, an urban legend, a nonsense, a fallacy, that you have to get a new lavatory seat for the Queen's visit.
Yeah, super glue it.
Put cling film over the bowl.
Why? Ow!
See if she can play. Why that pleases me so much, but it really does.
There was a rumour, but it's a nonsense that she had to, or that she carried her own calfskin one around, calfskin lavatory seat.
Wow.
But apparently Prince Charles did have his own... We'd given one as a present, and he liked it, so he used to carry it around with him.
You say that Charlie's got his own seat and he goes around with it?
No, he was given it as a present, and he used to take it around as a sort of joke.
As a joke?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. So, I mean,
Yeah.
the people who deal with royalty, you know, they do say, well, of course.
I know. Well,
and they would have bolted it on with a trice, wouldn't they?
They probably would.
No one would take the joke. Well, we've made 9 of them. I don't know what you do, how that works in a toilet. People powering the toilet.
Oh, hell.
Jet-powered toilets. Isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, no.
A royal flush.
Oh, yeah. You can be sucked out of a jet toilet.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can get wedged in it.
Yeah.
You can create a vacuum.
If you create a vacuum, then the whole plane sucks in on itself.
Yeah, Odd Job.
Yes.
Did he get... Well, Goldfinger himself gets
Goldfinger himself goes out the window, doesn't he?
does.
But not out the loo.
Yeah.
Down the loo.
No, out of a... Isn't it funny how you just have to press the button and then you think, oh, I'll have to press it again because it didn't... And then, whoa!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stand well back.
Yeah.
Don't leave your tide dangling over.
Yes, according to Buckingham Palace, the idea that the Queen requires a new lavatory seat is a complete myth, though you might wonder... Why did Julius Caesar wear a laurel wreath?
Was it because he was bald?
Yes, is the right answer, absolutely right. He was very vain. According to Suetonius, his baldness was a disfigurement of which he was deeply ashamed, and so he chose the laurel wreath as one of the things he had a right to wear, and wore it all the time, which others wouldn't.
They said the laurel wreath is going to do wonders for you, Julius. What it's going to do is going to take attention away from politics. Now, they come in a variety of colours and styles. We're going to start you off with a very simple, traditional one.
He was also supposed to have invented the comb-over, because Suetonius also...
Invented the
Yeah, he combed his hair forward. I should quote you Suetonius in translation. He used to comb forward the scanty locks from the crown of his head, and of all the honours voted for him by the Senate and people, there was none which he received or made use of more gladly than the privilege of wearing a laurel wreath at all times.
It's going to look really
must
obvious.
have looked like a 60s footballer who'd come through a hedge.
It'd be like leaving your Christmas cracker hat on all year.
What is the roundest thing in the universe? Yeah.
No, just saying.
Oh, no, Oh, not at all.
You should see it. The roundest thing in the universe.
Yeah.
Ball bearings.
Ball bearings are quite round, but
I swallowed a ball bearing.
The roundest... Dude... you mean smoothest, most...
Well, the most purely round, in other words. Because if you... Well...
The Earth is thingy, is it squashed? It's not round.
No, that's right, it's an oblate spheroid.
Oh, Nelly Furtado! He's got a word for everything.
Is it a liquid drop, a water drop?
They can get jolly round. They can be very round. Very nicely. We're actually further out of space than Earth, beyond Earth. It's a cosmic phenomenon.
Is it a black hole?
It's that kind of a deal.
Oh, it's those space helmets, those big round helmets with the things on the top.
Is it the thing called the genius point? Is it the point to which everything goes to, ultimately?
Not that. It's when a supernova has a gravitational collapse, it turns into something called a neutron star.
No.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, the neutron star.
They're really round.
It's not round!
No, that's not... That's a supernova, I think. That's a supernova. Going supernova.
Then show us the round thing!
He's very upset, aren't you?
Yes!
It only has a diameter of about 15 miles or so, and there isn't one near enough for you to be able to see it with the naked eye.
Have you ever noticed how we always have to take Stephen's word for it?
But what's interesting is that if I had a thimbleful of a neutron star, it would weigh more than a mountain.
Yeah, but you don't.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, imagine how confused the old woman down in your socks would be if you had a thimble full of it. She was just trying to fix a hole, and it was all space and time coming out with a thimble. That's no way to treat the elderly.
You're right.
So you put a thimble down and no one can pick it up?
No one at all.
And when you've got a good cleaning lady, you want to hang on to them. You don't want to mess it around. I'm leaving, Mr. D. Why? Well, because of all this space business with your thimbles. I don't like it.
It might have double the mass of the sun, But it's only 15 miles across, roughly. And the highest mountain on it is weighs 5 millimetres. So it is superbly round.
highest
Because
mountain is...
as opposed to the Earth, which, although the Earth is jolly round, apart from the flat bits at the top, the point about the Earth is it's actually jolly smooth compared to, say, a billiard ball.
Smoother than a ping-pong ball, isn't
Yes, now why is that a snooker ball...
I'm sorry, I did not know there would be a follow-up question.
Yeah.
Why is the Earth...
If you were to scale up a snooker ball to the size of the Earth, the mountains and trenches would be hugely greater than our highest mountains or deepest trenches, i.e. the little pits that you can see when you examine a snooker ball closely, if scaled up to the size of the Earth, would be gigantic. So the Earth, in that sense, is smoother. What are the advantages and disadvantages of guide horses for the blind?
Well, I'm going to say the obvious one is the fact that it could give you a lift. If you've got a guide dog, you have to walk with it. If you've got a guide horse, you'd be crazy not to climb on, wouldn't you?
Yeah. You are aware they exist, though. Did you know that?
I wasn't aware they existed.
I wasn't.
I can't imagine
It
it.
was a nice surprise. You didn't know? No. They use these miniature horses as guide horses.
But hang on, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Other
Does a
blind-
blind
horse-
person walking a Shetland pony?
It's smaller even than a Shetland pony.
Oh, okay, and even smaller. But is the blind person must be aware of the people whispering, "Oh God, somebody's nicked their dog."
You can see how small they are.
Oh, well, it's a falabella then. It's even smaller.
Exactly.
It's a little tiny
very,
one.
very small. And
Toy.
there are many bigger dogs than that.
Mm.
Anyway, what are the advantages of a horse rather than a dog?
Well, the poo's much nicer, isn't it?
Yeah,
nicer.
It's cooler, you know.
It's cooler.
It's cooler, you know. You got a falabella pony, for God's sake. You got a tiny miniature pony.
Well, it looks hard, doesn't
Bragging
it?
rights.
It could carry us shopping on its back.
Yeah, shopping on its back is
Carry it or pull a little trolley as well. They're quite good at hardy pulling
Some
animals.
people, not many, are allergic to dogs. I would say more people are allergic to horses,
I would have
but
thought
probably if you're allergic to dogs, you may not be allergic to horses.
It might not go and shag the leg of every passerby.
Very helpful.
If it does, though, it'd be more of a problem.
They do have very good memories as well, horses.
Do they?
Yeah, they do. Very good memories. It's usually it's a panicky memory, connected with something that was genuinely painful or distressing for them, and they never forget it. It can be the smallest little...
So they would remember the way to the shops if they're particularly frightened by the way to the shops some time ago, and you could just go,
That would be a
and the horse would immediately go to the shops.
That would indeed be a disadvantage. They're flight animals rather than pack animals,
Yeah,
and so they can spook. Another advantage, and it's a big one, is simply the relationship that you have with your animal is longer.
Because they live, what, 30 years or something?
20 or 30 years, as opposed to a dog, 8 to 12 years. So that's a very, very strong advantage. Another one is simply their stamina is greater than dogs, of course.
But can you house train a horse like a dog?
Oddly enough, you can. I mean, not as well as a dog, it must be said,
Occasional
but
accident.
pretty well. The disadvantages in restaurants tend to have a policy of no horses, or at least don't have a positive yes to horses policy. And also the other disadvantage, if you go into a bar or somewhere where a dog is welcome, the dog can curl up and go to sleep. Or go
horse will be
under
on the
the
pinball
table.
machine.
You won't get a horse.
Shutting up other horses.
I just got to do the black now.
You go home, I'm going to stay.
That would happen, I feel. They are slightly less able to blend into the background, shall we say. How does it work when a blind person with a guide dog wants to cross the road? Does the dog say when it's clear, as it were, and make the decision to cross the road?
I hope so.
You hope so. Well, oddly enough, it doesn't. It's the blind person who makes the decision.
And the dog keeps stopping him.
The dog has the ability, it's trained what's called selective disobedience or intelligent disobedience. The dog will overrule if it must, but otherwise it's up to the master or mistress, as it were, to initiate it. And it's all done through the feeling of the harness. So when the dog gets to the other end, it puts its paws up on the curb, which alters the angle of the harness. And these blank £2 coins. Just try and draw the Queen's head as she is on the coin.
The Queen's head on the...
Yeah.
OK.
Is she wearing a crown? Is she, you know, just but an outline.
Which way does she look? No one knows.
No, don't ask for help. Alan Davis, I'm going to take points away if you cheat.
How do you think I got through school? How do you ask for help?
Is everyone done?
Yes.
Okay.
She looks like Lenny Henry
Quicker.
of mine, unfortunately.
Well, that's all right.
OK, done.
OK, when Alan's done... OK, all of you all hold them up.
Mine
There we
looks
are,
like a
there we are.
triceratops.
And let's have a look at yours. There. And your... Extraordinary. The point is, you've all, especially Bill somehow, you've all made the fundamental error that everybody makes in thinking she faces left. She faces right. You've done that.
You said left.
Yeah, because most people think
Sorry, it's too late now.
88% of people think the Queen faces left on her coins. 88%. On every coin that ever was stamped since she was Queen, it's always faced the right.
Never
always.
Do they take it in turns? So
Yes,
did
they
her
take-
father
they
face the other
alternate.
way?
Yes.
And Prince Charles?
Yes,
Should he be
Straight
spared?
on. He's full on with the ears like
they
that.
alternate. They've alternated since Charles II.
But does she not face the other way on the paper money?
No, on the stamp.
On the stamp.
And that's one theory.
Whoa!
One theory as to why 88% of people seem to think she faces left is because she does on the definitive edition of the stamps, which we can see here. We're all familiar with that image. But on the other hand, that's true in Denmark. Queen Margrethe, they also think she faces left, but on the stamp she looks out. And on the coin, she looks to the right.
Wow.
But if you ask a Dane which way she faces on their coins, they will say, as most of us would, left. It's something to do probably with right-handedness. We just picture a profile that way. It's really strange, but because we handle these things every day, unless you're Giles when you have someone to do it for you. But it's bizarre that we just don't notice, isn't it?
So that's all coins.
All coins with the Queen's head on.
And how long has
since
that
the
been?
beginning,
Since the beginning of
she came
time?
to the throne. No, it alternates between monarchs. So her father faced left.
Oh, I see.
And
So
his father, George V, not counting because the abdication was a wrinkle, but George VI.
So if you could get all the coins of all monarchs together, or alternating monarchs, and just you could flick through them, they'd be doing...
It would. It would be like a tennis
How many
match.
real friends do you have?
Just one, James Taylor.
What a friend you have in him. Yeah.
I've
Moving
got to
on.
4.
4 friends you've counted, have you?
Well, actually, I'm not sure about him. Because he once spiked my drinks and stole my trousers when I was...
No, you can definitely cross him out.
He's coming off the list, yeah.
Which did you do first?
Drinks first, Phil.
I don't know, maybe he's agile.
Good friend. You say that a friend will help you, a friend will come over to your house and help you move, and a good friend will help you move a body.
That's good.
I have 2 good friends.
Oh, Rich! Oh, that's disturbing. There is this thing called a Dunbar number. Does that mean anything
Yeah, it's
to you?
about 100 and something.
You're right. There was a
120
professor
or
of
something.
evolutionary anthropology at Oxford University called Dunbar who calculated, if the calculation is the right word, that we can't have more than 150 friends. And obviously, some of us have a very high doctrine of friends.
150?
Yeah. He defines it this way.
I don't even know 150 people.
It's a network. It's a network.
I was going to say 5.
Right, well, I know what you mean. But he defines this friendly network as containing the people you wouldn't feel embarrassed to join at the bar in the transit lounge of Hong Kong Airport at 3 a.m.
Oh, no, thousands of them.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever been embarrassed to join anyone at a bar in my life.
No. It's a peculiar definition.
That is, yeah.
It's an odd one. But on the other hand,
there's something about this particular transit lounge.
I don't know. But 150 does turn out to be quite a special number amongst peoples and groups. It's the average size of traditional hunter-gatherer communities, small religious groups such as the Amish, and the average English village size at the time of the Doomsday Book. It also occurs all over the modern world. It's the number of Christmas cards the average person sends, apparently. 130? 150. The size of a company in all modern armies is 150, as opposed to battalion or platoon. And it's also close to the average number of friends people have on Facebook, which is 130-odd. So it is strangely... It seems to be the number beyond which it's too many, and any less than that is a closer friend. But it's also... When we say friend, we mean someone, as you say...
We
someone
like.
who'll bury a body for you. Yeah. Facebook. Are you all on Facebook? No?
I don't really go on the computer.
I read a prediction the other day that said that at the current rate, in 10 years' time, 1 in 3 marriages in America will be people who met online. It's already 1 in 8. It's amazing, isn't it?
Oh, God.
Is that bad?
Well, you just fill out a lot of forms, don't you? Here's everything I like.
Oh, no,
Meet
no, they
someone
don't necessarily meet on dating sites. Well,
Oh.
some of them will be, I agree, but...
How else do you meet if you're not on a dating site, though?
Join a group.
You join a group.
Yeah, join a
Chat.
Facebook group with like-minded people.
All right.
They send you witty remarks.
And which are the most
eventually, you send them a photograph of your genitals.
Yes. You know... Whoa. Well, Alan, that's the most popular so far, the genitals.
The genitals.
Of the genitals.
So it's just like a normal courtship then, but
yeah,
done digitally.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel quite bad, you know, for the Amish in this situation because, you know, they're not going to meet people on Facebook, are they? Unless we create an Amish Facebook where you just write everything you know about yourself on a sheet of paper and put it in a barrel in the middle of the village. People can just dip in and out of, you know.
It's true, because they don't have electricity.
Raise the barn today, lol.
Regularly smuggled into the USA from Canada for the traditional Burns Night celebrations.
Oh, what do they have at Burns Night celebrations? Haggises?
Is the right answer.
Thank you.
We thought you might be tempted to say whiskey, but this is from 1989 up until 2010. Haggises were smuggled from Canada into America. Why might this be?
Because the Americans don't approve of inedible food coming.
Delish.
Well, why I can't say.
It's one element
Is there a bit of
inside
it?
the haggis that was contraband. There it is. What's the outer casing?
Stomach.
A sheep's stomach. And inside is...
It's called pluck. Pluck is the correct word for the bits of the heart. Is it heart, liver, and...
Offal, certainly, bits of that, but one particular... Lungs, which is known as, in the butcher's trade, as the lights, which are... And those were outlawed in America because of BSE and, indeed, their own problems.
Yes.
You couldn't eat them. And so there was a trade in smuggled Canadian haggis. What do we know about the haggis? Which nation invented the haggis?
I wonder if we're not responsible.
You think it might be Danes?
It might be.
Well, actually, the first reference to it in the British Isles is actually in Lancashire. But there are lots of theories about where the haggis might come.
Offal comes from Danish. It is from the Danish word for rubbish. Affal is...
really?
yeah, so there must be some hideous Scandinavian connection.
Well, there are some who think that it was Vikings who brought it over to Britain.
But it comes from Lancashire, does it?
Well, that's the first reference to it, yeah.
Do you know the Burns address to the haggis?
Yes, it's a poem.
It's a poem which on Burns night, at a Burns supper, somebody would address it, and it comes in, that's obviously been cut open, as you can see,
Yeah.
but before it's cut, someone addresses it, and it starts with, Fair fa your honest sonsie face, great chieftain of the Puddin race, aboon them all you take your place, pains triper therm, wheeler you wordy o' grace as lang's my erm. And a pal of mine was saying... Thank you. That's it. But... and then it is being typed in. But somebody I know was doing a Burns supper abroad, and they had sent the address over to Germany, and it was translated into German, but the German translated it back, and the line, instead of great chieftain of the Puddin race, was translated back as mighty Führer of the sausage people.
That should stay. It's a lot better than Great Chieftain of the Pudding Race. Mighty Führer of the Sausage People. What is the date of Burns Night?
January 25th.
Yes, it's his birthday. I love the way you get all your celebrations in one corner of the year, so that being Scottish, you have, like, Christmas, craziness, and then Hogmanay, insanity, Burns Night 3 weeks later, and then for the rest of the year, nothing. Just a long hangover. Abstinence, dourness. But there is no poet, really, that has the same level of affection in the English culture. We obviously venerate Shakespeare in different ways, and some people resent him because of school, but there's a deep level of love for Burns, is there not?
Absolutely. I mean, he was a great man and very forward-thinking. He was completely and utterly anti-slave trade.
Yes.
So much so that if you go to the Burns Museum, there's a photograph of Muhammad Ali, who came over to Scotland and came up and visited it because he was a student of Burns because of the humanitarian work that he had done, you know,
And he was
150
fond of
years
the
ago. Yeah, and he loves haggis.
I
love all you sausage people, he used to say.